had it when I was a kid. I want good quality toys. So no more purchases based off of pure nostalgia.
That's
Yeah,
commendable.
good,
It's
good.
understandable.
Good goal, Joe.
Mine
Get
is
your money's
paring
worth.
down some of my lines. I gotta get more realistic.
Right? Gotta narrow
Stick
back
with the
the
ones that
focus.
really speak to me, and the ones that I actually want to put in a lot of effort to do them. Like if I'm gonna do a dio for it, it's probably gonna stay.
So if there's
So,
one
Aaron,
line you're going to
I-
drop in 24, what would you drop?
Do what?
If there was a line that you were going to drop in 24 because you just have not been satisfied or you think it's not going the direction you'd like to go with, what line would you drop in 24?
And you can't say the one you already dropped in 23 because we already know that one.
Okay, don't make
Yeah,
him
no.
choose around his baby's head.
I think AWOC is the closest to getting to that point. A lot of it has to do just with space and considerations for other lines, but I mean, it's still going to be a pick and choose. So all I'm going to do is pick and choose mythics, pick and choose AWOC. If it's really cool, I'll get it. So like the Void, I will probably pre-order that one after the first of the year. But it has, I have to be realistic about space.
So, Payne, what lines are you really collecting right now? You got Legions and you got G.I. Joe, of course.
Yeah, and then AWOC, and then there's a few occasional, like I'll get an occasional Legend or an occasional Mofex, but it's
most
not.
of those are the Legends are mostly for fodder, right?
No, it has to be specific characters.
Oh, okay.
Like the most recent
Ahoy!
Moon Knight.
Oh yeah, that Moon Knight was nice.
Yeah, so that I got that one, but really for the most part,
retro
most
card
of my
one, right?
Legends I'm done with, unless they do like a Wolfsbane or a Feral, something to, or a Rachel Summers as Phoenix.
Yeah. So
Joe,
Joe,
give her
you're
the
all in
hound
on
outfit.
Cosmics. You're all in on, and then everything else is going to be pick and choosing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for me, I collect everything.
Really appeals to me.
Yeah, I buy everything for Horsemen. So
yeah,
because
you got that.
like
You got
all their
that
stuff,
one.
but
One. Yeah, I have to
that
be
one
realistic
thing
at some point.
right? But
That one expensive.
everything else,
Yeah,
yeah. But everything else, I'm gonna just.
but really, if you think about it, Ed, though, is it really that much more expensive than say AWOC?
No, not much. Not much.
Yeah, no, not realistically. I mean,
No.
Joe is expensive towards this year because they crammed a year's worth of merch in 6 months.
Yeah.
So that's why we all got slammed.
But
that was why Legends got
Joe's
slammed.
Four Horsemen collection is expensive because he collects Four Horsemen like you collect Joe, where you buy 17.
Yeah. He army builds. I know. Army builds for customs and whatever else.
Well, I mean, it is an army builder line. They
It
are
is.
called
It is.
legions.
I mean, it is called Legions. Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to have like 10 Valiant Knights.
Right?
I'm probably going to pick up a couple Novelines, a couple more, because I can see the potential with that buck.
Oh yeah.
Who's that?
Yeah, the bounty hunter from Wave.
The Noveline
of
the
gotcha,
green alien.
Cosmic.
Yeah,
that buck is
Noveline.
fantastic.
Sorry.
That is my favorite.
Even I
like
wanted
those.
A lotion, Noveline.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Noveline.
Maybe it's Noveline. Hey, on that note, I gotta get going. We're gonna go check out some What If and Monarch. So I'm
all right, Rick.
Thank
you for hanging out with us.
Awesome.
Hey,
Rick,
Rick.
I'll see you all tomorrow.
What do we got coming up tomorrow?
Well, if I finish this video, you'll have my top 15 in the morning, and then I'm going to be coloring with Oz and Allison. We're going to be doing some Cabal Creations coloring.
Oh, nice.
Which reminds me, I got to do some stuff for that. And then got the news at 4:30, and then hanging out with you all. What time are we starting New Year's Eve?
I might put it a little bit later. I haven't really decided yet. I guess it depends on how long I can push it, really.
Oh, good. Just,
I'll let you all know like 15 minutes before we go live while I'm blow drying my beard.
Perfect.
Do me a favor, if you have a sense of what you're gonna I'm sorry, we could do this offline, but of like top whatever plans for the year, whatever, if you have like thoughts or questions, hit them and I'll get you some overlays.
Excellent. we'll definitely go through with that.
Oh, sounds good. Yes, can't wait.
All right, folks. Have a wonderful night in the clubhouse. I'll see you all tomorrow. Night,
All right,
everybody.
Brick.
All right,
Good
Brett.
night.
Good night,
Yep.
sir.
Have a good one, Brick.
I'm actually gonna pop out too because I have to get up at 6:30 in the morning. But and it's
Oh,
time to here right now. It's probably after 12. I'm guessing.
yeah,
But-
12:30.
You don't want to
12:30.
sleep in, do you?
No, I have to get up and run some errands in the morning, and
Oh.
but I'll see. Maybe I'll be able to jump on tomorrow night at some point or another. But if that's cool, but I will
Of
definitely
course.
check in with you guys, and if I'm not on, I'll definitely be in the chat in some way or another. But I will.
All right, later, Terrence.
have a
All right,
great
Good
night.
Terrence.
journey there, Terrence.
Later,
sir.
Terrence.
Later,
Hey,
Terrence.
Terrence, take care, brother.
So
All right.
this is what I'm doing, Oz. This
Okay,
is one
hold
of
on.
the
Let me full
Fortnite
screen you.
gliders.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did you 3D print those wings?
No, this is the Fortnite glider, but the centerpiece is printed, the gun's printed, the rocket
My glider
launchers are
wings don't
printed,
look
and
like
the
that.
rockets are printed.
Who's a
Oh
sort of
man,
drone,
that
is
looks
it?
good.
So, and it'll end up having a thing on the top, so it can have one of the little flight stands. So it will,
Oh, yes.
so it'll be able to fly. So, yeah, this is what I've been doing for about a week now with that damn piece in the center, trying to get it just the right length and size.
I'm loving it, man. That looks really good. Oh,
Does it really
and
fly,
the
though? That's the question.
feedback.
It is
Is
supposed to
rolling
be a claw. Yes, it is as close as I'm going to get to a claw, and I didn't want to print one of the 3D printed claws that I've seen. I didn't like any of them. They looked weird. Wanted to go with that more vintage look.
Right. Because that's kind of, the aesthetic that we're going for here.
Oh, Bud there. Your phone's been running hot, has it? Oh, hope your finger heals
Yeah.
up there.
Bud was mentioning his phone was getting hot, but this is how hot it really got. That's a little scary. Well,
Yeah.
put some ice on it, Bud. Walk it off.
Running under the cold tap there.
It's gonna explode on
10
you.
minutes.
His phone should not be getting that hot, even if he's straight.
No.
That's-
That
There's
sounds
something wrong with
crazy.
that.
Shouldn't. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I went to cook myself a bit of, a pan cooked fish there, and I hit the oil in there nice and hot. Usually, I put the oil in the fish next, but no, I did it the wrong way around, and threw the fish on there. It all spat out on me. I had hot oil on my fingers, and I was, leaning over the sink for a good few hours there in pain.
Then trying to show Brick before he left, but this He-Man has a new butt to him.
Oh yes, I see.
He does. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really freaking cool looking. I like it. I think better than that 40th anniversary one. That big butt.
I was going to say it's pretty close to the 40th anniversary, but you're right. I
that
do
one,
see some
He
differences.
gave him such big pecs that it like they were
Yes,
all the way
he
down
was
here,
more.
and
He
then
was
they
more
go-
wider side on profile. Yeah.
Yeah, he had more man boobs. This one, I don't know. It's got a Brock Lesnar shoulders too.
Right? Yeah,
Really-
he's a
I
little
really like it. It looks
bulkier.
cool. Yeah.
Yes, I used that
I was
40th
swapping out
He-Man
armor and stuff. I was
for,
like, dude, that's a whole new butt.
for a few customs there, and I had to heat stretch some of the armors to just fit it around him.
What's up, Kenzo?
What's
Oh,
Kenny
what
is
a what a
joined.
surprise! Hello, Kenzo, sir.
Hello.
We've had a bit of a waiting list tonight for jumping in.
Well,
So-
and I did the same thing I did last week. I actually broke off and went to Walmart, got all my shopping done, came back, and then so it
Well, it
worked out
works
good.
though, right?
Yeah,
There
it
you
worked
go.
out perfect.
Oh, yes.
Plus, we can keep you company while you're waltzing through Walmart.
Yeah, exactly. People are looking at me funny.
Like, God, what's this
Nothing
guy
kills the
listening
time like
about?
an good old shop.
It's probably not the phone, Kenny.
No, it's me. Trust, they always look at me funny. I did find that figure that I looked at the other day, and I left it, and I ended up getting it. That Mr. Perfect that had a Hulk Hogan
Oh,
card. I was like, all right, I'll get it because they left it, so I'll take it as a
misprint
sign.
right?
That was kind of cool.
So, did you see the supercharged glowiness of our headless horsemen, Kenny?
Dude. Yeah, no, there's
cool.
nothing like these little guys, is there?
I'm telling you. Which one do you have?
Oh.
I think yours is similar to mine.
Mine's battery. It's a gear light. This one is like super powerful. Like this is the best one. I have a couple other ones.
I'm seeing
have
stars.
that has like a retractable, like where you can zoom in and out.
No, that's neat.
My.
But it's not as
hey,
strong.
mine's got that too.
This one has a lot more strength to it, so I usually use this one. But
Yeah,
for
I didn't
me,
even realize that.
Yes, I'm just getting my vision back now, sir.
sorry about that. But for me, with these, it actually I use it for double usage, because when I print, if I need to connect something, I will actually get the resin and I'll paint it on, and then I'll hit it with the light, and it'll connect.
Oh yes, the
So I
UV
use
lights
it like
are good
glue.
for setting the resin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're doing the UV resin glue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I just take the stuff out of my printer, and then
Okay, I got it.
just
Okay,
paint
yeah,
it
yeah,
on.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
I get you doing. I got it. I figured it out. Took me a second.
Yeah.
Caleb's asking thoughts on NECA movie turtles. Well, which ones?
Exactly.
I had the first ones that came out, but the smaller things, not the big giant ones.
Right,
I
right.
did
The
get
normal
those ones with the armor, the
samurai ones.
Yeah, I got 2 of those.
Oh, yeah.
I got those 2 packs at Wally World.
I've seen them, but like, I mean, the samurai ones I'm just not as interested in because I did not care for the third movie pretty much at
A lot
all.
of people didn't.
Well,
I didn't
here's
care
my-
for the
here's my
movie, but
thing
the
on
figures are cool.
Ninja Turtles. I probably won't get any but the ones that are the Turtles of Grayskull.
Oh,
those are going to be the only turtles that make it into my collection
I
because
still
I
haven't
don't have
opened
an
this one
affinity
yet.
for it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Still have not
I'll get the
opened it.
Leo, I'll get the
Leonardo
Donnie, I'll get a Shredder, I'll probably get Splinter, and I'll be done. I won't need all of them because I don't have that many of those kinds of figures. But I think it's great that they have 25 or 30 different companies running with a license for turtles. I mean, that gives a lot of variety.
There's
And
no
price
shortage. No shortage.
And price points. I mean, that's the other advantage. I mean, that IP is getting milked, but it's getting sold too.
Right? Like right now you can get Playmates, you can get the retro stuff in store retail, right? Like you get the old school Playmates. You can get the brand new stuff for the new movie that's out. Connor just had a very big, Ninja Turtles Christmas. And on top of that, if you like the Loyal Subjects Best Action, like there's those that are out too. And those, like, a lot of people give them crap for some of their sculpts, but the turtles I think actually look pretty decent, and their articulation's good, and it's like cheap, comparatively.
Yeah.
So like, it's really, really not too bad. We got a lot of variety right now for Ninja Turtles. So there's a little something for everybody.
Those retro figures. I know there's not articulation, but it looks just so much like the original toys we had. I'm like,
well, they are. Yeah.
They stand out to me. I'm like, I think I might start picking some.
Yes, I picked up a set of those for Bud there, so I'm going to find the gold to ship those vintage retro ones out to him soon.
Well, he said it, not me. I was being polite.
So smaller ones with the samurai armor. So talking about definitely the current movie turtles that are out right now.
I think he was talking about the off-brand ones.
He said NECA. Movie
NECA. Okay.
It was kind of hard.
Yeah, because if he was going with the whatever Rage Toys ones, they changed their name. They went from Fury to Rage Toys. Those are freaking awesome. Look at them.
Yeah. Those
they're just tiny. They're just tiny. I can't see them on my shelf.
Payne, did you get Junkyard yet?
No, I have it on order from Pulse. I'm not worried about getting it early.
Yeah.
I'll wait till January. I can hit my bank account then, and I'll be.
I think we're all just kind of like, hey,
yeah.
Can everything chill for the rest of the year? I mean, that's why I called tonight's stream like the final unboxing, right? Because tomorrow night I'm not worried about unboxing anything. If anybody else wants to, of course,
I still got
I'm never
plenty
going
of
to
stuff to unbox. You know me.
Well, if you want to jump in and hang out for New Year's tomorrow and unbox, you can.
There's a bit of a fight in there.
Walmart exclusive.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's a bit of an arcade package.
I figure I order enough from that place, so
They can get over it.
But reality is, I don't need a third Ryu in the first 5 figures.
Look.
They're gonna milk the hell out of that one. I'm just like, that's
You
not good.
don't need a no, sir.
How
I
many
don't.
He-Man
I have
did we
Evil
get in
Ryu and I
Origins?
have the regular Ryu. I don't need any more. I'm good. I'm good.
Heck, it took 2 of them before we even got the right freaking head sculpt.
Yes, I've got a He-Man. I've got a He-Man of every kind, you might say. Pop vinyl, loyal subjects.
That was one that I did almost pick up today too. Is somebody had the Dragon Blast, the Eternity of Dreams had Dragon Blaster Skeletor, and he was only like $5 more than basically like what he would have been in retail. Well, no, 15 because he was. They're selling like their figures at about a $10 markup from what you would find them in retail, which again, it's not bad for when you're going into a collectible toy store. And so it was like $15 for the deluxe, but again, still not really bad. And I almost picked them up, but it's like, no, not today. That's why all I did, I picked up the coin from Legion's video game because I missed out during the Kickstarter and wasn't able to pick these guys up. And Uncle Bob had like a whole bin full of them. So I'll be going back grabbing the rest too. But wanted the Noble Bear to start because favorite faction.
I just paid 10 extra bucks for a King Hiss from Big Bad Toy Stores marked up. It was like 10 more bucks than usual deluxe figure. I don't know why, but I mean,
they've been starting to do. Yeah, the ones they've been more than likely what they're doing is buying them at retail and then reselling them. So they're marking them up now because you're fine.
I've been wanting to second one forever.
They had the retro Snake Eyes carded for like $42.99. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Hey, if anybody has any extra of those, that's the one I'm missing from that set.
I ordered mine from Pulse.
King
I
Hiss
never
or
have
the
an
Snake
issue
Eyes?
when I order.
The Snake Eyes is the one I need.
Any of the exclusives, I will always pre-order from Pulse, and I never have an issue.
Yeah.
It's worth it just for that.
I just saw one of those Snake Eyes yesterday where that card was trashed.
Do what? Yeah, and the cards don't come in where they're all foo-fooed.
All warped up and what have you.
They're not put in a plastic mailer, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, it was at that Amazon
or a box smaller than the card's length.
Take care, Caleb.
Yeah, folding over.
Oh, good journey.
But K-Dog was asking how many of the Sweet 16 have they revealed in Street Fighter?
See, there's Blanca, there's Dhalsim, there's Bison, there's
pretty much all of them.
I think
most of Bison is coming.
Not all, but yeah.
E Honda, I think, is just about like the only one they haven't announced yet.
Yeah, they haven't shown E Honda or Zangief yet.
Yeah.
Which are going to be they showed Zangief.
Did they?
No, that's the Storm Collectibles one that you've seen.
Okay, that's probably
did
it.
You all when you were wee lads? Did you all go to the the corner dairy there and buy all the little Street Fighter caps there and trade them with your friends and what have you?
They didn't have those when I was a wee lad.
Oh, you never had those. Oh, yeah. So
well, Street Fighter wasn't around when you was
they were lining up.
Wasn't around when I was a wee lad.
Me and K-Dog are going to go along great, Oz, because he just said G.I. Joe hardcore guy who doesn't like Snake Eyes. I am right there with you, man. I am not a Snake Eyes fan.
Me neither.
I may own every version of him, and I feel bad about owning every version of him. But if it wasn't for the completionist in me, I would not own it.
Let's discuss. Let's discuss, Aaron. Who is your favorite G.I. Joe?
If I had to take probably Bazooka.
One of each. G.I. Joe, one Cobra, or one bad guy, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, Bazooka, and then for me, bad guy, let's see. Well, if it's going to be a bad guy, it's going to be Buzzer.
Right, it's with the Dreadnoks. See,
mainly because he's a psychologist and he's a chaos person.
Yeah.
For me, I can't go in on the Dreadnoks as a singular because I'm sorry, the whole team is just amazing. I love it.
It's gonna have the friends,
Singular bad guy for me has got to be Firefly.
Firefly is pretty badass for sure.
Yeah, and straight espionage.
I just like the chaos guys. They're fun.
Yeah. I can't blame you, man. Dreadnoks are definitely
Torch is my favorite. Torch is my favorite villain. Oh,
I'm sorry. Hands down, Dreadnoks are the most amazing part of Cobra. Period. They just are. But I like that they're not Cobra, right? They're just mercenaries hired by Cobra.
Yeah.
Like they'll
Yes,
screw
my
whoever
favorite so far out of all
over
the
they
ones
want.
I've got is a Spirit Iron Knife there. And he comes with freedom, his eagle. So yes, I
That's
like
one that I
there.
still need to get.
And,
Because first off, I want
hey
free.
guys, I suppose my favorite would be Serpentor there. He comes with his chariot and so forth. He has a snake there too.
Yeah. That's a good figure.
Yeah.
And
So
K-Dog, I have a recipe for that Zap with the stash. There's a Tony Stark head that is running around that has that 80s villain, pencil mustache. That's what I have on my. I have a custom Zap that I just did a kit bash for.
Yeah, that head looks good on that one you did, Aaron, for sure.
So it works perfectly.
Destro is another really good villain too. Like
He
honestly,
is.
I'm sorry, all the Cobras were really good. There's
The villains define the heroes. If you don't have good, compelling villains, you're not going to have good heroes.
Yeah.
right,
I suppose.
like the ones that I don't care for when it comes to the Cobras are, aside from like Crocmaster, right? Like I love Fiona. I don't care for Crocmaster. He just seems kind of lame. Although he looks cool. What organization called Cobra has a Croc trainer? Like
They have a pit around the Terrordrome, Oz.
that's
So they got to fill it with
true.
something.
They did. Okay.
I guess
They
it's
couldn't
better
find any
than
sharks. They
Big
couldn't find any
Boa,
sharks
right?
with laser beams on their heads, so they went with alligators and crocs.
Every
At
job's
least-
important, Oz. Every job is
Right.
important.
Well, that's why they got the Viper, the custodian of Cobra.
Exactly. The Vindo Viper.
I still want that figure.
I mean,
Where
they had
is he?
an ex-lawyer that dressed up like a bird and had a pet falcon called Falcon.
Exactly.
Or whatever his name was. Raptor.
And he'll be coming out in
Raptor.
classified version this next year.
Yep.
That's right. He
That's
is. I
with Big
forgot they
Boa.
announced him with Big Boa, which is great. I'm loving that they're going for like the more abstract kind of guys.
Give me the weirdos. Give me all
Right.
the weirdos.
Always.
Yes,
Give me these
one of my
weird-
favorites.
Now I need
one
a
of my
crystal
favorites there when I
ball
was
and a psych out, and I will be thrilled.
And a
And the
fridge.
sci-fi. Give me a sci-fi too,
Fridge.
because I
William
want weird.
Perry.
Oh yeah, the fridge. That's right. Forgot about the fridge.
The only problem with that, we got to get a likeness right for that.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
is why
and-
we may not see him.
That would be a legacy, right? Because isn't he dead?
Yes. But
He
his
probably
uh,
was
snake
one of
doesn't-
my favorites
we
when
look at
I
the
was a
legacy
wee
rights.
lad. My cousins had them though, but we used to play them when we'd visit the Star Brigade fellows. I hope we might get those out from the Hasbro's there soon.
See, the thing with Fridge though is it, again, like legacy rights, you also it takes into consideration of who currently gets like royalties or
yes,
anything
yeah.
like that from anything with his name on it. Like they've got to approve it, like whoever is like head of the estate and all. So that Orko is great.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, cool, the white. Got his magic
I was
on.
gonna say, clearly when you're a wizard, if you die, you come back to life, and then you're all white after that, and you're just way more powerful.
Yes. I sacrificed my life there many centuries ago and was wandering another plane of existence before I made myself, before I made my way to the great forge of the universe and retook my corporeal form there. That's
That's not
an enlightening
entirely true,
experience, indeed.
because Saruman was the white and he never died. He actually earned that rank.
That's true.
Ooh.
And then betrayed everything.
Yeah.
Because he was scared.
When did Saruman the Wise give way to madness?
So technically, if Obi-Wan ever came back, he'd be all white.
Oh, yes.
Space Wizard's still a wizard.
Well, technically, as a space wizard with his white hair, wasn't he always white?
Yeah, I was just gonna say
kinda
he
came
went
back
before he
before he
left.
Because
Well,
Gandalf
like, his
was
robes
gray,
were brown.
but Obi-Wan's was white when he died.
His hair was white, but his robes were still
But
brown.
what I'm saying is but
He's still wearing
Gandalf's
something.
even Gandalf's beard was gray when he
You
was
wouldn't
Gandalf.
want to wear all white in Tatooine
Yes,
anyway.
that's what they used to call me.
So it wasn't
Gandalf the
just
Grey. But I
it
am
wasn't
Gandalf
just
the
that.
White.
But if you look at it, when he comes back, his beard is white.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
he
So I'm
starts
saying
Crow.
Obi-Wan was already.
But see,
Yeah,
Gandalf's
yeah,
robes
fresh
also
one, too.
became all white when he came back, though.
Well, that's great. Anybody can change their clothes.
Yeah, but
Well,
you
A little
know,
harder to do.
Obi-Wan
Obi-Wan
died
needs to
fighting an apprentice. I mean, Gandalf died fighting a Balrog.
That's true.
And I
You know,
smelt
Obi-Wan
his ruin
sacrificed
upon
himself
the
so that Luke would
mountainside.
stay on
How
his
many
journey.
days do you fight him?
So it looks
Well,
like
it
a
was
few of us are slowly
it was a life
turning
age of
into
the earth,
wizards.
I'm trying.
I wish.
Every time I start getting gray hairs, those are the ones that fall out when I'm brushing it.
Oh, it's still a bit grey there, here and there. You know?
All right, guys. Well, I'm getting really sleepy, so I'm going to go ahead
All
and
right,
call it a
Joe.
night. Thanks for having me on. Super fun hanging out like usual. So
Thanks,
Good
Joe.
to
you
Always
guys
a
have a
pleasure.
good night.
Take care, Joe.
We'll
You
see
do the
ya.
same.
See you, brother.
Good night.
Yeah, it's hit that mark for me where I'm thinking I'm going to have to go mobile on this one.
So if you guys notice I've been popping in and out, turns out I have work tomorrow. So
Oh,
I'll be
no.
up for a while
Oh.
longer, but
Okay.
Well, I'm going to bed though.
Oh, well,
Yeah, it's
money's
about your
always good, I
time, Eric.
suppose.
It's usually my time, so I will see you all tomorrow night.
Night,
All
Aaron.
right, Aaron. Take care, brother.
Have a
We'll
good
see you
night.
tomorrow.
Good.
Yeah, all right. So,
That
Anybody want any
escalated.
gummy bears?
ooh, I always
Are they
like
the
gummy
special
bears.
kind?
I'll take plenty of gummy bears.
Oh, like Doctor Who
Special
jelly
gummies are
babies,
even
they?
better.
This is a Christmas present from my daughter. She knows I love the
Cost one this
Walmart
bad.
brand gummy bears. 5-pound bag. Can't beat it.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I
Last
used to
longer,
like
you
be
know.
a bit of a snob. Like I had to get the Haribos, but Walmart's are actually really good. Too.
I hate Haribo ones. The
Like
Walmart
a
ones are so
snob.
soft and chewy.
They've changed them recently. Like within the last like 10 years or so, it feels like they're a lot stiffer than they
Yeah,
used
the
to be. They
Haribos are
used to
really
be a lot
stiff.
soft. Yeah. But gummy bears are my favorite gummy snack.
What were you saying, Jake?
Oh. I just make fun of Oz not being a gummy bear snob, he said. Man, I've been keeping her close to me since I got that head sculpted and that face on her just came out so damn good.
yeah, she
Like,
looks good.
Even on
Wow.
camera, I don't think it looks as good as in person. I just trip out every time I look at her. It's so
I like
awesome.
how you got Mechanic hanging out there.
Yeah, I was gonna say Mechanic looks like he needs a little 4 hymns.
Right.
And Tila's not amused. She goes, "Oh no, you don't."
Do those pop on the Origins like whatchamacallit?
Yeah.
The tap group?
Well,
The
yes,
what?
you can. I noticed you can.
The
You
neck
can pull the stop off of
extension
the origin
piece?
heads.
Yeah, I showed it off in my
Should
video
work.
earlier too.
How come Mechanic's neck doesn't just extend anymore? Was this something? Was there a reason for
Oh,
that change?
Oh,
Too much work.
You mean like the
They're like
action
a
feature?
pop and swap.
Yeah.
They
Just
took away
the
all our
Origins
gimmicks,
don't
man.
really do the action features on them. It would take a lot more of redoing the buck and everything to. He would need his own.
They're
So
cheap.
Mattel
asses.
went cheap. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's
Yep.
like how the arms don't come out of mosquito leaves,
That's
so they
cool.
could keep
That's
his
really cool.
blood popping feature
Yeah,
going.
what's cool about it,
on
all
his
the-
extension?
put like 3 over here and leave 2 on him, or kind of.
Does it fit on his
Raven.
extension though, Jacob?
Oh, onto that. This thing.
I mean, I assume it would. It's the same like ball joint. But
Yeah. Yep. If
Okay.
you want that extra inch.
Mhm.
That's
Matters.
cool.
Yeah, so as I was thinking, it pops all apart. So I put like 2 on Origins and leave 3 on here if I wanted, and swap them all back and forth. I was like, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I was supposed to get mine. It was like both Mondo and my order for those. My order for those stopped off in Utah, and of course now holiday hits. So you got weekend, you got holiday. So now I won't get those till Tuesday.
Longer
Same
that's
thing
the
with
worst.
Mondo. Mondo got stuck in Denver, and now I gotta wait till Tuesday for Mondo because damn, the holiday and the weekend hit the wrong time.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe how fast this came for me. It was like 2 days, I think. Yeah. Not the next day. but the day
Mine was
after.
actually sitting at the shipping area for 2 days or 3 days before it even left. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, where are you at again, kids? Because I'm here in California too. So
Yeah, I'm Southern Colorado, man. So
okay.
that's
I
the
think
crazy
that-
part is like I always
well.
talk to Attorney and Royalty when we order stuff at the same time, up Mikey, and I always tell him, he said, "Oh, mine, you'll get yours first." I go, "There's no way," because even if it gets to my state first, it's got to hit Denver, process through there, then they ship it down I-25, and that takes another day or two. So it's kind of weird. I'm in like a sinkhole for shipping,
And now again,
but I won't
Starting with,
complain because Eldor, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting on one item that's been delayed by all these holidays. So
Yeah, you got stuff sitting there for years, man.
Yeah, I sent Eldor a Moss Man, and it took 96 days to get from New York to him.
that was on the that was including the second try.
Yeah.
First try it went loops and then went straight back to old Axion there.
Wow.
The slipper hounds must have caught scent of the pie smell, maybe.
Ridiculous.
Danos, you see that her armor comes off of her too?
Yeah, I noticed that when you were showing it off. That's cool.
Okay, yeah, because before I even did that, Allison was asking me, she's like, "Oh, see if the armor comes off." I was like, "The armor's not going to come off. They're always sculpted on." And then when I opened it up, I was like, "Holy crap, it comes off!" So a lot of customs could do with her too, I guess.
Is that the Zoar Tila that they're using for the Kinzer might know for the Adora custom there to get the shoulder pads?
You're
Was
talking
it the
about the one I
figure you
made, or
used,
what are you
or-
talking about?
Your custom Adora there. How did you get the shoulder pads? Is that off the the 2000X Tealer or the Snake Tealer or something?
The Adora I made with Sorceress.
Oh,
Yeah, I just made Sorceress. I took her wings off. I sanded it down and put some putty in there, closed off the little holes there, and then I sanded off her little wing or her little feather pieces that are in the front, that little blue.
Oh, yeah.
So I just went straight. The body is all Sorceress, and then the head was a 3D print on that one.
All right, I see.
Came out really good.
Yeah, actually, it was that print, that file was really nice, man. It looked just like her. The paint was tough.
I see
Doing the
old.
eyes.
I see old Extendar is going to be another one that's keeping sort of a play feature there. I believe his torso is going to keep the extension, poppy piece, but all the other bits and bobs you'll have to, separately place.
Oh
But
yeah,
I suppose
the
people
Extendar,
will be
yeah.
getting a good view of him to make his longer extensions there.
Well, and if that crane comes out earlier, then it's probably going to be kind of a similar setup, right? That
Yeah,
turtles,
he's got the
turtles
removable
with gray skull one.
centerpiece.
Yeah.
I'm surprised those haven't gone up for pre-order anywhere yet, because people already have them in hand and stuff.
We're
Yeah,
still
the
waiting on
first.
all snouts out there.
Oz was saying it was the first. He was talking about the dude in Canada. They were saying that Street Date was the first of the year.
Yeah, but you would think they'd be up by now if that's
Yeah.
the street date. Like,
Well, yeah, because I got a box of
That's
those
true.
marked the first, but that's the
Yeah.
first wave.
so I wonder what's
I went
going on
eBay
with that.
hunting.
I did see on eBay they have some of them for pre-order, but
Yeah,
it doesn't really have a date. But so
yeah.
They're probably all stuck on the shipping crates right at the back there.
Yeah. If it's pre-order on eBay, I'll just wait.
oh yeah,
The only
No,
reason I'll go to eBay is if I can get it.
I think the
Yeah.
price is kind of crazy too. I was like, I mean, pay a markup anyways, but not like that.
Yeah, why anybody would want to pre-order on eBay is beyond me. I have
Oh,
no
Yeah,
idea.
no sense. The only one I ended up doing, and I screwed myself on that one, and it was, I admit I did kind of go down that dirty road of flipping, but I did that to my Mondo Battle Cat. When I saw what people were asking, I said, okay, I jumped on board, and I sold it before I got it. But of course, the pre-order was already over. That's the one reason I was able to do that. But I made a little bit of money on it, so.
Yeah, the He-Man too. He comes with that other armor, and man,
Mhm.
I'm not real happy with the chin on this one still, but the body and everything just looks so good with this armor on it as well.
Yeah, I like the weathering on it, dude. I watched your video; it was good, man. Yeah,
It's a
that was some
perfect,
cool stuff.
perfect shape to it. And like I said, those that collar, like the Brock Lesnar up here at the top. He just
Yeah, I got some
looks
traps.
so good.
Yeah, that's all
That's
right.
cool.
Just that head, I can't. And my girl on
And,
brown.
and
the more I
Tricops,
look at it-
Tricops there I thought was interesting with the separate
They've
head.
done worse. So
Oh yeah, oh yeah. The
They
other
have
ones
done
are
worse.
Yeah, yeah. That Triclops is pretty dope too.
So you
Oh,
had
sure.
the scaly head I see in the more technical looking one.
Yeah, they had this one. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's cool that they threw it in, but
I like the eyes on his better than the first one. Definitely, the eyes are bigger.
oh
and
yeah, yeah.
more
Because
detailed.
especially like I said too, that red angry eye. That's always like my favorite.
I think
And,
he
and
looks
even
better
when
than
you
the
even
first
when you
one.
pop that bit off there, the detail underneath looked rather good.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that was
that's
actually really
too.
cool. Yeah,
Pop it off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think he looks better than the first one, but I don't think he's enough of a departure to like buy
that
another
looks cool too.
Triclops.
I kind of like the new Eternia Triclops a lot better than the first one.
yeah.
I just don't think it's enough of an improvement to buy a whole new figure. Like,
Yeah,
Well,
that's my opinion on him.
I never got the original one because I was kind of waiting for the new Eternia one.
Yeah,
Yes, I got the
And-
revelation on there.
I do like that they added in a couple of the extras from like the early mini comic version with like the sash and everything.
yeah.
well, his loincloth texture looks a lot better. The texture on the visor looks a lot better. Like,
Yeah.
there's a lot of nice little details on him.
I do kind of miss the orange for some reason, having the orange because I'm so used to Triclops being orange and green
Mm.
a little bit. Or should I call him
Yeah.
Trapjaw? If you see my video, this is Trapjaw.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I made a comment on there. I said I really like that trap jaw.
God damn, I did Trapjaw the day before. I did yesterday, and I edited some out too. I did a whole section and edited out like probably 5-10 minutes where I just kept calling him Trapjaw. I was like, holy crap! I was like, I've been calling him that for a freaking long time now. I was at that perfect spot where I was like,
Oh, I've done that plenty of times. So.
You had the shanks. Yeah.
That day I called him Manny Faces at 1.2. I was like, Jesus Christ, I'm freaking off.
We're experts, people. We're experts. We know what
I
we're
just had
talking
to
about.
bob my faces with some happy-
it's called
or,
old
happy
timers.
faces. I was like, I swear I know their names.
Yeah, speaking moistly, saying the new Eternia Masterverse are great figures. Beastman is still one of my all-time favorites. The new
Oh, yeah.
Eternia Beastman was just like
Oh yes,
that was their like pinnacle to me. Was like the varied looks and everything like
He
that. It
is
was
a beast.
really really good.
Huge.
And even that new Eternia Too Bad, that
Too Bad.
is
That
another
is big, huge
phenomenal
figure.
figure.
I
Yeah,
want
we
to
still need to
address
get the damn
Omri's
origins,
comment
man.
here. He says Walmart has placeholder pages on their website for the Ninja Turtles. They do, but they're already marked up from a third-party seller on Walmart.
I hate that.
And
stuff with Walmart.
if it's anything like the Moss Man, they're never going to have their version on there. It's always going to be the secondary.
No, it will be. You've got to hunt for it extra hard. Like, because
Yeah,
I could find the Moss Man, but like that guy that was selling it for like $60 was the only one that would show up when I searched for it.
Yeah,
And
that's what I'm
I
saying.
forget how I ended up doing it, but I did finally find their SKU for it that they used. But
Yeah.
that's how I did that online order that got, oh, we can't find your crap.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
But I mean, I never
remember-
saw it to where you could actually order it from Walmart. Like, you could do a pickup in store, which every time I did that, they wouldn't have them in the store.
Same.
But, it says we have 6 in stock or 8 in stock, and I'd drive all the way across 2 towns. And nope.
And see, you know what's funny about that too? Because like I went to the store that had it in stock. I showed up. They had the place on the shelf for it. They didn't have any out of the bag. I asked the person who was working in toys if they could go back and look for it. They were like, well, it's on the pallet or whatever like that. And I'm like, yeah, I know how it works. I used to work in the, unloading or whatever. Like you can go back there and you can take it off the pallet. It doesn't have to stay on the pallet until it gets pulled to the floor. That's not how this works.
One of the ones I went to, the guy's like, oh, yeah, wait right here. I'll come back. And I waited for like 20, 30 minutes. Then I went over to the electronics department, and he's like doing stuff over there. I'm like, thanks, man. Like,
wow.
Just don't tell me you're not going to look. I'm like, fine, I'll go about my business. But
Yeah.
don't waste my damn time. Like,
well,
yes, it reminds me of a friend over here. He had a trailer. What do you call it? The wee scoop off the old bulldozer fall on his foot, and it crushed his foot, you see. So he got this person to he tells him to go ring the ambulance. He went up to have his lunch. What? So he ended up driving himself all the way to the hospital and fainted short of getting in the front doors there. Oh
my God.
But yes, he crushed his foot completely. Oh, not good.
But they yeah, you know, she went in the back, like looked for all of 2 seconds and came out. I was like, yeah, I know you didn't do that. So I talked to Ziggy, my buddy, and I was like, hey man, so when I worked here, they didn't have the online order pickup in store option. That wasn't a thing back then. I was like, how does that work? Is it the same bitch that just went back there, or is it gonna be somebody else who goes back there and look for it? What they'll do, and he told me, he goes, what they'll do is they'll have somebody go into the department and look. And then if it's not found there, they actually have another group of people that specifically go into the back and pull it.
Oh.
So they went into the back. Now, mind you, when you do the online order, you pay for it. Like you pay for it with your card up front. You paid for this item. And it was like a 3-hour wait. So we went, we grabbed some lunch. I was actually talking to Carol for most of the time. And then we drove back to go pick it up, because it was like 15 minutes before it should have been ready, and they canceled it. They were like, oh, we can't find your item. And I was like, well, you know, you need to fix your inventory then, because you ain't got shit.
Yeah. Well, it's like the one I went to, and they said they had 8 of them. They're like, we can't find them. Like, you can't find 8 of them? Like,
That's a case full.
Yeah.
Like, 2 cases. 2 cases.
Oh,
2 cases? Yeah.
And you would see, you would think they'd be concerned about it, right? Like, you're missing that much product, like really? Like,
Well, it's not missing. They just don't want to take the time to look. That's all.
It's all theft. It's all theft. That's why. What was it that they were doing recently? It was like they were changing some policies and stuff up, because like all of their losses is due to theft, and it's like, no, you guys aren't losing that much money out of theft. You're just trying to sit there and cheat your employees out of some more stuff.
Yep.
And they go, oh, well, you know, we have all this new theft, new loss. And it's like, well, you know what? You know, big part of that is your self-checkout.
Self-checkouts, yep.
Go check all the returns there. Make
I
sure
heard in
there's
2024,
spots in the
Walmart's
package.
actually going to be doing less self-checkouts and bringing back regular registers.
Well, they should.
You mean they'll have regular registers with nobody there to check you out?
Well, that's what they'll do, right? But
because they don't want to hire the people to man them. I go on and on about all the shady practices that Walmart does.
At my Walmart now, I live in the Walmart I go to is in a small friggin' town, right? It's the only store except for one little local grocery store, and they have 2 sets of 4 or 2 sets of full checkouts, you know, or self-checkouts. There's probably like 6 or 8 of them in there. Then they have 4 like the ones that are self-checkouts with the belts, you know, and not just the little counters. And then they have maybe 10 regular registers that might have 2 or 3 people running those. But they have like 4 people standing at each self-checkout
thing. Making sure you're not stealing.
Yeah. Making sure
So
you're
maybe
scanning
they
all
would
your
not
items.
check
Go
your
fucking
bags,
work a
especially
register.
and then they have someone
Especially
check
at the
your receipts as you walk
supermarkets,
out too. So it's
Yeah.
like,
They'll check your bags also. Oh, can I check your bags there, sir? Oh,
You know, if they had
work
that
a
many
fucking
people
register, then you
actually
ain't gotta worry
working
about
the floor and in the departments, they'd probably get a lot less theft that way too.
Oh yeah, you can't find anybody on the hardline sign now after 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yep.
Dude, we sat there at the Lego aisle the other day with me and my son, pressing the little button to get behind the glass. And he's like, I want that box. It's open right there. He's like, I can tell there's something missing out of it already. And you pressing the button, press the button. We were there like 20 minutes. I went and found somebody. Said, hey, we've been pressing the button. Turned in like a half hour. So he finally came, opened it up, took it to the register. And this freaking cheery lady's like, oh, I can't sell that to you because it's open. And we have to send it off back to something. I'm like, are you kidding me? I was like, I've been sitting here for a half hour waiting for somebody to come. And she's like, no, I can't sell it to you, with a big smile on her face. I just wanted to slap her.
Yeah, you know, the practices at Walmart are so freaking crazy, right? So one of the big things that they'll always say is that they're overstaffed, right? But they're always hiring, but they're overstaffed. That's one of the common things that they always tell people, like, you know,
workers
oh, we're so
especially.
overstaffed.
Can't have overtime. Got to cut you down to 32 hours so you don't get
Right.
overtime.
Can't
Well, you
even
see,
get
if
close
it's
to
a
getting
toy,
40 hours.
if it's a toy over here and there's a bit missing, they'll just put the thing in there where the clearance toys are. They would send it back to this spot unless it's an electronic gizmo or something. But
Yeah, and they so when you leave Walmart, they don't pull you out of their system right away. So all the paperwork at the corporate office, like they retain all of the employees on file as working for Walmart, although you don't work for them anymore. They don't pull you out of the system. And then one of the reasons they'll do that is store managers get a big bonus at the end of the year for coming in under hours for budget, because they're budgeted so many hours for payroll.
They have an extra
And they
body
get
with
a
no hours.
big bonus because it's one of your biggest controllables.
Yep.
But then they'll operate the store on a skeleton crew for 90% of the year until like the big season in Christmas, where they'll put a couple more cashiers on and maybe a couple more floor associates on. But
And they learned a lot of secrets to working on skeleton crews during COVID, so that's even made it worse.
oh yeah. Oh, one of the funniest experiences of COVID was they closed down a Walmart, right? They closed down one of the Walmarts. You couldn't go in, and it wasn't just like you can't go in and shop kind of thing. They closed it down completely. And then they felt the need to say, oh, it's not a staffing issue due to COVID. Why did you feel the need to add that extra part? You could have just said you closed the Walmart. Like nobody would have said anything, but like they closed for a week, and then it was not due to COVID and a staffing issue. Like they made this extra big thing to say that. Like, I have a feeling somebody got COVID that worked there and came into work and infected everybody.
Yep.
But you felt the need to say that that didn't happen.
Which is stupid because usually it goes the other way around, like in the hospitals where everybody, even if they died of something else, they put COVID on it so they can get extra money. So it was weird that they say the actually opposite of what everybody else does, because everybody else is profiting off of that word,
Well, and see, here's the thing. Like, I could see, like, because this was like towards the earlier part of the pandemic too. Like, if they were worried about people not showing up, the store was closed and nobody could shop there anyway. So it's like the fear portion of that, of people not coming in and possibly getting COVID for whatever reason, if they were worried about that scaring business away. Like, no, people are already pretty scared shitless about it. So, like, just saying it would have been like, followed up with, we closed for COVID and now we're taking the proper responses to disinfect and clean the store. Like, say something like that, because that'll make me feel better. Like,
They didn't want people thinking like, oh, I got COVID from Walmart.
Yep.
Like,
That's what they didn't want. They didn't want someone to get COVID and then sue Walmart for infecting them. Because Walmart's
you know
all
what?
about getting sued.
they closed because they were out of toilet paper. No.
Of all the things that I could be worried about at a Walmart, COVID was least on my list. It was more like I'm worried about grabbing crabs off the toilet seat or something if I had to go piss.
Right.
You don't use it in a toilet at Walmart.
Listen, you sound like you live on a very complicated planet there, also.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we had a King Soopers in Colorado Springs closed for asbestos. It just shut down. They said they're closed, and they said till further notice, and I think it was another 8 months before they opened up again.
Jeez.
They had to just completely take it out, and they decided to open up again. That was just like last year. Still have asbestos in that shit. It's crazy.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Henrio. He says he actually did get COVID from Walmart when he worked there.
Is that a naughty
wait, we
and
got
nice?
some naughty or nice?
Yeah, I forgot
Wait a
I had
minute.
another thing in the box.
Thought I heard something rustling around.
Man, those look so good.
Yeah.
I got the one elf from them. That's really awesome.
I got some reindeer on the way for my father Christmas. Got Donner and Blitzen.
Only 3 of the reindeer at BBTS there. To see what they look like.
Are those gonna get made? Because they were not at their reservation number last time I checked.
Oh,
Oh no.
BBTS will usually put them out 2 or 3 times before they make that decision not to.
Okay.
So they're doing a bit of a heads pack with those as well.
Yeah, I ordered the heads pack and the Gorgon. I wanted to have like a little setup where like all the heads were mounted.
I like where your brain was thinking.
Cleaning his shotgun, you know.
So did you get the Gorgons for your Krampus? Your red Krampus now? That's a good call.
That Father Christmas that they released with those reindeers for pre-order looked pretty good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of stuff looked pretty good. I was hoping this guy would be in before Christmas, but I got my Father Christmas before Christmas, so one of them came.
Well, I got my figure obscure one late too. Aside from everybody
Yeah. Got the red, and I've got the classic Father Christmas look, and then I've got the green, the retail exclusive. I love both of those figures. I think they're great.
Hey, what'd you think about Radnom's display for his Father Christmas, Oz? Did you see it?
Oh man, just phenomenal. Well, considering he was building most of it while he was live with us last weekend.
It turned out great though, man.
Hello there.
Is that a gift for me, Thanos? Thank you.
Is it the old list there? Checking it twice.
That's what I'm going to use it for, is the naughty list.
Naughty list.
Gonna need a longer list.
It'd be a good few pages there, no doubt.
It's like rolls, right?
Especially in this community.
I could just add like a piece of paper coming down and like make it look like it's super long.
Roll down across the floor, not the door.
Yeah.
It's the true naughty list. See, I joke and say that's this community, but I gotta say, like, the people in this community are so incredibly amazing. Like, there's not a person on here I would say would be on the naughty list.
What you do, Thanos, is use that short one for the nice list and then make a really long one for the naughty list.
There you go.
That's a good idea.
Imperative.
Like the
nice hat.
Yeah.
I like the head sculpt on their Santa Claus for sure.
Oh yeah,
so reminiscent of the old Rankin
nice
and
dome
Bass
to him.
Santa.
Yeah,
looks a lot like me. Got them big cheeks.
I know. I think that roadblock figure was pretty accurate. Robot.
Yeah. Yeah.
So how'd you like that Gettysburg store? If you talked about it, I missed it. Did you like it?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's smaller than the regular Eternity of Dreams course, but it was nice layout. It's very spacious. You got plenty of room to walk. A lot of his inventory, like, because he's always got so much, right? Because he's always acquiring more and more. So like he has such a great bit there. I did do a short video for the guys where I was just like going over his Legions wall, because he's got his cosmic and he's got his mythic in there. He's got figure obscura in there. But I was shocked when we got to the end of that. He had AWOC in there too. And
Really?
We're talking like the retail prices. So I did almost pick up one or two of those today, but then it's like, again, no, it's the end of the year. Gonna cut all the spending and just, ride it out. There's always next year. And, right now things are still tight because of post-Christmas. Yeah. So I will be heading back at some point in time in the next year. And then heading over to Uncle Bob's. Like, that was great. Got to talk with Bob for quite a while.
You made me lunch there, sir.
Yeah, it's milk and cookies. I dropped the milk on my desk. I don't know where the hell it went.
That is awesome.
Don't go suing McDonald's there.
I'm not going to cry over it.
Yeah.
Don't come spill milk. I see.
It's just the way the cookie crumbles.
But it's really, really just, it was a fun store. Hanging out at Uncle Bob's was really fun too, because we got to talk to him for a long time. When we were at PowerCon, he was the guy who was sitting directly across from Helidope and Travis. Like, remember on that one corner there, Ed?
Yep.
That was his stuff sitting over there.
That was Uncle Bob's stuff?
Yeah, so I got to speak with him and talked with him for quite a while today. We had a good time, got some selfies. And he recommended a couple other toy shops up that way that we were thinking about trying to hit like right after we left his place today. but Corey was saying that he had to head back, and Ziggy and I we were feeling a little tired. So it was just kind of like, all right, you know what? Yeah, we'll start heading back because we also hadn't ate at that point, so we wanted to find some place to eat and start coming back, and that was good because being so extroverted and doing all that stuff, like that really zapped me out today. Like as soon as I got back, I ended up crashing out. Like Cobb had asked me if I could help him out with something while I was still on the road. By the time I got home, I completely forgot and just crashed out for a couple hours before getting set up. And then I was like, I was running around and doing a bunch of live stuff and, setting everything up. And then when I finally got done, I was like, do you still need help with that thing? I felt bad because, I couldn't take the call. But, again, as far as this community goes, there's always somebody you can reach out to. And fortunately, Chris over at Everything's Plastic was able to step up. And, that's one of those things that I love, man. Like, we're also willing to help each other out and just figure out what it is that we need to do.
So how easy is the head
What
pop?
was that store you went there
Thanos.
to? Oz, so they had all
Comes,
the
like,
buckets out
right
front
off.
and all the vintage
No,
He-Man.
I say that, but now it's
That was, we went to Eternia Dreams today.
so that was a store.
Yeah, they opened up a new location in Gettysburg. It opened up in November. And Corey had mentioned, because he lives close. He lives in Maryland here. About trying to head up and go meet some of our friends like Lee's Customs. We're trying to meet up, see if we can meet up with Mr. Home Arcade and check them out. Unfortunately, Mr. Home Arcade and Lee's Customs were not able to make it today, but we still went up and did the recording. And then we were trying to check and see if Jesse and Sean wanted to meet us over at Uncle Bob's because it's not too far from them. But Jesse wasn't feeling too good today, and Sean was spending some much needed family time, which is always a bonus because, no matter what, family always first.
Because I remember I think it was you that picked up this He-Man toy. It was like a gun or a blaster or something, and you had a bit that hooked up on top. Because I saw one for sale here in the markets, original packaging and all the bits and bobs there. That reminds me of the one that I think Oz picked up out of the buckets there. The bins out front. It was like one of those old He-Man vehicles that looked like a blaster you held, and you put the thing clicked on top or something.
Yeah, that is the what is it called? The Blaster Hawk. That was one of the old vintage ones. That was at Lost in Time Toys. That was further south in Maryland. That was closer to DC.
I saw that there last night, and it reminded me of that part of your video there. And he was wanting 150 Turnian for it.
See, that was the funny part because
the box looked good and everything.
Well, if it's still got the box and everything, that explains it. That was actually sitting in a bin, and I'm kind of like kicking myself now for not having grabbed it while we were there. That was a $3 bin.
Oh my
Everything in that bin was $3.
You should have grabbed
it. And again, money was tight because it was around Christmas. That's why I couldn't buy stuff for myself. I had to, I was thinking about buying.
I would have went over to the Salvation Army guy and just put my hand in there and went and paid for it. No.
Got some Sticky Bandit action going.
Yeah, Sticky Bandit. There you go.
We got our new name. We're the Sticky Bandits.
And that was the other funny thing about that too, was like I put it together and then I put it back in the bin. So somebody else is going to go there and grab the whole thing for $3. But I think he had both parts sitting in there separate because it was $3 a piece.
Yeah. Damn.
But either way, though, like I'm kind of kicking myself for not doing that now. They also had a rat lore there. Was it rat lore at that location? No, I don't think it was rat lore at that location. No, it was. It was, and he was marked down too, like 50%, and I didn't grab him. I should have. But that would have been more for Skelly, though. I should have grabbed that for Skelly. Money was super tight. I couldn't grab anything really. It was just fun going out and looking and seeing what they got, and then it's like you have to come back in another time. The sale probably won't be going on then, though.
Yeah. How close are you to those places, Oz?
They're each over an hour away. Like where most of the stuff that we can drive to is like 20 minutes here, 20 minutes there. Because of being in a dense city, like those those kinds of toy shops, you gotta drive to. The only one that's really close here is Random Treasures, and they keep pretty good stock, but it's a smaller store, so they also don't have as much.
Random Treasures where you went with Lawrence, right?
Right. But they got some good stuff in there. Like they got a lot of good vintage, as well as they got a lot, decent bit of the newer stuff. I wish they would start carrying the Mythic Legions and all, because they're like 20 minutes down the road. I'd love to go there. That's good articulation.
Yeah, it's not bad. But he's like super solid. Like he's really
considering that he's a bigger, bulkier kind of guy. Like that's good articulation.
Jumping Jack Frost.
Yeah, so there was one figure that was rather hot commodity over in my parts. Everybody was, hunting the stores down for it. Was the Legacy Cosmos from the Transformers there. And anyway, lo and behold, a fellow gave a bit of a heads up in our collectors group here on Facebook. And he said, oh, there's one left in the Kmart in Invercargill there. I was like, oh, my sister lives there. I wonder if she could quickly get in there and get it in for me. And she's about a stone's throw from town, more or less. And yes, so she was able to get that for me. So he was a hard one to find over here, and I believe over in the old US too.
Actually, there was a bunch of him at the local DD's before Christmas.
Oh, I see.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Man, I went on a run the day DD's, and then I hit up like 4 Rosses after Christmas. I probably should have went before, but I see anybody hitting up all these Rosses. Went all over the place, just checking out stuff. A couple of those
Christmas cleared the local DD's out. Like there was nothing there when I went there.
I mean, my DD's never had crap anyways, and it was like really freaking run down.
Yeah, it's funny. I went to the Ross by me. Like everybody else is getting such great deals and everything, and the only thing that I could manage to get was Tomax. Couldn't even get Zamo.
Some nice green armor.
I did the reverse color for the armor. I figure it just makes
I like
it.
it.
Up a bit.
Yeah, it's cool.
I like it because it's green. Period. That's just me.
Yeah, I like green. It's cute.
Yeah, I just stepped away when you pulled that out. That looked awesome. I like that.
Oh,
Now we got to get you some of the glow in the dark stuff added in there.
Yeah, that was
That's a rather good color there.
Came out good.
I like that. Yeah. Yeah, I picked up a few little like those D&D characters, $5 or $4.99, $5.
Mm-hmm.
Just little.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they're small compared to everything. They're like little kids, but I was like $5. They're decent enough.
Well, you know what? Just use those accessories with like Masterburst or something.
That's what I said to myself too. Just like the cape and the bags and helmet and magic wand and axe and everything. I was like, $10, can't really beat it.
I wish they would do more of the creatures. Like they put a couple out for the movie, and they're just like, we're done. It's like,
well, sadly, I mean, for us, that D&D stuff is really cool, but for like younger generations, they don't know. I don't want to say that they don't know as much, but it's not as relevant, right? Like
yes, we never got any of the big creatures over here, just the small ones that transformed, and the dice.
The movie ain't good. I never even watched the movie or anything.
I've heard good things. I haven't actually watched it. I've seen bits and pieces because I showed it when I was at the nursing home, but I was doing work while it was on.
I know poor her. What's her name? Michelle Rodriguez. Isn't that who played her? That face sculpt's horrible.
Oh God!
That poor.
Well, she's not looking happy there.
The head is glued on, like it sticks out farther than the hairline does. It's horrible.
It's weird.
Like she needed a helmet too.
The creatures are really cool. I think they're a little overpriced, and I don't think them being in the cardboard box only really helped them sell. But I mean, when I was a kid, I would have loved creatures like that. Yeah.
Heck yeah, man! I should have grabbed that owlbear before Christmas when it was like $14.99. I didn't grab it.
Yeah, I should have grabbed the dragon.
I would have liked the dragons there, but we never got those over here.
Yeah, the dragon I really wanted too, but I could never find it.
Yeah, I saw it once, but it was at full price. And,
yeah.
For it.
It's like for a line that I'm not actively collecting, I never really want to pay that full price for it, sadly.
But the Beholder I paid full price for, but I think he was worth it. I really, really liked that toy. And then the gelatinous cube I got at a discount, and that was a super fun toy. The
Well, it
owlbear
came
I
with a
got
lot of
was-
cool accessories too.
Yeah. But I liked all those creatures. I think there's another one. They did like the Displacer Beast, but I've never seen that one.
That
Anywhere.
was Rose.
Oh,
No,
yes.
I never saw that
The
one.
big tail-like appendages coming off.
Yeah.
I did see it at PowerCon,
Yeah,
but
we
somebody
know.
had it like marked up. It was like $60-$70. And it's like that thing was like 25. Wasn't quite the 35 or 40 that the dragon was. But that was still a really good price.
If they put a little bit more work into making those look like they could fit in with like the higher quality brands, I think they would do good. Because like look at like the D20 Wolves and the Griffins and stuff. Like people are paying $1 for that stuff. Hasbro could put a little bit more work in, and people be like, "I want that."
Yeah, like I need that to go with this line or that line.
Well, like the Todd McFarlane Seahorse. Like nobody gives a shit about
Right?
it. But
Nobody
that's
wants that fucking
nice.
Aquaman. Everybody wants that seahorse.
Yeah,
but
Everybody's like,
that dragon that Hasbro made was too skinny, right? It looked like it was made so it fit in a skinny box.
it
they
didn't
ac-
have
like I said, if they actually
articulation really
took it-
either.
Yeah, if they actually took and did some real design with it, people would buy it just because it would be fucking cool. No
Right?
matter what line they collected, but they don't.
I mean, look at the prices of stuff like Cyberzoic and everything like that too. Again, like
Yeah,
it
people
might
would pay
not
for it if it's decent for sure. That's not the
right
price isn't an issue.
if they see that value there. But when I see a non-articulated dragon, like the wings kind of flap and all like that, but like there was nothing else to that dragon. There was really nothing to it. Much rather wait until somebody's putting out a dragon that'll have decent articulation and is good mold, like Cyberzoic putting out their dragons and being like, I'll pick up one of these instead.
Who are the ones doing that Griffin? Who was that outfit?
It's the D20.
Yes. Speaking moistly, the black dragon that Hasbro put out with Dungeons and Dragons.
And who's putting out that?
Oh, and speaking
Gandalf?
moistly,
It's
I
not
saw that
Gandalf
other
from
one.
Balrog.
Oh, I was just going to answer his question about it. That was Rosie Perez in White Men Can't Jump.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's what I put in there.
Head gotcha. Action gotcha.
What were you talking about, Cobb?
It's like Gandalf and the Balrog, but it's just called the Wizard and the Fire Demon or something, like some
I haven't
off
seen
name.
it.
I haven't seen that.
No, it looks really. The Gandalf looks really cool. And I think there's like two different heads. One looks like it has like almost real hair for mustache. Yeah, what
It's probably some company name that's owned by one of the people that sell on 5K Toys that has 16 different names, like Muff Toys and then Fury.
Well,
and
you
Fury
gotta.
It looked really cool though. I was like, because that other Gandalf just came out not that long ago with I forget who it was, and I didn't really care for it. But this one looked really good. But it's not
Where
called
did you
Gandalf
see it?
though. It's just called the Wizard and the like Fire Demon or something.
Right.
It's cool.
Well, because you gotta get around that because you can't put out officially
Right, the
licensed.
licenses.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's just like our friend.
It's like the Marshall.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Marshall.
It's yeah, our friend who's toys. Yeah.
Like the not Megatron that or the Megatron model, not Megatron action figure that Brick was showing off earlier.
Like not COVID.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not COVID.
Well, that one figure company put out Rorschach, and they called him like the Ink Spot or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Seahorse's whereabouts are still undisclosed at this time. Still currently in witness protection. The seahorse did get quite violated. Though.
Yeah.
We didn't see it on screen, but we heard it.
Yeah, 5K Toys. Ed called it, I think.
Okay.
By let's see, who is it? Hellcat? Here by Hellcat.
Hellcat and Grey Wizard.
Okay.
How much
Grey
is it on
Wizard versus
5K?
Demon. Yeah,
156.
that one picture, man. He looks like he's got real fur. I
Oh,
mean,
that
real,
looks- yeah.
real hair.
Real
That
fur.
does look good.
All that real fur.
That
Yeah, I
does
hadn't
look
seen
good.
this. That's cool.
Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, he
Mr.
looks
Card
pretty
Gandalf.
dope. Man,
So it's
yeah.
150 for the pair or 150 for each piece?
I didn't even look because I was like, I don't
I
want
think
to
it was
know.
150 for the.
150 a piece.
Is it?
Man, yeah, him with his smoking his pipe right there looks so good.
Well, yes, the old good old hobbit weed there.
That face.
Yeah, a
and
little bit of
everything.
2E.
Yeah. And the Balrog, man, he looks freaking sick.
The finest weed in the South Farm.
Has a bit of a bite to it, you know.
Is it a set, Cobb, or
You can buy
I
them
didn't even
individual.
look into it. I just saw it.
You get them individual. They're coming
Cobb,
out.
you can't be bringing cool shit up without being investigated first. Come on.
I'm
Yeah,
afraid
one
to
job.
because I'm like, once I start window shopping, it goes farther than that. Oh, find it. Kayla's commented on it, of course. She wants to know how long it's available for pre-order.
Yeah, of course, Kayla was all over that.
Yep.
Mhm.
All us Rings fans, Rings nerds.
that's cool? I hadn't seen that at all.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just
I
saw it
hadn't seen that
earlier
either.
today, and I was like, damn.
Well, a lot of times, like the Lord of the Rings, like a lot of their figures aren't very good. Like,
Yeah, that's what I said. That Gandalf.
It depends on who makes them.
Yeah. Some of the Diamond Select ones looked all right, but some of them weren't great.
Yeah, that's what
But-
the Diamond Select. Yeah.
yeah, but the Diamond Select, I don't know like you get the Gollum and he's as tall as your other
Yeah,
action
that's- yeah,
figures,
they
and it's
don't-
like
yeah.
it just doesn't work.
Right. They don't scale properly with
Toy Biz did a good
sub-figs.
job with their smaller figures for the Lord of the Rings, but they were still not that great. I mean, they were
Well, and they're older, so
yeah,
they're
Toy Biz.
yeah.
I usually check 5K Toys like once a week because they're always putting cool stuff out, but I haven't had any money, so I've been avoiding window shopping so I don't spend money.
Yeah, I'm over here looking at it now, like trying to figure this out.
Gonna go Gollum.
3 different versions. That's cool,
This
but
one,
way too big.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But he's
Which
cool.
one is that, Cobb?
I don't know. I got this back in the day when the movies came out. It's just
Oh, that is that the one that has the bass that sings?
yeah. I think.
Yeah, I had that one too. It
Yeah.
came with a fish.
Yeah, I lost the fish when I moved.
Yeah.
I was like, damn it.
I lost the whole thing when I moved somewhere. I don't know what happened to it. It was a pretty cool set though.
Funniest
He
little
sings his
loincloth.
fish song.
Little loincloth to the side back here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's hanging out.
Little Gollum ass for you.
Uh-huh. But yeah, those eyes and everything on him, he was freaking dope. I had to have
Yeah,
him.
that Gollum was a nice sculpt.
Oh yeah. And those two faces are just
Yep.
Smeagol and Gollum were so good on that.
Yep.
Okay, so the Balrog is a statue.
Okay.
Ah.
But it's 150 each piece. Yeah.
No, when I Google searched it, it said 150, but then when I clicked on it, it was like some site I'd never seen before. So I went and looked it up on 5K. I'm trying to figure out because there's like 3 different versions.
Yeah, that's
So I
what I
guess
just
you
thought
can-
too. It's that version A, B, and C.
Yeah. So I guess A is just the wizard, B is the wizard and demon,
Yeah,
and
5K Toys doesn't really put their stuff out very well.
and then for it's a $40 deposit. It's basically 190 if you want like the full setup.
Okay.
So I don't know.
It does
who,
look good though.
No
Like,
not
Gandalf
bad
just
for
by itself,
that.
though, huh?
yeah.
I don't know who released these figures. It might be Toy Biz. I don't know. I couldn't see the.
Yeah, I
couldn't
think
see
that was the
company,
Toy Biz
but,
from like the
but the
movie.
Gandalf, I thought, was done a lot better than Thorin Oakenshield. I had to a custom paint his face there to make him look like Thorin Oakenshield, you might say.
Yeah. Did
But,
Toy Biz
they-
do
they-
the
But they
Hobbit
took the
movies
time
too?
to do Gandalf
I think
pretty
so.
well, I thought. You shall not pass.
I had the whole collection of Toy Biz, Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I had
figures.
the old ones, that came out. I
The
had all
weapons
those.
are a bit
All I got left
brittle,
is
though. You got to be
Treebeard.
careful putting them into the hands because I broke the pommel off Thorin Oakenshield's dwarven sword or elven sword, I think, rather.
Oh, man. So Thanos, there's no Gandalf just by himself, though, huh?
I think so. I think you just buy the Gandalf.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
okay.
probably have to figure it out with the 5K Toys because, like Thanos was saying, set A, B, and C, and you can never tell which one is which because they had some other set out that was like that, and it was like A was one figure, B was another figure, then C was both of them together, and it was like not
Man.
clearly spelled out on 5K Toys.
It says 112 size too. I was like, that's just a size of everything I got. But man,
Yep.
I don't want to spend that much.
That looks nice though with that fake hair and the beard. That's really nice.
Yeah, he looks freaking amazing, man. That's why I was kind of afraid to look at it earlier. I was thinking it's gonna be expensive, and I know myself. It's probably better if I don't even look at it.
Oh, you got a golem there, I see.
Oh yeah, did you miss Eldor?
Is that a little statue there, or what does he do? Is he articulated, or?
He's articulated. There's a little movement here and there. Pretty much sat on this perch and had a fish that he
He's a
held.
decent sized figure there, I think.
Yeah, he's like 18 inches tall or 12 inches tall, something like that. When it's
He
fully.
is so dusty and freaking
Yeah.
dog hair and stuff on him.
It
The
looks
base
precious
had
indeed.
the base sings his fish song about how he likes to eat raw fish. and all
Yeah,
that.
so juicy, sweet.
He likes he likes some raw and wriggling, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks. Well, I guess.
Okay, Cowabunga dude says set A is a plastic head, set B is
The
That's
rooted
what I was
hair,
thinking.
and set
and
C is with the
C
demon.
is
Yeah,
with the
That's
demon.
exactly
Okay.
what I was thinking. It probably was something just like that.
Okay. Thanks, Cowabunga.
yeah, because I guess they're counting the
wonder.
demon as like the diorama stand piece. So it was throwing me off because it
I
didn't.
mean, that'd be
say
cool to
what
have
the
them
version
both
was.
fighting each other, but I'd be happy with them with just his hat and the pipe sitting on my shelf.
Yeah.
That's dope too, Kenzo.
Yeah, I could do it. I would probably get just the rooted hair version and be done with it.
Yeah,
I'd be fine with that.
that's what I was looking at. I was like, he looks freaking so good. Oh man.
So full price for deluxe version is 109 plus shipping with a 22 deposit. 109.99, so 110. It looks good though.
For less than $110, you can have a rooted hair Gandalf.
Well, you have to pay tax and shipping, so
Well, maybe Kayla will get one. I'll just live through hers, see hers.
Yeah, right.
I still want the like the old Hobbit movies to have like figures made from them.
Yeah, like the
the
ones they used to
cartoon.
have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Don't
yeah,
forget,
but I
we
mean,
need
like with like
when
the
they do
newer,
that.
the newer stuff. I
Yeah.
did see on I think it was Memory Toys Instagram. They had like a little like Murky, like the little like Murloc figure.
I swear that I've seen
Not
something
from
too
Lord of the
recently.
Rings, but from Warcraft. There's too much cool stuff. Like, it's hard to keep track of all of it.
Yes, if they do the original figures here, they should bring out a figure of Leonard Nimoy singing the Hobbit song there.
Yeah, right. That Rankin and
Gotta
Bass
have that.
cartoon, man. When they did the Hobbit, the original one, I saw
Yeah.
that, and then I became like hooked instantly. I read all the Lord of the Rings books, the Hobbit book, everything I could get my hands on at that point.
Oh, I just got this for Christmas. Oh, you gotta hang it up somewhere.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
that's cool.
Posters. and
Oh, dear.
freaking-
Is it a poster or one of those fat heads?
No, it's actually like handmade. It's all wrapped around and then staple iron is kind of like a
Oh, so it's kind of like a canvas sort of type.
yeah. But then they
That's awesome.
got
Unbig
a
it.
napkin ring and painted gold and glued it on here, and then it started to write my precious, but then it peeled off. So they said you just got to redo the my precious. I was like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that's
Got
cool.
my spot to hang that up. It's like wrinkly.
This
So
is
there you go. There's a song there. Oh, Bilbo Baggins.
What's up, Maddie?
Right?
Maddie's one of the guys I was hanging out in Beavertown, Pennsylvania with a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
Yeah. Earlier he'd popped in and said he was just on the road listening to us.
Yeah. Maddie's a
God,
good
who
guy.
would do that? Who would listen
On
to
the
us?
road again.
Talking bitch about toys all day.
We're not bitching about the toys. We're bitching about how we don't have the money for the toys.
Ain't it
Or
the
that
truth?
Walmart sucks at getting them on the shelves or finding
Yeah.
them when they're in stock.
Yeah, toy companies that are losing money right now, it's because unfortunately we can't really find the toys when we go out to the stores.
Let alone being able to afford them. What?
Oh man, wish I was where it was snowing out right now.
Yeah, it's been snowing on and off here all day. Nothing heavy though.
Oh, no,
Nothing
no,
for
we had
us.
no
I mean,
snow out
you
here
know,
recent, just
it closed
rain
down
and
Hey.
Virginia, but for us, it's just another, afternoon.
Right. I wish we were getting some good snow. Like around here in Maryland, like God, a couple days or just a couple days ago, all it
Oh,
was
there it
doing
is.
pure rain. We got going on here. Appreciate it.
Last
Now we
year,
got
had
snow.
little bit of snow here in
Oh.
California where I'm at.
Got some
Look at
snow
how
in
pretty those
2023.
snowflakes are. Each one's unique.
It's many years ago we used to get decent snowfalls, but now it doesn't settle long. It just disappears on us. We used to get out there and build all the snowmen and get our sleds out and go on the old farm up on the hill there. But no, you can't do that now.
Yeah, Carol wants some snow.
Well, so some of the taller mountain peaks around where you get a little bit of a dusting for maybe a day or so. But,
We just gotta, gotta move further north. It's the only place that gets snow.
the sun's
Hey, we
getting
had
closer, maybe.
we had 55 degrees on Christmas, so that was
Right. Yeah. It's
Not
just
normal.
not gonna happen.
Gee whiz. Were you cooking the eggs on the footpath there?
I think it snowed here twice, and there were like freak occurrences that didn't last very long.
Yeah, I think last year was the only time I've ever seen snow here in California where I'm at. And it just was enough to kind of cover the trampoline in the backyard. It was like 2 minutes.
See, when you guys get further up towards Northern California or more towards like mountains, I'm sure you guys gotta have some
Oh, yeah,
snow.
we got
Oh yeah, there is like if you travel to it, but like I'm in the valley. Like I'm just
you're not gonna get anything.
I'm in the anus of California. Like
Oh dear.
The
right
anus.
down there. Yeah.
So, what have your guys' thoughts been? I know we showed them off a little bit here, the Delta 17. However, the big reviews just started going up yesterday.
Yes.
Everybody was posting them reviews. Like,
I haven't actually watched too many of the
I
reviews. I
watched,
saw
haven't either.
I watched Largo's quick little intro to the actual team. That was
he
awesome.
did an amazing job going through the bios, like introducing. If you guys have not seen it, Jim has put out an amazing video going over the bios for each of the
I'll check that
individual
out.
characters.
Yeah,
actually, that's one of the things as like a toy collector I wish we had as a good resource for like bios on like a bunch of different lines, like easy way to like get into stuff. Like Horseman has
how things
theirs.
start,
and-
right?
Huh?
Things start with a need, so there you go.
Yeah.
You'd be a millionaire, dude. You could do it. You could be the source for all things.
Hey, that's what the guy who does 3D Joes did. He started with Real American Hero because he wanted to have all the pictures and like each little figure set that what each figure came with and stuff. And now he's expanded to the original 60s Joe, the 70s Joe, Super Joe, and all the 3 3/4 inch Joe stuff. He has pictures and all that stuff.
Was it the Toy Habits I saw there showing off the figures? Or
Yeah,
Toy
there's been a lot
Habits
of
did a
sites
review?
that added out. Yeah.
Yep.
Look at
Toy
Pixel
Habits
Dan.
did the review.
I like the dude with the mohawk.
Rooster there.
Yeah,
well,
Rooster.
As a matter of fact, we had somebody do an epic unboxing last night. They even had Ken and Steve on for a little bit, and they've just shown up here. We got Mega J Retro in the house.
Good evening there, Mega J. Sir.
Happy New Year, guys.
Hey,
up,
brother,
Mega
good
J?
to see you.
Yes, it's our New Year celebrations tonight. So thank you, sir.
I was going to say, yeah, Eldor and Eternia, it is New Year.
Yeah.
How
How's
are you
everybody?
doing?
Celebrating with the Ozs there tomorrow.
That's right.
How we all doing?
Jay?
Dan? How's everybody?
We're doing
Good.
great. Jay, are you going to jump on tomorrow night and close us out right before midnight?
like
Yeah, I missed last year.
like kill the stream like we did last year.
Yeah. Well, why not? Let's
Take
make it a
it off
New
of the
Year's
bag,
tradition, right?
Oh, the New Year's tradition.
I've only heard the story.
That was so terrible. That was the worst thing ever.
It was
It
great.
was not
Like,
terrible. It was
it
one of the
was-
best moments
That was
in
pretty
all
awesome.
of
Oh my
streaming.
god, that was
Is that
so
still
embarrassing.
watchable?
Oh shit!
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
You could go back and watch it. You
You
just
should
got.
go back and check it out. I heard you guys
Okay.
talk about it a million times.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So if you go back to last year, the New Year's stream got broken up into 2 streams. At the
Oh my
time,
God.
it would have been my record for one solid stream because of how many hours we went. That was the first time we ever did that. Yeah, it was just right there at the end. And Jay was logging off,
New
saying
Year,
Happy New
yeah,
Year's to
yes.
everybody. And like 3 minutes before midnight, I'm scrambling to get a new stream.
I know it was crazy because I hit the end stream button, not thinking because I was like, good night, guys, and all of a sudden end stream. I'm like, oh my god, it was just so ridiculous.
Well,
It
this
was
is heavy.
great though, Jay.
Absolutely killer move. We planned the whole thing. It was crazy.
Yeah. It was just that good.
It was crazy. I just wanted to pop in and say Happy New Year to you guys. I'm gonna try and pop in tomorrow, but we'll see what happens.
Okay.
But I saw the link up, and I wanted to say hi to everybody here. Hope you guys had a wonderful 2023. Count it down tomorrow. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm gonna be with folks tomorrow, so I just wanted to pop in and say hi to you guys and wish you guys a Happy New Year. So,
Well, we appreciate it, Mega J. It was great to see you, brother.
Absolutely, guys.
Have a good night.
Okay.
Yes,
Should I hit
good
the end
journey.
screen button now, or no? I'm just gonna...
Yeah, why not?
It's top right corner, Jay. Make sure you hit it twice.
Good night, guys. We'll see you later. Okay.
Take care,
Later.
brother.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Okay. Hopefully
What
this
do you mean,
works.
sir?
Hopefully this works.
I was waiting for the
We're
ocean.
still here. Oh,
Right? He didn't say oh shit, so
No
no, it didn't
shit.
happen. That's the key phrasing, oh shit, and then we're off.
That was
Actually, maybe that should just be how we do the outros for the next year. Like on Toy Frenzy, how we do the mid sentence cutoffs for Clubhouse. It just could be oh shit.
Well,
I
last week
wonder if
it
it's
was
how these,
creamy shits. So I mean, oh shit,
Creamy
was-
shits.
Right.
I wonder if it's how these army fellows feel when they press the big red button to launch the missiles. Oh shit!
that's
Well,
bad.
one of the funniest things for Christmas this year was I did go around saying creamy shits. My aunt was like, "Don't say that at the party."
That's how I greeted my sister. She was like, "What the hell is that?" Then I showed her the picture. She was dying.
Yeah,
Or the video.
the video.
Yeah.
Creamy shits. I'm sorry. It was just hysterical. The first time I saw that video, I could not stop laughing. And
It
then I
got
was
even funnier at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning when we kept going on with it.
Yep. So my aunt on the door, we have metal doors, and she gets little magnets that cling to it. Hers say Happy Holiday, so I couldn't do it. And she was like, "I'm really glad mine says Happy Holiday because I have a feeling you would have made it say creamy shit." I was like, after that, I would have. You know it. For anybody who's wondering, there is this video out of this. It's like an elderly, she's like grandma or something like that, and her son, over their garage, it was supposed to say Merry Christmas, and he removed a bunch of the letters till it said creamy shit. So that's why instead of saying Merry Christmas, we're saying creamy shits last week. That's not a good thing.
Dr. Briscoe.
Yeah, I gotta say, if that's going on, man, you need to see somebody now.
Yes, something stuck in the works there.
Gumming up the works. Ooh. All right, so I was going to do something here, but I can't think of it now. There we go. No, I found it. It was taking me a while to find. First, I wanted to go ahead and send out a link, but I wanted to drop this off. If anybody wants to look at and see the amazing video that Jim did as far as the bios and the lore, I have posted the link in the chat. But I mean, you guys should already know Jim's channel. If you're not subscribed, go subscribe right now.
Yeah.
What are you waiting on?
Oh yeah, good channel.
But this is his Delta 17 team bios.
Get ready for briefing.
Messing around with that moss hole, that'll
Like
do it.
Sergeant Slaughter would say, "Attention."
Sergeant Slowdoor. Always mess up that name.
Yes, he's busy keeping the troops in line at the moment.
Indeed. So one thing I did realize that I can do now, if I could find it, is that McFarlane,
I hate to be on that naughty list.
Silent Night, holy shit.
Yep.
Or he might
Definitely
need to
gone.
he might need to
You
chop
will.
he might need to chop the old wood when coming down the chimney
Right.
there if he can't,
Oh,
It's
I'm
right
sorry.
into the fire.
Was this rocking horse too big for you?
Let's fix that.
That's right.
You know, like your socks, Bobby?
Make him rock the horse up there, I'm sure.
You unappreciative bastards.
That sword's like metal, so it's hard to actually like.
Oh,
He was weighing his whole hand down.
Yes, sir. And then that'll cut the Christmas cake, wouldn't it?
That's awesome.
Well, it's funny you mentioned about the socks too, because I actually did get some Skeletor and He-Man socks for Christmas. It's pretty cool.
Oh, yes.
I like
I
it.
was just curious yesterday on Amazon. I almost got some yesterday.
I know. Getting this
Oh,
really
you
old
heard?
Skeletor shirt.
Oh yeah,
Oh, that's cool.
You too.
Nice.
And, Beastman sweater.
Oh,
Nice.
I forgot I was wearing this.
You know what's sad? Well, it was cool, but it was kind of sad. My folks and my sister and my grip. I just got a check, I got cash, and I got a gift card. That's literally what I.
That's what my
Well, like,
Christmas.
Sometimes it's just
All right.
easier.
That's cool. My mom's like,
You
I
buy
just
what you
ordered in
like,
the
that's
spirit
right.
this year.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, that's fine.
I got this sweater in that picture. That was it.
My kid got hooked up, man. Big time.
That's good.
That's the important one.
But it's crazy. No toys, all electronics. We got
Aw.
I got him a freaking iPhone that's newer than mine. Because he's 10 now, and he's the only kid that doesn't have a phone.
Of course.
I got him a Switch game, and he follows this guy named Yub on YouTube, and it's just a gamer guy. He's like in his 30s or whatever, but he plays this game. So it's like a Guitar Hero or whatever, and it comes with like a little drum and these two little drumsticks, and you hit either on the inside or the outside of it.
Oh, he's
It
getting the
was
rhythm
just
there.
in heaven, man. And then a VR, whatever the Meta, whatever, something or other. Meta Quest.
Oculus or
Oculus, that's the one.
Yeah, they changed it to Meta Quest. It's the same thing. There's nothing different. They just changed it after the name change.
Facebook and evolving there by the sounds of it.
Yeah, it's the Zuckerberg special.
That's how he ropes you in like that game headset they had on Star Trek: The Next Generation that took over the Enterprise crew there. They're playing that game.
Speak of the devil.
Hey guys.
What's up, Jim?
Oh man, the Guatemalan gremlins have been hot and heavy tonight, so my internet's been kind of doing a roller coaster. But figured I'll pop in and say hi.
Well, hi.
See you there, sir.
Well, hello there.
Hello.
Been trying to listen and lurk, but it's been kind of in and out.
Fireworks going off yet?
We had a bunch at Christmas. Any excuse here: Christmas, feast day, Saints Day, fireworks pop out in Guatemala. So we'll get them hot.
Did they fix all the sinkholes opening up there, sir, in Guatemala? There's a big one there.
No, that is still an ongoing
You wouldn't want to
issue.
go walking into that, looking up at the fireworks.
No, you might end up falling into a hole and pop out in Eternia somewhere. You just don't know. But that's in Guatemala City. That's not near me. So.
Oh, I see. Right. Oh, you're safe then. Jolly good.
I hope so.
Happy in the boonies.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, just go out to the ruins, Largo. They've been standing for thousands of years, so you'll know you're safe there.
I know. It's like there was a perfectly good city there. Why would you build over here next to the volcanoes and sinkholes? It's like there's already a spot there. Just set it up.
Hey, look, there's infrastructure and foundations already kind of laid. Who would have thought repurposing?
Yeah. Well, it's funny because a lot of those were lost in deep jungle until recently, like with the last
ground penetrating
30
radar
years.
helped find it.
Yeah.
Which is really, really cool. Like, if you haven't seen that, they're discovering so much new stuff down in South America now due to ground penetrating radar. Because instead of using it just directly on the ground, they're flying it overhead with drones over the jungles, and they're actually able to find all of these lost ruins that they were just like
so many different ruins. It's crazy how many ruins are finding.
It's insane.
The trippy thing is finding all these places and seeing that everything is was in pretty good order. And it's like, where'd all the people go? There's no reason they left. It's a
Well,
mystery.
Giorgio told us.
I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens.
Maybe it's the old wars with the moon-eyed people, apparently. Maybe.
Let me do it the right way.
That's it. They're not missing. They just went home.
There we go.
They got
Let's
the hell
get
out of
back
there
to
before
full
they all
reaction.
showed up.
Saw that picture of
And
the
they
rock
built
where they're
ancient
sitting and looking
spaceships
up,
in
you
there.
know?
Try out the Christmas hat on a couple other figures.
Oh, yeah.
Did it just
Yeah,
come with the
old,
one hat, Thanos?
Yeah, I was gonna order the pack, but they were like sold out when I looked at them.
Yeah. They
That's
restocked
cool,
those
I
things
read
3 times this year.
Yeah, I missed them.
Got my Mega Man.
Oh, there
cool.
he is. Oh,
Yeah, that
Randall.
was cute on him.
I don't know why. I can't look at King Randor and not see Burger King. Is that just me?
No,
It's
I
like the Burger King as
King
well.
version,
Uh,
though.
it's pretty much all about there.
It is definitively Burger King.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what
It's not a
first
bad
one's-
thing. I liked Burger King. But
Particularly more Burger King than the second.
The first
Yeah.
picture I took with the other Randor was him holding a burger, though. So
It needed to be, right? Whoppers for Eternia. Just
that was the hashtag I used.
Oh, I had a Whopper there yesterday. It was rather good.
Almost had an
But
avalanche.
they didn't put too much sauce in it, so that was good. Usually it flops all over the place, you know.
which brings us back to the creamy shits from earlier. But,
Yes.
freaking Briscoe said, "What about creamy piss?"
That looks good on that dude. Yeah, that looks
Oh, yeah.
awesome.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
That'd be a great
Christmas
picture for
pork
next year, Thanos.
Next year.
Yeah. I got a lot of Christmas stuff for next year because it all came in after Christmas. But it's all right.
Ain't that always the way? That was my mom's thing. Is like the day after Christmas, she's out. It's like, this is the day for the bargain. She'd go out and buy wrapping paper and all that kind of stuff. It's like,
Yep.
you're going to keep this for a year? Sure enough.
Yeah,
She had
my
a
mom
whole
and grandma
closet
were the
full.
same way. Day after Christmas,
Listen,
out
you
shopping.
grab all the bargains in, you got them ready for next
It
year.
makes sense. Like, it just makes sense.
Well, they get
Yeah.
to what, 75% off sometimes, 80,
Oh, yeah.
something like that.
You
They had
get up
stuff
to
at my
90%.
Walmart today that was
Kinda
90%
cheap this
off.
year. It was only like 25% off when I went to the dollar store to look at their stuff. Usually it's 50% off the next day. It was only 25 this year.
And that's
Down
funny
to
too,
death.
because they also marked up, over the last year.
Yeah, but
A lot of
I think the stores are realizing that a lot of people celebrate Christmas from the 20th through the 1st. Like a lot of people still have Christmas get-togethers throughout the week.
Mhm.
So you'll see
Yeah.
the bigger sales happen this weekend.
Later in January. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ed, are
I
you
try
one of
to.
those guys that leaves the Christmas lights up until February?
I used to leave my Christmas lights up all year round because I fucking hated putting them back up.
Look, I'm put it to you this way, right? Like, I never get on people that leave that stuff up. So many people get seasonal depression. We've all talked about it, like from November through. Like, you get that seasonal depression, right? We always start off with all of this joy, the spreading of love, goodwill towards men with Christmas. That's all at the very beginning of winter, through fall and the beginning of winter, right? Why not spread it through February,
And
through
you
all
get
of
to
that?
enjoy your decorations long and all the pretty lights at the night time.
I can
So-
tell you this. My father-in-law's Christmas tree has been up solid for 6 years now. It's never been taken down.
Well, the people upstairs, they never
Amen.
taken down there. Christmas
He takes
lights
the
and still,
vacuum cleaner to
blinking
it
out
every
in my-
every
my
3
bedroom
months.
window.
Takes the vacuum cleaner to it, and that's it.
It's a fake
Well,
tree,
I
right?
even
Not a
see-
real one?
There's
What's
a
that?
company in town that has these things up that's like the year-round lights where they just install them to where you can change them red for Valentine's
Oh,
Day
yeah,
or
yeah.
change them, you
Yeah.
know. So they
That's
just
cool
basically
idea.
have them up there and install them like for good.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy of
There's
mine.
a small
Right.
township out Central Otago way called Roxburgh, if you're out that way. And if you look at the hills, they have a big post up there with two lines going down either side that's lined with lights, and they light that up during the Christmas time. Quite a big
Yeah.
looking, to look like a tree, if you will.
Very, very good friend of mine, a different Corey, other than who was with us earlier tonight. He got like the Philips programmable lights, and he set those up. And yeah, he just put them up the one year, didn't take them down because again, it's a lot of work putting them up, taking them down, putting them up, taking them down each year. He put them up, and then as each year or as each holiday passed, you know, he'd just change it. Like so, St. Patty's Day, you had like all green showing, and then you know, Valentine's Day, you had the red, the pink, the purple. So you know, it's perfectly fine. Like honestly, I feel like that. You know, it helps. Like to me, I absolutely love Christmas tree. You know, this tree inside's all decorated, beautiful, and everything like that. I love seeing the lights. And yeah, I always was like, you know, leave it up. Leave it up. If
I had a friend that did a seasonal tree, so they put their Christmas tree up at Christmas time, and they just left it up. But they would take the decorations off and then put.
Oh, there you go.
Valentine's Day. They put Easter eggs on it for Easter, and then.
Yep, 8 years. Small Christmas corner. There's nothing wrong with a Briscoe. Nope. If every time you look at it, it makes you happy.
That's right.
Hey, there'd be days in the summertime when I'd want to look at, you know, a Christmas scene with all the snow and just be like, man, I can't wait. It's coming. It's almost here. Summer is the countdown to my favorite time of the year.
Yeah, I love Christmas. So, I mean, I would definitely have
the friendly jumping spider group on Facebook. They're all a buzz of like people were picking up a few hitchhikers with their Christmas trees that they brought in. They were supporting a few little jumping spiders there. So they're all taking their photos. And
I especially like leaving it up.
Cute little fellows, though.
You know, my birthday is this upcoming week, so it's like one of those things where I honestly like at least having it up until my birthday. You know, no rush to pull that stuff down. I mean, as long as you don't have a real tree and it's not like dying and shedding needles all over your carpet.
My grandma always left hers up to the 5th of January for
poor hay fever there. What?
See, she left it up for my birthday. My birthday's the 4th, so
I'll leave mine up for your birthday, Oz. There you go.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Kenny. Thank you.
What about my birthday?
Mine probably
Well, when's yours?
Kenno's just coming up.
Okay, I'll leave it up till the 10th.
What about my birthday?
Well, mine's
My
the
birthday's the 31st.
Mine's the
Fuck, you know what? I'll just leave it up all year.
There you go.
Mine's in April. I'll leave
Just
mine
through
up till-
January. That's all that matters. We get through
My
January,
second
you got us
cousin's
covered.
February.
So what is Boxing Day all about?
Yes, do you get in and have a bit of fisticuffs or something? Do you?
I don't know. I'm not Canadian.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not like the feats of strength, is it? No.
We need to have Ken, Adam. If you're still in the chat, help us out, brother.
Yes, teach us about this Boxing Day there. Little about bloody noses, and you know.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Luke and I unboxed some pizza tonight, but I don't know if that's what
unboxing day.
Oh, yes,
That's
I've
every
got a nice
day,
big pizza in the fridge there. I've got to have
At least once a week.
Yeah, unboxing days are very fun when they happen.
You know what? We
you just
had
got a
that
nice haul
unboxing
in a
day.
couple days ago, Jim. You had a nice haul.
I did. Yeah, that was
It's been a while though. You were on a dry spell for quite a while.
Oh man, yeah. Getting anything shipped into Guatemala because of the recent hikes in tariffs and some of the
you too. Oh.
yeah, it's made it really tough to get anything from the States or anywhere, anything imported. As soon as they see that it's coming in for, you know, a gringo, it's like, oh, well, you get the
We
gringo
get our
tax.
cut.
Yeah. So it's like, hey, that's not cool.
So see
just
with
want my
BBTS and getting stuff out to Eternia, they've now put up an import tax to get your stuff in. So they're usually paying around anywhere from 10 US upwards on top of the shipping that BBTS charges you. That's usually about 20 or so up US.
Jeez.
But,
Yeah,
to
it's
try and get the old
frustrating.
talent, to try and get my talent fight in Point Dread is going to cost me the same as I paid for it.
Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, here there doesn't seem to be a rhyme or reason. It's not by size or weight. It's by the whim of whatever custodian gets
change
it
it,
in
yeah.
and decides what it's worth. It's like, oh, thanks.
1 minute's weight, and the next minute's the size, and
Whatever they can jab you for more.
Yeah, Briscoe's
Briscoe might be
Canadian. He
onto
really,
that.
Briscoe has the answer.
Briscoe, what is Boxing Day for real? He's Canadian. He knows.
yes, I'm interested to see what's this Boxing Day about.
Yeah, I
Wait a
don't
minute,
really know what it is.
Nolan, are you still here
Dude,
watching?
people
Tell
online
us.
do something.
Where's
He's off playing
Ray?
with the horseman.
He is, and I totally get it. That's not a euphemism for once here.
I was reading Briscoe's like it was
Or
serious.
is it a day for boxing up your presents for next year, maybe?
He started
I
off
always
sounding
hear
like he
about
knew
it,
what he was gonna like. It was real stuff, right?
Yeah.
I know. I started reading it. I was like, oh, it sounded real serious. I was like, oh, never mind.
That's why I put it up on the screen. I wanted everybody to read that because I started reading it as it was serious too. I was like, wait a minute. And I was like,
just
that's
named
the other people
Briscoe
in
just
line
named
to
Black
get-
Friday. Like that's all.
Oh,
that
Yeah,
is.
Black Friday, right?
I have seen your videos there. People taking videos of all the sales, and people are having big fights in the store and fighting over TVs and what have you. Ooh,
Black Friday gets intense.
crazy.
It does. But yeah, Gojitron and Wilhelm sent me a care package of things that I haven't gotten since summer. They've just been accumulating in a warehouse waiting to get shipped, and just some bric-a-brac and fun things for my AT-76. Sent me this giant robot thing. It's really cool.
Ooh.
So find a
those
use
BAM
for him and some
robots are
toy.
awesome, Jim.
They're fun, man.
Yeah.
They're
It looks
little
quality
cartoony.
too.
Yeah, it's got some
Nothing wrong
articulation
with
to it.
cartoony. I love
Yeah.
that.
So we'll figure out some fun uses for him, and got a new member of my AT-76 cryptid crew I've been working on. So I'm going to have a Native American tracker tracking the cryptids. Gave him a cool vest. Gave him a nice little knife on the side there.
It's definitely
that's
got
the
a
12-inch
Lumberjack
sniping there,
vibe,
yeah.
right?
Exactly. That's what I was going for. I figured, have
Yeah,
that
the denim.
Billy Badass out in the bush
Yeah.
showing Joe where to find the cryptids. So
I'm gonna put
I'm having
this
fun.
foot on that side of your head.
And
nothing you
eating
can do
the
about
old
it.
tuna, eating the old tuna out of the salmon out of the tin
Yeah.
there in the old hut.
So, Prince Collection's just coming in here, and he's asking if we make Legions customs. If so, can you all show? Eldor, I think you're the only one who's got a true custom.
I'll grab two of them.
Yeah.
That's all I've done so far.
I appreciate that, brother. Thank you.
Keep talking amongst yourselves,
Of course, of course. Closest I have to an actual custom is just some pop and swap stuff. It's nothing too big. And Kayla has made it with us tonight. Good to have you here.
What? Hello, hello.
You missed the Lord of the Rings talk.
Yeah.
What
There was
the
a little
dick?
Lord of the- little.
Without me?
Well, you also missed all the.
all cops.
You missed a
already
lot of
saw
the.
Her comment was
Get
there.
the D.
Even so, Kayla arrives precisely when she needs.
Exactly. Gandalf said it himself.
Hello there, Kayla. Yes, sir. I just passed Gandalf on
Hello.
the way to bring my customs here.
Mhm.
Had some fun gaming on
He
Thursday night.
must have heard you.
Nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I actually have the capability of playing games, except for I don't think we'd be able to hear any of the sound. So if you wanted to play more,
We might be
It
able
was
to
a
do
good
that.
gaming
Why
night.
not?
I
That could
enjoyed
be
the
fun.
drawing one the most.
yeah,
Sounds fun.
drawing's fun. But yeah, if you wanted to play, because like I'm the one who has the games, and then we were like, wait, we're not gonna be able to play this sound, and Johnny's like, do you have another screen? I'm like, no. So he literally just like downloaded it on his computer to do it. And yeah, but I do have them on mine. It just I don't think I'll be able to put the sound through. Figured I'd throw that out there if anyone.
Okay, yeah, we might be able to do some more games tonight. That'd be kind of fun. Get everybody
Yeah.
involved. So Prince is saying here that he just painted his first head tonight. That's awesome, dude. That is awesome because
Everyone remembers their first head.
everybody does. Oh, here we go. One of the finest Legion's customs ever made here.
So here we have this was the started life as the bronze dwarf legion builder, and I've given a bit of a custom there, and of course I got the figure Obscura Father Christmas, the first figure that they released from the Four Horsemen. So I coloured up his head there, you might say, and sculpted a bit of a bigger schnoz on there, and added some more tuft coming off the moustache at the sides, and put the little bands that bind his hair tufts together and what have you.
Yeah.
Just add a bit of fur here and there because he's a dwarf from the ice mountains there in my story. And this is King Hadun, Storm Shield, sporting his
That's
grandfather's
awesome.
armor there, which I I took inspiration from Thorin Oakenshield's armor, his color scheme, and did a bit of sculpting on the shield with a bit of wood grain. There, and he has
Turned out
a spike
really
if
nice.
you get in his way. And
Yeah. Because that was just a standard shield, right, Eldor?
Yes, so it came blank, and it had a bit of an inset area where you can sculpt something on the inside. But I see a lot of the Four Horsemen figures now are doing similar things with their shields. So here's the Cavern Dwarf, and there's quite a bit of the detail in that. So maybe they got some ideas off me. I don't know.
I think that's how it went down. I'm pretty sure they got all that.
Cease and desist.
And this was my first custom here. This was the Barbarian Legion builder, and of course, as soon as Alcidamas Toys got his one, this fellow popped up for sale there in the market, so I grabbed him and I did a bit of a custom paint job on his armor, and the horns, painted them a nice ivory color, and yes, I had a bit of fur soft goods, just draped over one side of them there. So yes, that's
They both look really damn
my
good.
first
there,
custom there. And then this fellow was my second custom, but I have a few more planned on the go there.
Right.
So yes, that's it more or less.
And if anybody wants to see exactly what Eldor means by a flat shield with a bit of a bevel, that is how that original shield looks. You see
Yes,
that
that's the
little
one.
indentation area and the amount of sculpting. So this is it. It's just a plain shield. And you saw the one that Eldor was holding up. He hand sculpted all of that.
So you get a bit of a sand on the inside, so your epoxy sculpt has something to bite into, and then you know Bob's your uncle there.
Bob's your uncle.
So since Kayla's here now, I did want to show off the glow in the dark.
Get that D.
Oh yes, can't let Kayla miss out on the glowing stuff there. Come on,
All the
bring it
I'm
out there.
excited.
So
This has got the UV light and everything, all the gizmos there.
Yeah. If I can find where I put it. There we go. All right, so I'm going to give it a bit of a supercharge here. And as he fell.
Once again, could never have a black light.
So,
Ooh, I see it already.
Yeah, we already told Oz not to shine that towards his bed. So
Yeah.
or the ceiling above it.
Oh, is this the headless horseman?
This is
Oh,
the
now you
headless
come
horseman.
back. Nope, I don't know
Oh,
where your
hello
brother
there,
went.
All right, I'm going to minimize out my.
One of them. I don't know where the other one went.
Hopefully, it's a little bit darker now. But
Ooh.
It looks like
You
he's
see the
settling
tail.
down for the night, I think.
see the hooves.
Oh
Every
yeah.
time Oz shines the flashlight at the screen, I
Ooh.
want to say, "I'm on my way home, sir. I promise."
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, man. I was like, yeah, I'm fucking interested. I've had that light too many times.
Yeah.
We'll get the
Wow.
narrow beam, supercharge the hooves.
Wow. Are you just
And
gonna
then-
stand there?
Since
We've seen
the
it go.
other
On the
head,
casting couch.
since the other
There
head
he is.
rolled off, we'll go ahead and supercharge the flaming pumpkin again.
Ooh.
Oh, looks like he's on guard there.
Nice.
All
Love.
that
Man, that thing
goodness,
glows so nice with that UV light.
So cool.
right? It definitely makes
I
a
know.
difference.
Yeah.
Like
I guess I'm gonna have to get a small one, but just pointed at the things and not like illuminate my room, I
A
guess.
laser pointer.
Yeah.
Well, just
Mine's
do it
just
when you're
a
alone.
small
Kayla.
little, like
Yeah, Thanos, don't point that at your room. The eyes are cool.
yeah,
the
the hood
eyes look
glow, and then like the little strands of hair.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to
Love. I kind of
Now-
saw an Oz's.
yeah, it's painted on those parts, so that's not as good as like
Mhm.
when the plastic is truly infused with the glow in the dark.
Yeah.
Speaking of
But
eyes, there,
it's not.
7.
my vision is coming back. Hopefully.
My bad, folks.
It'd be cool to set up a shelf display that had the UV light where you could turn it on and just put that day glow kind of thing going on the whole shelf, because there's a
kinda
lot of
thinking-
toys.
I think
When
you
you hit them with
can.
that black light, it looks nifty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just
There are
haven't had a
like,
chance to tinker.
black light strips like they have at clubs and shit.
Yeah.
Right? Like
And you
I
could
remember
probably, put that maybe like in front or in back facing, maybe in front, and then have like regular lights in back, so you could like either have them glow or if you
Right.
want to like just illuminate them in general.
man, that
Cool
looks
idea.
so
Oh, you had a
good.
whole shelf just full of everything.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, I have a lot of glow in the dark,
Yeah,
but the
you
thing
got
is,
enough
it's from so many different properties. I was thinking about this when I just
Still, that'd be
rearranged
cool.
everything. Yeah, it would be cool, but yeah, it's just too many different things, and my OCD says no. You got to keep the things together.
You probably best to keep the radiation down also, I think.
Yeah, I really want the what is it, the Muckman from Super 7? Like that one looks
Oh
so
man,
cool.
that
And I
one
keep
is
getting
really good.
advertised, and I know it was on sale not that long ago, and I didn't get it, and now I'm very sad, and now I'm like, I haven't bought toys for like a month, and I don't know when I'm gonna be able to buy toys again. So I'm just like, it's fine. Which of
I
course
wanna
I'm
play.
still getting toys because thank you pre-orders. Wow, that glow is crazy.
That's
That
awesome.
Super 7.
This is a
No.
3D print.
That's 3D print.
This is glow in the dark resin. I could print anything in this stuff.
Wow.
How long does it last, Kenzo?
It's, I mean,
Longer than you.
I
Oh.
put it next
How
to
do you
Scare
know?
Glow, like the actual Origin Scare Glow. It'll go. I mean, it's
Wow.
really good. It's really, really good.
So
$60
Prince,
for a liter,
can
so it's
you-
expensive, but
Can you 3D print me a corgi so then I can cancel my Mondo order?
is it 1/6 scale?
I think it
3D
was,
printer,
I
a bit of
can't
emoji
remember.
there. Emoji there, Kenzo.
so Prince was asking if you would engrave that. I did kind of try to help answer that. He hand sculpted everything that went involved with the shield, the extra nose, and everything else.
The
It's all
Sarge is in the
hand
house.
Yep. We've got Zazel
Zazel.
stopping by. Good to see you,
Yeah.
brother. Thank you for joining us tonight. I believe it's already the new year where you're from, too.
Oh, yes, he'll be the same. Oh,
Very
Happy New
cool.
Year there.
Happy
Sergeant
New
Fawn,
Year,
great
Zazel.
insight.
Are you 24 hours ahead?
You're
They
in the
are.
future
They're
there,
better.
Kayla. So I'll be celebrating double time there tomorrow with Oz.
He's 25 hours ahead.
Tell us what happens in the future, Eldor.
Well,
Never mind.
Same
know how
shit,
that
different
works?
toilet.
you gotta remember the prime directive there.
Did you have to
Kayla
sign a
knows all
non-
about the prime directive.
You guys got the flying cars yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, flying car.
Well, no, it's 8/21.
Yeah,
it's
Wind
not.
Raiders.
It's not New Year's yet. It's 21 hours.
When you start messing around with time travel, that's when things go a bit
Yeah,
pear-shaped.
because when I was there, the time difference wasn't that bad. Compared to if
the
you go
Wind
to
Raiders.
like
This is my
West
Scarecrow
Coast.
armor.
Whoa,
Yes.
Looks even better with the
Scareglow,
straps,
but make it BDSM.
Nice.
right? Like with the straps
Love.
on there for the harness.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's a nice set of glow in the dark boob.
Hello. You're being really needy. Can I help you? Do you want to come say
Oh, little
hi?
puppy needs a cuddle there.
Come here. I gotta take your collar off so no one knows who
Yeah,
you
most
are.
of this stuff Oz is going
Wow.
your way.
Come here. Oh,
It's going to
sorry.
the mall over by
Your head. Okay, say hi to the
Oh,
people.
Just wanted to
I'm
put that
making all
black
these
light
for,
on that
Not
Alan.
me. I get to see you.
translucent plastic there, and man,
hello
I
there.
remember Thanos did this last week. That looked so good glowing like that for Marley.
Oh, is it a bit
That looks
shy?
so
Oh,
cool.
And you
He's,
see where like the changes. Wow.
That looks so cool. He's
Oh, Kayla.
diseased boy.
This is what I got.
Oh,
Oh, no.
okay.
Oh
I
yay!
got this little
Yeah.
box.
Oh no!
It's
Don't eat
cool.
the caramel. Oh my god. Sorry.
It's a cool little box.
But it's caramel.
Luckily, it's in a wrapper, so he didn't get it. He is. I don't know what's going on with him. He has like weird skin scabs that he's not scratching them. It almost like is kind of like psoriasis, but a little bit thicker. But he's not
Oh.
scratching them, and psoriasis is usually really itchy. And luckily, his aunt is a vet, so I messaged her and was like, "Hey, this has been going on." yesterday I messaged her and then woke up this morning and he had a crusty ear. And I was like, okay, now his ear is being weird. So like he had a medicated bath and he got ear medication. I like wiped his feet again because Westies just have all sorts of like weird allergies. But yeah, his like he just like has all these weird scabs everywhere, which luckily you can't see because his
no
fur
good
is
there. Poor fella.
yeah. And luckily
You
you
know,
would
and
never
having
know.
somebody
He's
that you know that's a vet or that works with animals is so huge. Like,
oh my
poor
god,
little
yeah.
Isabel, something happened where she tweaked her back and her back legs. She was scared to jump and she was kind of, it was just she was kind of leaning over when she was walking. And my mom's best friend, she has a ranch and she has a farm and she deals with animals all the time. She brought this big ass needle over. She put a steroid in her neck. Literally 24 hours later, she was back to normal. That would have cost me so much if I'd have had to go to the vet, and then they would have gave me pills.
Oh yes, hundreds of
Yeah.
thousands of
And
dollars.
luckily because he's always kind of had a lot of issues, they already have a lot of extra medication. So he had a really bad ear infection, maybe like 5-6 months ago, and it lasted for like 2 months. He had to get like several different antibiotic treatments because it just wasn't going away. But yeah, this one, it's like it started like a couple spots on his back and then on the back of his head, and now it's like it runs like all the way, almost like more than halfway up his back, and then he has like a spot kind of on the side of his belly, and then I found one on the side of his leg, and it just like they keep coming up, but he's not scratching them.
Did you say those dogs have a lot of allergies though? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so he's on allergy medication too. So I've given him that the last couple days. But like, you wouldn't know.
I know
He's
all
like
about
so
that. I'm on the old
happy.
allergy medication myself there, rattling like a pill
Yeah.
bottle.
Yeah, it's like prophylactically taking it. But yeah, he seems totally fine. Although he's already like very food motivated, but the last couple nights, like they have like a midnight snack, which I just gave them. And the last couple nights, starting at like 8 o'clock, he'll just like stand and like stare at me and whine at me. Or like if I just make the slightest movement, he'll like jump up from the couch and then sit there and stare at me. And I'm like, you don't get it yet. It's at midnight. Hi, baby. Oh, you're so cute.
We all bring our pets on.
Oh my gosh.
Why did you say so?
That's Dulcinea. She just likes to hang out. I've got a space under my table where I take pictures, and I've had to put a mat down there because that's like her spot now. So when I'm here doing toy photography, she's like, "You better let me in." I'm like, okay.
So cute. Did you say Dulcinea?
Dulcinea. Mm-hmm.
That's a cool name.
Gotta love that name, actually.
That is really cool.
Yeah. Is she part Greyhound?
She's a Heinz 57 mutt that I adopted. She's got a little bit of pit bull. She's got a little bit of whatever else the neighbor dog was. I don't know.
Okay. I just saw like the long face. Why the long face?
Well, here's my little baby. He's part bear, part spider. He's asleep. He's asleep at the moment, just in the top corner there. Is where he's made his little nest. But in case you can't see him, this is what he would look like there.
So
jumping
cool.
spider.
It's a cool little hangout he's got.
Can't be too loud, mind you. Don't make the
My
baby.
dogs.
Oh,
I got to see her now. But
But
she's
yes,
like
he's
that blob.
He's got his little
Thanos, you can't see anything.
That's what I'm saying. You can't see her.
No.
And he's got his own wind raider there. See? He likes to sit on that sometimes.
That's so cool.
There's a dog back there, I promise.
Okay. Kenny, what's your dog's name again? Isabel. Hi, baby. Oh, you baby. Hi.
Oh, hello.
She's my little girl. She sleeps with me, and she's the best. She honestly, I've never had such a just calm, just loving. Like my mom has 5 dogs, and she always tells me, she goes, it's so funny that my dogs won't look me in the eye. But Isabel, she looks through your soul. Like she just loves you so much. Every time you're petting her, she's just like, thank you. You know, she turns her head and she just looks at you so loving. She's awesome.
Yeah. That's like this one that just jumped off of me. He will just love you forever and ever. Oh, you're standing right behind me. Of course you are. So creepy. You can like lay down and like chill and not be creepy though. He's just my little shadow. He follows me everywhere. Cobb, did you say you have a bunny?
Yeah.
You have a wait.
Bunny, bunny.
Johnny's gonna shit his pants. He's obsessed with bunnies.
Oh yeah, Bun Bun.
Yeah.
Bun Bun would just.
Hey,
Oh my, it's Bill. Oh,
Hey, Bill.
good evening, there, sir.
Busting up from time.
I will tell
Yes.
you, savages, that you can now get Reploid Bill on your channel. I've had him on mine finally, so there he is. He's all yours.
I'll go ahead and shoot him the link.
Check
Why
that
not?
out.
Well, after
I gotta
you've had him,
say-
Bill, maybe we don't want him anymore.
Huh?
Yeah.
Where we just some sloppy second stream here.
Right.
Yes.
Did you at least buy him dinner?
No. Do you want to say hi again?
I was
Are you
catching his
so
live
cute?
earlier when you and Jones are recommending him. I gotta
baby.
say, it was definitely real
Oh,
chill.
baby. Oh,
look,
yes.
there's
Kiss
Largo.
me with
Hey,
your
Largo.
diseased mouth.
Autumn Bill, like I like to call him. Just commenting earlier, he's on the bottom as they call it. Autumn
Oh yeah,
Bill.
I saw you in there,
Here.
Jacob. Thanks for
I
Look
watching.
near
man.
this.
Yeah, well, you see where I ended up.
Well, you know, I
did stop by.
Hey,
I was
hi.
talking to Reploid Bill and Jones after the show was over with, and I said, "You know what I'm going to do?" And Jones said, "Not go to bed." And I said, "Yep, I'm going over there where those insomniacs are and hang out for a little while."
Those crazy people over there.
Right? When the people aren't
Papa
just
puppy.
quite ready to go to sleep.
You need to go
But
to
see,
sleep.
it's okay because everybody knows you and everybody loves you over here too.
Bill, you look a
everybody.
lot like that guy on the cartoon guy that's on a picture I see. No. I always see that picture of your cartoon on your little thumbnail. It looks really good.
Oh, you come on, X-Ray Boy.
The little cartoon version.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Oh no, he's talking about when you put up your thumbnail.
Ooh, what's
The
that?
thumbnail.
Then?
It's a really good,
Yeah, that's
accurate
all. That's all
depiction.
done by an AI.
I'm gonna bite your ear.
That's good.
Yeah, I got an app on my phone that'll do that. You send me 10 headshots, and I can get a
You're fine.
cartoon.
You're fine,
Oh,
baby.
look.
Butcher Jones is in there.
Seems like I just saw you somewhere.
Oh.
What? What?
We got the fake or
Spencer
battle
Jones.
armor.
Hold on, let me turn my light on. Oh,
Okay.
So much is happening right now. I don't know what's happening.
I'm so confused.
Puppy dog.
There we go.
Which puppy?
The
I
one
got
you
the
in your
magenta.
lap.
Whoa. Okay. Ow.
Oh, I heard puppy dog and magenta.
Be pink.
Okay. I will say for a hot second, it kind of looks like the McDonald's logo from farther away.
And
Hey,
Archie.
that is my phone. Don't paw my phone.
3 billion served.
Yes, we're talking.
We've got
puppy
Roman
dog.
the dog in there. Hello, fella.
Roman the dog has shown
Ow,
up tonight.
ow,
Excellent.
Ow!
Well, after Lawrence has
Ow!
probably gone to bed.
Oh, what's going on there?
Whoa.
Whoa, what
Why
the
are
heck?
you out
Showing
straight?
off
Why are
bits.
you straightening out? Why?
It's a boxing day
up
already,
on
is
my
it?
You're
It's not that
okay.
kind of show, Caleb.
He literally was just like kicking his legs at me. He really
What have you got there,
the
fella,
other
Papa,
one
sir?
will just sit in my lap forever and not
Hello.
do anything. And can you tell he's a COVID puppy?
Did he wake you up, did
He's
he?
a COVID
Oh.
puppy. He's
No.
crazy. You crazy.
This is Casca.
Oh,
Baby.
love the name.
Oh
Snuggle
my
buddy.
God. Hi, baby. I need to brighten my screen.
Casca.
Hi, baby. Oh,
What time is it,
He doesn't
Dad?
understand why I woke her up.
oh, hi, sweetheart. Yes, you cutie pie. You cutie pie.
Sorry.
Like, it's
So
not time for
cute.
work yet.
And adding one more to the mix, Reploid Bill
Oh, hello there,
did his
sir.
own live stream
Thank you.
earlier, joined Bill's live
Hello?
stream before now. Now he's coming over to the clubhouse chat.
I saw the I couldn't look. I got out of that and I said, "Oh, what's going on here?"
Yeah.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah,
That's how it goes.
you're in for it now.
the party's
This,
after
Archie will
party.
sit there and stream for what's the longest you streamed, Ozzy?
9 hours.
Yeah, we're not breaking that tonight.
No, we're not going for that tonight. No.
We only broke it when we started early for
yeah.
Right. The only
figure
time
it's,
we actually end up
And I've
breaking
not
the
had my tea.
records
What?
now. You know, a little
We could just go straight
Mr.
into New
Perfect.
Year's.
I'll be right back.
Oh, that's got the Hulk Hogan card. That's
Nice.
Mr.
Yeah, I got
Perfect
Oh,
on
this
a
is the
Hogan
one you
card.
mentioned
But
earlier.
because it was at Walmart, look at the back.
Oh
Look
yeah,
at
it's
how
all
Yeah.
the card
beat
is.
up. Yeah.
The card is ruined.
Money to get the hot irons out there.
No,
I got that guy.
oh, you got Bam Bam. Nice.
Sorry,
I love
missed
Bam
that
Bam.
tattoo on his
down
head.
figure when it was on the
Yeah.
shelf, but I missed. I decided not to. Should have.
I want to get several of those for the bigger body style because it looks
Yeah.
more like me, well rounded.
Make your own order.
Oz, honestly, when I get those dollar store things together and the croc together for you, I got so many, not earthquake, but typhoon.
Typhoons.
I've got so much. I got so many of those, dude. I'll send you one, man. Honestly.
Awesome.
Who's your favorite comic book guy?
Oh my.
See, I can't wait to get the Captain Lou Albano too. Like, I'm really excited for that.
Well, I bought it because I wanted to make the big He-Man. I
Mhm.
saw it around, and then when I did it, I was like, okay. But now I don't really care, so I don't need it.
I've got a question. Because one of you guys are going to know the answer. What was the fat body buck that Mr. Home Arcade used to make Fat Stratos that they ate for Thanksgiving?
That was
Under the
either
Giant.
Earthquake or
Yeah, it was one of the ones you were
Typhoon
holding.
Bears.
It can't be
Bears
Earthquake because he's got that blue onesie or the red onesie
Then
or
it had to
whatever
be-
underneath that painted
Well,
on it.
the onesies come off, and it's the Speedo basically that doesn't, right?
oh
No,
no,
not, well,
Not Earthquakes, but I
not
think
on this
Typhoons,
particular
right?
figure. On this particular figure, he's got a painted on onesie underneath this onesie. that's
Okay, then it's
blue.
probably Typhoon.
so then it's probably Typhoon.
I think
Yeah.
Typhoon, yeah.
Well, Typhoon came out first anyway, right?
Yeah, for some reason my Walmart
Can
carries
say
them
hi to the people.
a lot.
No, I've been looking all over for a Typhoon.
Yeah,
Can you
another
guys
one.
tell this is a different dog?
Dude, if you need one, let me know. I can.
Yes,
You can tell by the eyes. His
Another
eyes
Moss
are
Man.
his eyes are brown.
Yeah.
Oh,
He has brown eyes and pink ears. The other one has black eyes and black ears.
Yeah, I've been invaded. I don't know if you can see down there.
Oh my god!
Oh,
Oh
you got
my
two of them in
god!
there.
They realized I was up, so now they're all hanging out under my
Briscoe
table.
said what I was thinking.
So cute. He'll bark at dogs on the TV, but for some reason, not always on my computer. Sometimes on my computer. Excuse me. No, you can't have.
That's why I
the
want
camera-
that one, the Lou Albano, to take some Mario
Mega
pictures.
Mario.
Yep, custom
I agree.
Mario.
Make the real live action Mario. Of course, Don Hoskins didn't do a bad job.
That's
Bob
just a bad movie.
That's
Hey,
kind of
hey.
the era of wrestling I remember
his
was
fault,
when they
Bob
did the Saturday morning cartoon with all the WWF
Oh,
superstars.
Rock and
Hogan's Rock, Roll, and Remember.
Yeah, that was fun.
Rockin' wrestling. I liked that cartoon back when I was a kid. I watched it too, Largo.
It was fun.
Rowdy Roddy Piper was always my favorite. I always rooted for the bad guys.
The bad guys were more interesting than the good guys, I thought.
Yeah.
Well, because
think that's
the
the
good guys
complication.
were all, Boy Scouts. They're all Captain America style. The bad guys had the depth and the different, ranges of where they just bad. But I mean, look, nobody will ever be a better heel than Ric Flair.
Yeah. I like Ric Flair.
Now he's
He's
selling
one of-
Car Shield. Woo!
Because he's got to protect himself in his old age.
Styling and profiling with Car Shield. Woo!
So, Reploid Bill, welcome to the channel for your first time. This is the Saturday night hangout at the clubhouse where we normally start sometime after 9 o'clock Eastern time and go till, whenever the hell we all finally run out of steam. Normally around
all
like
our godly hours in the
5
morning, in
a.m.
other words.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Hey, Reploid, look up there in the corner. There's a little blue button that says restream this. You can restream this.
Yeah,
restream it to your channel and get some more watch hours. That's what
Who farted?
I did.
Who farted?
You're with a bunch of guys. That's not a question you want to answer.
I mean, it's usually
you know,
me.
you know what they
farts,
say.
but-
You know what they say. First to know, first to blow.
Yeah, it's definitely.
I
what-
haven't.
No, you didn't,
Dog-
Eldor. No, you didn't. Lady
Now,
couldn't
Eldor,
even give
Eldor,
you
do you guys
carrots
have those
today.
barking skunk spiders there in Eternia? My dad used to have those around the house because every
My
time he'd
uncle.
let one, he'd yell and say it was a barking skunk spider.
Yep.
I believe that
Some
if you
part,
kill
yeah.
if you kill a white-tailed spider, they release a bit of a pheromone that alerts the other white-tails not to come near their house
You done?
because they might suffer the same fate. I
There.
don't know if
Good
that's
to
true
know.
or not, but
I grew up in a house with a lot of barking skunk spiders.
I bet you did.
We had a lot
What
of
the fuck
ducks, but
is that?
never
Is
had-
that a real thing?
No, that's what my dad
no.
called
I've
farts.
not heard of it.
Yeah.
Called
Every
what?
time he
Called a
he
fart.
farted, he would blame it on a barking
Oh.
skunk spider.
I don't
Me and
think
my
barking
brother thought
spiders
they were
ever got
real
the
until
skunk
we were
part.
like 10.
Yep.
we had
Trust me, donkey. If I farted, you know about it.
we had ducks around our house,
Kissy
and
was
yet
a-
we never had a duck pond.
Oh,
And
kissing
every time I
means
tried
to
to,
make it better. It's stinky.
When I was little.
You stinky.
never any.
What is it about dads and bodily odors that is just hilarious? My dad would love to just, do the SBD, silent but deadly,
well, you
like
know,
right in the
yeah.
middle of a
when you get to
shopping
when you get to a
center,
certain
and it'd be like,
age, the plumbing's not
Yeah.
as it
Yeah,
once was.
my
you know?
dad still does that.
Hey, look,
Yeah.
I'm never mad when I'm walking around a store and I just start crop dusting people.
Crop dusted. Yep.
Oh, that's my favorite to do in stores. And you turn around and you're like, ugh.
Right?
Really?
Walk over to the next aisle and you hear the
I
person walk
love
down the
doing
aisle you were
that.
just in, and
I
they're
was
just
at
like,
the-
oh.
I am a proudly farty bitch, and so no one ever suspects me because girls don't fart.
Yeah,
And so
girls
when
right.
I like walk by, I'm like, ew, what is that?
do that
It's
from there.
me. Mwah.
nice girls
That's
don't
interesting.
poo.
Well, you know
That's
what Eddie
interesting.
Murphy said. He said that human beings really do like to smell farts. And to prove it, he
Well,
said,
you know, everybody likes to
They
smell each
are-
other's cooking.
if somebody smells a fart, they go, "Oh, did somebody fart?" And somebody else will go, "Yeah,
That's
yeah."
a bit rich.
I will
They're all
say
fart.
some of them
Some of them
smell
sound bad.
like bad, but good. Like good in a way that you try to figure out what it's smelling like, that you keep smelling it.
The curious.
Some garlic.
That little onion and garlic.
It's
I
like
just
somebody
watched-
had Italian.
I
It's
just
Smelling
watched
a
Step
whiff of
Brothers the other night.
saffron. Somebody's bougie.
Maybe a hint of lilac. A hint of lilac.
Someone eating lilac.
Onions and ketchup. I could taste it on my tongue.
Yep.
Is that some truffle going on there?
Oh, yes.
Oh yeah.
That was
like-
seen kind of
My wife will
When
pull
it
something
smells
out
like
of the fridge.
methane.
Oh yeah, that's not.
Oh,
Yeah, my wife will pull out a leftover and she'll
Makes your
smell it,
eyes
and it'll be
water at
like,
the same time,
yeah.
it's onion.
She just smelled it, and it's off, and her immediate reaction is, "Smell this." It's like, you just smelled it. You know it's not good. Why do you want me to take a whiff? That's not nice.
crap.
So further welcome to how the live stream clubhouse
Yeah.
go, Bill.
You're 4.5
Bill's
hours
like,
in.
what the hell did I walk into?
you know.
You never
This is
know
just
what's going to
happening.
happen next on here, or what topic
Mhm.
we're going to be talking about, or anything. But that's the fun of it, right? Because
Well, I tell you what, though, my father's old black Labrador cross. Could she clear the room off? She'd just be sleeping there on the couch, and then you just let one go, and it just hits you like a thief in the night.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What's funny is when a dog will be asleep and they'll let out a fart and they wake
Yeah.
themselves up, and then they get like,
Yes,
them
"What was
up.
that?"
That too.
It's like, that was you.
Yep.
Yep.
They
I
get
have two-
startled.
I
They
have two
start
full-
I
barking.
deal with it.
So, does anybody still get like a paper calendar that they use?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
Well, come on,
Excellent.
Christmas,
So this past year, I've had a Frazetta calendar up, and I wanted to change it up coming up this year. So one of the things I asked for was for some Boris Vallejo.
Oh,
Yeah,
delicious.
I like Boris Vallejo.
Oh.
Yeah.
Those are
Well, I
cool.
mean, sorry, I absolutely love like all of that fantasy art. And Bill, I know you were
Yes.
big talking quite earlier a lot about the new art book and Axel's work and everything like that.
That's such
Uh,
a good
but,
book. Love that book.
you know, I'm sorry, like part of what always drew me to Motu to begin with was the art on these boxes was just fantastic. I don't know if it was because like the time period and growing up, you saw a lot of Frazetta art, like coffee table books or some Boris Vallejo stuff sitting around. It was always like, "Ooh, wow, that looks really cool." And then now your toys have it plastered all over them.
See, this is some. I love hearing this. I really do because, like, I'm guessing you must have heard me talking on his channel, or I guess it's
on your stream earlier.
About that last night too.
Oh, it was on
remember?
my stream. Okay.
Yeah, when you're showing off.
Well, okay. So
Yes,
the
I've seen
reason
some
I'm bringing it up is because like I was just over there on the weird fantastic toy adventures, and we got to talking about this, and I was telling him like I was born in '84, so like by the time I was old enough to
So
even
was I.
care, it was all gone. I mean, and like
Well,
out of sight, out of mind was like a big thing when we were kids. What was on TV was what you had. So like by the time I discovered things like heavy metal, Frank Frazetta, all of these different kind of things, Conan the Barbarian, Cold Conqueror, like by the time I even realized it was a thing, it was all gone. It was like niche basically. And like I was like the only one, literally, and I still am to this day. I'm the only one of my friends that even cares. Like nobody else knows or is interested.
Nobody cares.
Like it's
Wait,
crazy.
you have friends?
I have like in the corner back there, and maybe I'll move my camera.
I don't.
In the corner back there, that picture back
are
there,
friends.
that's the Dark Rider right there. And then behind that is two other images. And like these hang all over the house in different places. And nobody, like none of my friends come over and know anything about it or what they are or why they're there. Like they have no clue. Dude, I was so excited that I can't believe it. Like we live in a time we're going to get Dark Wolf. Fire and Ice, Dark Wolf, and not a low class figure either. An absolute fantastic. I mean, I watched the creator, and he was like showing off some of the articulation and everything, and I was like, look, there are things I could complain about. Modern day figures, I'm still expecting certain things, but from what he showcased, I can't complain. I mean, the fact that we're getting it at all is fantastic. And like, then I tell my friends, I'm like, guys, we're getting Dark Wolf, Fire and Ice, Frank Frazetta. And they're like, that's cool. What is that? And I'm like,
yeah, a couple of us vintage guys like Bill and Ed and I, we lived in that sweet spot where we had the 70s before Star Wars. We had all the cool sword and sorcery and the really great imagery that we saw in some of those early films.
It made an impact.
Oh yeah. So we got to see the cool stuff before Star Wars. We got to see the cool stuff after Star Wars, and everybody was chasing that Star Wars gold. And so
I mean, you guys know normally I mean, we have the exception of Kayla here tonight. So normally I'm like the youngest one involved in the stream because I was born 85.
Okay.
But yeah, like I remember staring at my box of like Castle Grayskull and stuff as a kid, seeing everything like that, because I don't know when my dad ended up getting it for me, but I know that at a very young age I had all that stuff and I loved looking at it. And again, just seeing those books and everything else is just the best, absolute best. Now I know. So big part of that art book too is not just the Axel Jimenez and team, but also Nate Barch and the artwork that he's doing. And that's one of those things that I do love, or that draws me in on all the Legion stuff, is all this amazing Nate Barch art. But one thing that I hadn't seen a lot of people do, and I showed it off earlier, and again, since Kayla's here now and she absolutely loves the glow in the dark, I'll do it one more time here.
One more time. Ow. Ooh.
Now with Boris Viejo, his wife was his model for a lot of that, wasn't she? Because I remember seeing one of the books where he showed some behind the scenes where he take some life imagery photographs to inspire how he was going to do the paintings. And it's like, man, that is
Modeled
so
and
cool.
did some of the painting.
Same thing with Frazetta too, though. Frazetta
Yeah.
also used his wife as a model quite frequently.
I also think I have to say, and like this is one of those things, and every time you talk about it, and you mention stuff like fantasy art and whatnot, you get this kickback that drives me crazy. Where they're like, "Oh, I know why you like that." No, you don't. You don't know why I like that. Like, because your immediate assumption tells me exactly that you don't know. Like, I also love the fact that most fantasy art will go out of its way to depict natural human bodies. That's the only way I
Right.
can explain it, because it's really overdone nowadays.
Yeah,
in
the
way that
proportions are
they
kind of
depict
goofy now.
something.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So the extra care that not only was the original box just awesome, but the fact that they went and added the
wow.
glow in the dark details on the box.
Nice.
I love that.
That's cool.
And this is all that beautiful again, Nate Barch art and everything. Oh man, it's so good.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite of the figure obscuras. It's just a great classic character. They did a great job with that whole set. The horse, the horseman. It's neat.
So you got so much glowy stuff there, and also you need a hazmat suit on soon, radiation suit.
Nah, I'm okay. I'm just hoping I turn into Toxie or something.
You guys were talking about art. Largo, you'll appreciate
Well,
this.
you know, Spider-Man, things could be worse.
I'm getting ready to do a spotlight on Flash Gordon here in the next
Flash,
year,
yeah.
and so I've been researching that and going to several different websites and reading what people said. And one of the sites was talking about two of the greatest artists on Flash Gordon, which I agreed with that, whether it be Alex Raymond and the immortal Al Williamson.
Yes.
And that site showed a book called Al Williamson's Flash Gordon, A Lifelong Vision of a Hero. And I'm like, man, I need to get that book. And then I went over to Amazon to see if it was available. I looked on eBay and I'm like, ooh, these prices, I don't know if I'm going to get it or not. And I was talking to Joneser today and I looked over at my bookshelf.
You had it.
I had the damn book on my bookshelf all about the dadgum thing.
Those are awesome. I
It's
had
just birthday year
I had
old,
a
Bill.
yeah, I had a lot of the reprints of the Alexander Raymond era Flash Gordon in hardcovers. That I
Did
think
you have
checker.
the checker ones or the ones that they
Yeah.
did before that?
I had the checker ones, and then I also had the Prince Valiant reprints that they did, the real big ones that I think Fantagraphics put out.
I want
And,
those.
those were so awesome.
Yeah,
It's just
those
that
I
there's
like
something
those.
about that hand drawn art that CGI is never going to have that same kind of swagger to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, why was CGI so much better in late, from 2005 to 2010, and then somehow it went downhill?
Because we actually cared about the substance of what we were doing and not just getting something out the door.
Freaking Pirates of the Caribbean, Transformers,
much
that CGI looked so good. Even Lord of the Rings holds up pretty well, which
Yeah.
certain people
Taylor,
disagree. And I just
I'll tell
rewatched
you
it.
why. I'll tell you why. It's because back then they took their time with the CGI. Now they're telling the artists, look, you've got to crank this stuff out. We got to have it right now. And they're slave driving them and they don't have time to really get it right. Tell me I'm wrong.
Okay, so to be fair, in a big way, you are right. And one of the things that really got released recently was and not that this is a great movie, but still, if you listen to the interviews, this is a great movie in a different way. The recent Flash movie, some of the interviews that are coming out of that movie, and they're talking to some of the people that were artists and whatnot that worked on it, they were basically told you get 5 passes. So they basically went over it again, went over it again.
Was so bad.
Yeah, and then they were told we got to move on, and then they wasted time on weird things, things. Okay, if you see the unedited pictures, the guy in the Flash costume, I don't even like to say his name. I really do not like it.
Don't.
But he doesn't fill out the costume.
Yeah, there you go.
He doesn't.
No.
He doesn't. And so they went over the entire movie, every single scene, and filled him out in the costume. And if you're wasting that much time, instead of just fixing the costume prop, they were like, don't worry about that. The CGI will fix it. We don't have to worry about stage hands and fixing the costume and making sure it fits, and it'll be fine. So they went back and like filled the costume out digitally through the whole movie.
Jesus.
And if you're doing that much work on just making the guy look presentable, everything else suffers. And then you're giving them in like no real time, because you got to get the movie out, because it's got to be out at the right time, at the exact right block.
Yeah, all the reshoots and everything that had to go on. It's a shame because the movie is not great as it is, but there's so much talent that went into trying to make something of it, and it's like,
and it definitely
those
had
guys,
potential too.
Yeah,
like it wasn't the worst. I liked parts of it for sure, but yeah, the CGI just really pulled me out of it a lot of the time. And yeah, there's some people that are like, I didn't think it was that bad. I'm like, literally 2000 to like 2001 Lord of the Rings CGI looks better than this shit. So
well, and all the member,
Oh,
it's like all the member berries they threw in. It's like, really, I don't need fan service. I just want a good story.
What they did in that film.
And get Briscoe's 1234's comment up here. CGI now looks like a cartoon propped up on screen and takes me right out of the movie. Bad CGI is worse than, in my opinion, than bad practical special effects.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes,
But then on the other
CGI
side, you see
come a long
something
way
like
since
last
the days of
Starfighter. The CGI wasn't great, but it didn't pull me out of the movie. It was something new and exciting.
The navigator, the drone ship there. It was,
it's
pretty
if
nice
it's
thing with
used
the likes of,
sparingly and it's enhancing something, then it's great. But if you
And then you
if
had, then you had
CGI is the only
Tron-
thing you're
Tron
propping your
used the old
movie up
CGI.
with, yeah.
I don't know if
That's a lot of
anyone's
stuff that paved the
watching.
way for the future works, but
Mm.
they had to use huge computers to generate all that stuff. And what have you.
Yeah. I
And
don't know if
the old.
anyone's.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I don't know if anyone's watching the new Monarch Legacy. I haven't finished it or like caught up with it yet, but like,
I
yeah,
need to
some of
watch
the
it.
CGI in that is so bad.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, you probably had a crazy budget for this being an Apple TV show. And there's really, like, spoiler alert, there's really not too many monsters in it. Like, there's definitely some, and some of them look better than others. But I'm just like, and the plot's like meh. So I'm like, if you're gonna make it like a monster movie, like at least make the monsters look good if your plot's gonna suck.
Yeah. This new
Like, I don't know. It
Toho
could
Godzilla
change by the
had
end.
such a very small budget compared to what is going on with Apple or even the Legendary stuff, and it's like, man, they did such a great job. There is CGI in it,
The
but
Godzilla
it's
minus
used.
one?
Yeah, exactly. It's
Yeah, it
used
was so
sparingly,
good.
Largo,
but there's
So
a good
good.
story.
Yeah, it was a great story. I was crying at the end.
I
was like,
I
I'm
don't know
crying during a
exactly.
Godzilla movie.
I also think it's something. It's not. It goes back to the overwork situation. We have to consider the other part. Look, when CGI was first being majorly utilized, they still had to do something. Case in point, this is all behind me. If we were to add CGI to it, we could enhance it. Now they don't even have a stage. Like if you hear some of the the interviews and whatnot, where the actors will tell you, I'm just standing in a big blue room. Like for the whole movie. So the background is fake. The foreground is fake. The monster they interact with was fake. The power they use is fake. The costume is fake. I mean, it was one thing to do CGI and make it as incredible as possible when you were graphing it onto something real. Case in point, Jurassic Park. The reason Jurassic Park would still stand up today, and not that it's perfect, you could still laugh at like the Bronchiosaurus and be like, that looks fake now. Now my eyes definitely see it. But think about things like when the Tyrannosaurus comes out. The Tyrannosaurus was an actual giant animatronic thing that they used, and then they built on top of that. So there's just and the ground is real, the cars are real, the fence is real, the rain is real. I mean, yeah, it's fake rain, but it's real.
You got to figure that affects the actor's performance because they have something to act off of. There's something physically there. That makes sense.
I remember them talking about how they had trouble with the T-Rex when they brought in the rain because it made it more heavier than it was already.
Well, it started making it jitter and malfunction.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like having a.
that truck.
I gotta head out, guys. I got surprise work tomorrow, so
Surprise!
Sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Hi, Thanos.
Good night.
You guys have a good night. Good to see you.
Later.
I bet I can't stay. I'll see you guys later.
Take care.
Well, and you see the behind the scenes with those Avenger ones when they have just he's standing there with Thanos and he's just got a big stick above his head. For the height. And it's ridiculous. How are you
it
supposed
makes
to
me
give
wonder,
emotion
though,
when talking to a stick?
right now, all the backgrounds are fake. All the sets are faked out and everything. With today's AI technology, how long is it going to be before the actors are all fake AI actors?
They're already working on it.
I'm
That's
not
what they were.
actually here.
That's what they were
I'm
dealing.
right now. This is
Yeah,
just
that's
an
what they were
avatar.
dealing with the strikes.
Yep. Yeah, that's
There's
a
a
big part of
lot
what the
of
strike was about.
Yeah.
And
'Cause they're
but
using,
there's
like,
also
AI
there's also a new thing, a technology that they're using it in Strange New Worlds. So like the actors are talking about getting sick on stage because now they're still on a stage, but it's a screen. So like I think it's something like 80% of the bridge that they're walking around on and things like that is not there, but it is there. So it's like a giant projection screen that they're in
So they're
front of,
getting
and
like
as they
vertigo or
move-
something?
Yeah, as they move, it moves.
I think-
They're using something similar to
think my
Mandalorian.
co-host Johnny was telling me
They had a
about
big
that.
screen behind them.
And they're talking. Some of the actors are talking about like you get extreme motion sickness because you're moving, but also the world is like moving, and it makes
literally
you
like you're on
really
the
sick.
ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's fantastically amazing technology, and maybe used sparingly, you could augment something and make something really surreal or really cool. But like when it's the only thing you're relying on, and we're talking about stuff that's so far beyond us. Like if somebody put you in a room and said, "Make that real," we can't. None of us can really do that.
And there's not, there's never going to be anything that's going to replace good practical effects. I think about like the you think about the original,
need to go
well,
in the
not the
middle. There we
original,
go.
but the John Carpenter Thing movie, and then they did that prequel thing, and it was they did practical effects, and then somebody decided let's cover it with CGI, and it was garbage. It's like the practical effects were so much creepier.
They also did that in The Hobbit, which I was gonna say before. Like if you're aware of the Lord of the Rings space, you probably heard about how Ian McKellen like pretty much almost left the set of The Hobbit because he was getting so frustrated because everything was green screen around him and he was talking to a green screen ball. He's like, I've studied so much acting in my life and have done so much, and I'm talking to a fucking tennis ball. Like he almost walked off.
I could just see that. I've done Shakespeare, damn it. Why am I talking to this?
But on top of that, if you
those
watch,
were hard times indeed.
yeah, if you watch the behind the scenes of The Hobbit, which is kind of, I mean, I love the behind the scenes of Lord of the Rings, and like, obviously The Hobbit is The Hobbit, but it kind of grew on me over the years because I watched the behind the scenes. And honestly, if you watch it, so much of it is practical effects, but they kind of just made this blurry haze over everything to make it look like there was a lot more CGI than there was. And clearly the CGI that was there, especially with the orcs, was really bad, which they did most of the orcs like in like actual cost, like people in costumes in Lord of the Rings. I'm like, why didn't you just do that this time around? Like how hard
Well, they didn't
would
do it the
that be
second
to-
time around because Peter Jackson came into that movie late, and then they
He
had to
did.
rush to get that all done because they had like 3 different directors before him. So
Oh
Yeah, they were
if you
supposed
look
to,
at
Guillermo del Toro was supposed to do it.
Yeah, you look at like the scenes from Helm's Deep where they have everybody in the rain, in the costumes, and it's just an amazing scene.
Yeah, the
And then
CGI
you
in
look at
those
the
ones
stuff
were
from
just
the
background
yeah,
characters.
the Hobbit battle scenes. It was like I'm watching a cartoon. This doesn't
Yeah.
feel good at all. I
But
don't
like if you watch the behind the scenes, like it's real. Like all the dwarves, like they look so good in real life. I'm like, why did you make it look so unreal? Like I understand like it is a kid's story, so I think he really wanted it to have that like fantastical element
Yeah,
of
they
it
did a
to
lot of
make
that
it
for the
feel.
unreal feel to it.
Yeah, and like, but there was also
like
some just like
like
extra
that.
stuff that was so unnecessary.
Yeah, they padded
he
it to make
really,
it stretched out. It's like
he
you could have
really
done it in
took
one
that.
film. Yeah,
Yeah, he
For
really
Lord of the
took
Rings,
that
seeing
blank check.
Gollum, first time seeing Gollum for me, I just remember in theaters, I was like, this is so freaking badass. Like, it's so creepy, especially when we had like the
And
elven
he
rope
still
around his
looks
neck and he
good.
does that scream when he's screaming. I was just
Oh,
like,
yeah.
oh my gosh, this looks freaking crazy. It's so good.
And like this in the stream. Ow. Why?
So earlier tonight, we had Zane Productions pop in and say yo.
Mhm.
Shortly after, followed by this Muno, who insisted they
Monu?
weren't a troll.
That's usually a bad sign.
Yeah, I'm not.
On God.
On
He
On
God.
identifies as a goblin, not a troll. That's why.
Decided to ask us all if we watched anime.
Oh,
I like anime.
Mhm.
Then Zane Productions pops up, and then
Yes, there's a lady in the market's called Anime.
wants to know. Nice.
I think it's the same guys from last week, Oz.
Do any of
And
you
the week
guys
before
watch
that,
anime?
and the week
And the week-
before that, and the
And
week before that.
Send me
you know, again, just asking, can I join or not? You know, I don't know. In case you realized, I don't tend to invite people on the stream unless I know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's a good idea.
Long
Good
story.
a little bit of a wasted, little bit of wasted effort. I just gotta say, kind of boring, but nice try though. I mean, I appreciate it. At least you are bringing something else to the conversation, which proves you are paying attention to the conversation.
Yeah.
So
Is that Blackie
Yeah.
again? Yes, that's Blackie.
Bill and I on Weird Fantastic, we had some interesting times when we opened up the show to just random
I
people,
quit
and
too.
ooh boy, those were
Yeah,
fun
we
times.
had one guy that was on drugs or drunk or whatever he
Lord.
was. He
Yeah.
insulted the studio. I still feel bad about that.
He started going into conspiracy theories and you name it. It was just like,
Blocky.
Oh yeah,
I need a
Not
tinfoil hat
Blocky.
to listen to this guy. So,
well,
never
yeah.
know.
I mean, I did the open mic night format one night, and I mean, for the
Never
most part, it
again.
worked out okay. But
Leather
I mean, we
Cheerios.
all don't need that
Prolapsed.
much prolapse in our life.
There's always that one asshole.
Literally, I still miss that.
Was
I'm
it
gonna go back and
the-
watch it, but
was
I
it the
missed
goat sex man that he showed you?
Oh no! This was just straight up, dude. Like, not goat sex. I know the one you're talking about. No, this was a guy. He was like dancing on his chair, holding and spreading everything open.
Oh my!
Like pulling it like really far.
And then it was like rocket fired projectile.
Oof. Yeah, it was a really
Sausage
interesting night. That's for
on
sure.
Willy Wonka.
We missed that one. didn't we,
Hashtag
Largo?
never forget.
I wouldn't say you missed it.
Yeah, well, Allison actually renamed that whole stream as a prolapse and judgment.
Yeah.
Good job, Alex.
The burning
Oh.
ring of fire. Yeah.
That was the first night I jumped on here, and I was like, what am I doing with my life?
And you came back?
I know, it was a difficult decision.
She wasn't the only one that came back after that.
That was the first night Lawrence jumped on as well.
That's right.
first time I
Lawrence
was
has
on,
come back.
too.
That's
Yeah.
true. We pop a lot of cherries on this channel.
It's true.
That just
I
speaks
listen
to
to
your
everybody down
ability
the
to be a host, Oz. You can draw people back in. They will
That's
give you
right,
a
Oz.
redemption.
Just your ability to be a hoe. I mean,
Once you go prolapse, you can't
Ho,
go
ho,
back.
Oh, I got my money
That's
back.
true.
So after
You can't
that,
have your soul.
Speaking of chat over there, do you have moderators in your chat? I haven't paid attention because I can't see on here.
For the longest time, I did not. However, I
I'm
did
a mod.
introduce mods
I
shortly,
am also, but I'm not on YouTube.
I think-
you see.
a little bit before that stream. I added a couple. After that stream, I added a few more because I knew there was one particular person who was trolling quite frequently and doing stuff.
Oh, did you
And-
already take them out? I don't.
Yeah,
see
we
it.
have a buddy named
They've been taken.
Bjorn Jorgensen, and we gave him the band hammer. And sometimes we have to like, whoa, throttle back, Bjorn,
Don't
because
do that
he's
on
an
camera.
attack pit dog.
He
He's
was
like, hey,
very
hey,
majestic, was he
settle down.
not? Very majestic. Yes, he would.
Yes,
Bjorn
need
takes
to
his
show the
jobs
world
very
that.
seriously.
he does.
Yes, he does.
God bless him.
Back to sleep.
I will give people, like, especially when I'm modding somebody else's, because it's not my channel, I will kind of let it go for a bit, and I'll even do a bit of back and forth. And if they, it's like if they don't get the idea, you don't mess with a wrench. All right. And that's a good rule for not just in chat, but in real life. You don't mess with a wrench. If somebody's got a big wrench in their hand, just
That's true.
ease
Mhm.
back.
If you can
Yeah,
dodge a wrench,
I don't
you can
know
dodge a
why
ball.
people dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
You can dodge a wrench. You can dodge a
You can
ball.
dodge a ball. True words.
Love that movie.
Is it necessary for me to drink my own urine? No, but it's sterile and I like the taste. I could
Okay.
quote that movie so much.
What
It's a
movie
good
is
one.
that?
Get
I'm
in
not
there
a big,
nice and deep black. Dodgeball.
I'm not a big Ben Stiller fan, but I gotta say, Dodgeball with him as just a villain
I'm
was
a- yeah.
perfection.
Never seen
Hilarious.
that.
Same. I love Vince Vaughn in it too. It's
Yes.
great.
Vince Vaughn, I love. Just a lot of the
Mhm.
people he works with, I don't care for.
Mhm.
And who's the guy? Alec Trudick? Alan Trudick?
Oh,
The guy
yeah,
who
yeah.
played-
He does
Oh, he's
everything.
hilarious. Yeah,
He
I
does
loved him in
everything.
Firefly. He was in Rogue One as a droid. I'm like,
Mhm.
He was
really?
really good
This
in
guy
Rogue
gets
One.
around.
K2.
Yeah,
Yeah,
great
man.
actor.
Dee.
He is one of the, he's even the voice of, the best part of Moana. Hey.
That was him.
The
I
chicken.
would say the best part is Pua, but I'm biased.
Look, yeah, okay. I'll give you that too. Like, outstanding stars of the film here. And I'm not to say The Rock did do a good job or anybody else did do a good job, but they were just perfection, those two. Like they really were great.
Yeah, but The Rock was
You're
just The Rock in
welcome.
animated
Right.
form.
The Rock was more.
Yeah.
Although he did show off a little bit of his singing chops because he did sing some of those parts of the songs. So the fact that, I mean, if anybody's heard his rendition of "Wonderful Tonight" that he sang for Vicky Guerrero back in the day,
Oh, that was great.
That
Stop
was
licking.
hysterical.
I bet that raised many
Just wipe the
eyebrow
glass.
there.
Oh, it did. It
Smackdown
did.
Hotel. Down at the end of Jabroni Street.
He actually likes to sing. He likes to do Elvis songs.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, my favorite musical guest was Bill Murray. Did you ever watch him on Saturday Night Live when he did his lounge singer
Yeah,
kind of
yep.
bit?
Nick the Nut-
Star Wars, those
Yeah.
crazy Star Wars. Hey,
Talking about Star Wars.
Thank you.
oh
Thank
man,
you very much.
He did a Christmas
Those were good.
special a couple years back. Bill Murray did. What the hell was that called?
It's the one where I got the image of him where he's wearing the bow around his neck and he's topless, and then I send it out on Christmas and I say Merry Christmas to everybody.
Yeah,
There
it's
you
a
go.
very Murray Christmas. That's what that show
That's
was
it.
called. And it was basically
A
him just
very
doing like
furry
a
Christmas.
stage show.
Absolutely.
He's got a
love Bill
very
Murray.
interesting sense of humor. I like Bill Murray.
Yeah.
He's a bit
He's
of a
been one of my
curmudgeon, but I can dig it.
In his older
Just a
age,
little
he
bit.
definitely is. But I mean, well, it's funny. I say in his older age, he's actually always kind of been like that. It's just
Yeah.
He's
a
Oh
always
little
yeah,
bit
going
more
back to
clear.
SNL, there are stories about him like being difficult. I mean, not as difficult as Chevy Chase was,
Oh,
but
no one's as difficult.
Chevy
as him.
Chase is all. I was so
there's nobody who has a
unhappy to hear
good
about.
story about Chevy Chase.
Chevy
There
Chase
has
fell
not
off
been
the stage
one.
performing in Buffalo just over Christmas.
And
Really?
it's sad because I've loved so many
That's
Chevy
weird.
Chase movies.
Oh, I love Chevy
That-
Chase movies, but
Finding out about him personally is just kind of soured a lot of it
Mhm.
because he's kind of a dick.
What's
Yeah.
funny, I recently, for reasons, re-listened to Wishful Drinking, the audiobook that Carrie Fisher did of her book. And she was referencing when she was filming Under the Rainbow, and they co-starred in that. And she just said something like, like she was, because it was one of the times where her mother was convinced she was doing too much acid and had Cary Grant call her to talk to her about not doing too much acid. And she was like, and it was a bad time because I was doing this movie, and Chevy Chase and I were having creative differences, and she doesn't normally talk. She never really talks shit about, except like Elizabeth Taylor. But like when you're the woman who your dad left your mom for a woman, like you get to talk some shit about that person.
That's fair.
She talks shit about her family. She doesn't really talk shit about other people, and it was interesting that she just blatantly said that because wasn't her normal style. Even when she sent Harvey Weinstein the disemboweled cow tongue, for years nobody knew that she was the one who did that because she just sort of kept that on the DL. But it was interesting that, which to me says it was a shitty experience for her to even reference that like publicly in her show that at one point she was doing 3 or 4 times a week. So,
right.
So anyway, Chevy Chase, dick.
Yep.
Yeah.
At least with Bill Murray, he's he can be gruff, but you talk to or you watch some of the behind the scenes. Like I love Groundhog Day. And Harold Ramis was talking about working with him. It's like, yeah, he was unhappy because it was freaking cold on, where some of the places they were doing stuff. But he did things like he would buy donuts and stuff for the guys on the set because he knew they were all miserable. He'd bring hot coffee just because, you didn't have to do that.
Well,
So he,
oh, sorry.
Just that's his thing. It's like, yeah, he can be a jerk sometimes, but sometimes he's not. So
well, there's that story of Bill Murray and Bill Murray and Lucy Liu on Charlie's Angels, where they like got into it, and it was like a big deal. But he apparently apologized to her a few years, like within the last 10 years. But he apparently apologized to her and said he was wrong, and he apologized, which is again, we hear these stories, but at least with Bill Murray,
Sorry.
Yeah, I've heard several stories where he will apologize later if he's actually out of line. Which, like I can forgive some assholey behavior if.
If you're willing to own up to it and say, like, yeah, I'm sorry, that was shitty of me.
Yeah,
right.
And also,
I can imagine,
change and grow and learn and unpack.
That's
and
Like, if you apologize,
let's not go too far, Kayla. Let's not go.
if you apologize and then do the same thing again, then like it's pointless.
Yeah, that's true because you're really not sorry.
You've learned nothing. Yeah, you're really not sorry. Yeah.
What's interesting with Bill Murray is I think he wanted to be a serious actor because he tried several times and it just didn't happen for him.
Well, because everybody just kept looking back at his.
Yeah.
No,
his movie Where the Buffalo Roam, where he played Hunter S. Thompson.
Yeah.
It was fantastic, and it bombed at the box office. Nobody watched it. It's like, this is really good.
There was one movie he did that was really more drama than it was comedy that everyone treats as though to this day that it excuse me, it was a comedy, but it really wasn't.
That was Lost in Translation, wasn't it?
Lost in Translation.
I didn't care for that movie. I mean,
that's what everybody thought it was a comedy, but it's like really a dark movie.
It's very dark, and they tried to convince me yet again that Scarlett Johansson I should take seriously, and I just can't. So I'm sorry.
I really like him as Steve Zissou in that friggin' movie where he's the boat captain. What the hell was that?
Life Aquatic.
Oh, Life Aquatic.
Yeah,
that was good. I like that.
That was
It's quirky.
I don't like that director, but I didn't mind that movie.
Right.
All his movies have the same kind of feel. It's just the rerun. But
A lot of it just feels like quirky, rich white people, and I just like remove the rich part out of it, and I'm there. Or if you remove the white people out of it, but I can't do movie after movie where it's quirky, rich white people. If he gave me like quirky,
all of us white rich people are quirky, Allison. In case you didn't know.
Yeah, like I don't.
Wait, you fuckers are rich?
So bad.
I come from poor white trash. I don't know.
Rich. I'm rich because of my friend base, Oz.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
That's acceptable as
Yeah.
is proof of what we got
It's
going
the
on right here.
physical,
In my family, if you had the skirt around the trailer to cover the wheels, you were highfalutin. So
If your car had all four tires,
I'm rich
Yeah.
on life there. Let's just say that.
There you go.
It was Stripes. I know Stripes is kind of funny, but to me, Stripes had way more dramatic and like serious content. The comedy was sort of secondary to it, so it was Stripes. So I
I'll have
mean,
to
again,
rewatch
it's
it.
got its moments of comedy, but overall, I felt like that.
yeah,
it was
Stripes
like a-
actually has quite a bit of drama in it.
Yeah, and I feel like because of the Bill and Ivan Reitman, I think that got overlooked a little.
Well, yeah,
and
you
then
got
any
John
movie with-
Candy, you got Ivan Reitman, you got Bill Murray in there.
Yeah, and you've got Sean Young who can't act. So anytime she walks
Mm.
onto the scene, you're just like, this has to be a comedy because they're trying to convince me she's an actress. That was the tweet that got me blocked by James Woods on Twitter.
Oh,
I was like,
wow.
how does it feel knowing you got out acted by Sean Young in the booth? Sean Young out acted you. I got blocked. I mean, I know she stalked him or whatever, but
If you want to get unblocked, all you got to do is just say, "Ooh, piece of candy."
yeah, no. I don't want to get unblocked. It's a better world where I don't have to see James Woods' tweets. Not that I'm on X anymore, but he didn't block me the time I was like, I bet you couldn't act your way into a paper bag, much less out of one. But anyway. Oh, James Woods. I hate you. Anyway. So yeah, it was Stripes. Not as much as I hate
We had a
Moby.
discussion about X, formerly known as Twitter, tonight, didn't we, Bill?
What's up?
I said we had a discussion about X, formerly known as Twitter, earlier tonight. Did we not?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. We don't use that platform much anymore.
I mean, I'm on there, but I get on like once a day, scroll down, maybe push a couple of buttons. If like my buddy is on, I'll be like, hey, if he's like posted something. But in all honesty, he posts the same stuff there that he does, and then he just comes right over and posts the same thing on Instagram. So like sometimes I'll just go to Instagram and be like, hey,
Well, see,
and not have to go on X at all.
I was doing that for a little while with my blog and also this YouTube channel with a thing called If This Then That, ITFFF. And when they started saying, okay, you got to pay money if you want to do that, I'm like, okay. And then I forgot all about Twitter.
I am gonna hop out. I wanted to see what this was, and this is cool. I'm very interested to come back and do this again sometime when I actually have real time. But I got like a crazy morning ahead of me and everything.
Sure.
But this is awesome. Like it is. I just didn't know it was a thing.
It's addictive
because I was just added to the group like
Yeah.
You'll
meeting you.
start with it and you'll
Yeah.
end with it one night, and you'll be sorry for it the next day. But
Yeah.
it's fine.
No regrets.
Bill was
Hashtag
telling
no
us good
regrets.
things about you,
Not
sir,
even a
so
single
he
letter.
said,
Yeah.
Oh, we got to add
little
you in there.
All right, awesome. Yeah. Now I'll see everybody. Thanks.
All right, Bill.
Have a good
Take
one.
care.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
No regrets.
No,
No
regrets.
regrets.
No regret.
It's that
You know, when you
No yogurts.
Not one
It's
little
when you get that
letter.
big tattoo and they
Yeah.
misspell it.
that tattoo me.
I'm quoting We're the Millers.
I love that
That
movie.
was a
by
great
the way.
movie. I
Same.
love
We're the Millers.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it.
So hilarious.
I'd rather slow fry my rolls than be on Twitch. Well, see, the thing is with X, it's two, like, multiply it by 3 and it's a great website.
Yeah. I mean, that's true. No,
Yeah. But like just one on its own sucks.
I gotta say, it upholds to that name because I just started getting into using Twitter and trying that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I never really picked up the hang of it. Then they switched their name to X, and honestly, I just kind of
I haven't figured that out yet.
it's X. I mean, at least that's what I've heard
Yeah.
everybody call it is X.
It's X.
But
And he's making fun of us.
in any case, all I've ever I don't even bring it up anymore. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna uninstall it because I don't use it. It's got nothing to do with Elon Musk or anything with him in general, but it's just like I never used the platform. I never caught on with it. and a lot of people
Yeah.
did stop using X. And now I'm just
Mm-hmm.
like, well, you know, I really
I
have.
mean,
I never picked up
honestly
a
made it-
following on there. I'll just
Never
ditch
been
it.
on there once.
Well,
He's made
here's-
it unusable. I mean,
thing
like
I-
I never see the people I actually follow.
Well, here's
Like-
the thing. The only thing I ever used it for was to promote my content off X's
Yeah.
site. And if you do that, they shadow ban your content because they don't want you leaving their platform.
Right.
So
Wow.
promoting your YouTube channel on X, formerly known as Twitter, is an exercise in frustration because nobody's ever going to see your posts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
I
keep
just-
up with Instagram and YouTube, and that's about it. I don't have time
That's
for
all I
anything
do.
else.
Instagram and YouTube. That's it.
I don't
And I
have
can't even
time
remember the
to
last
go
time I
on
sat down and watched
Instagram.
a normal TV show. It's like there's too much.
Oh, I never
stuff
watch
on-
regular TV anymore. It seems.
Yeah.
It's
Like,
always
there's no
watching.
I've been taking a break from the YouTube. The only YouTube I've been
I've been-
watching lately is old Jenna Marbles videos because I love her and I miss her, and it's like comforting to me because like I was just like always keeping up with like, you know, all of our friends' channels and stuff, and it was just like
You get too caught up
getting
in it.
too much. I got
Mm.
too caught up in it, and I'm just like, I need a
You
break.
need to back.
Yeah, you get to
Yeah.
that
it's
And
point.
I
good to do
still
that.
watch a lot of TV on top of it, anyways. But now I've
I know.
definitely been
My,
watching.
my wife finally called me out the other day. She came home from work. She's usually tired when she comes home from work. I'm sitting in there flipping through YouTube, watching various channels, and finally she walked in there and she said, "Can we watch something else besides YouTube tonight, please?" Yes, dear.
And
No.
you know what? It's okay to do that. It is
Hey,
okay.
what'd you watch, Bill?
I watched the 4 episodes of Doctor Who that came out here from Thanksgiving up until Christmas Day.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Look, Fargo, you know this. That's my show. It always
I
has
know.
been for years and years and years.
Did
And I told Paul, I said,
you ever watch the third Doctor there?
yes, I watched them
Yeah.
all. I even watched all of the episodes of the second and first Doctor, even the ones that don't exist in telesnap form. So yeah, I've been through it with that show. Now here's the deal. I will give you my quick review with no spoilers. It's not as bad as it's been portrayed as being. However, there are some very, very cringy moments in each and every episode of it.
Yeah.
That's quick review right there.
I haven't had
Well,
time
Spoiled
to.
the whole show for me, Bill.
Huh? I ruined it. Sorry.
Fucking spoiled it all. You and your spoilers.
I think Largo's
I
was
need
a
to-
Doctor was or is a Doctor Who fan as well. I know you got some TARDISes over there. There's one
Yes,
right there.
I've got a bit of a
Did
Doctor
you
Who
get a
collection
chance-
there
did
and
you
all
get
the
a chance to
DVD.
watch it, or have you given up completely on it?
I pretty much gave up after Capaldi. I tried with the Jodie Whittaker era. I don't have anything against her, but the scripts were not great. It
That
just
was awful. That,
I
all
didn't enjoy
that
it.
was all Chibnall's fault. Okay, you go in there and
Yeah.
you look at my bookcases in the living room. It's got DVDs of Doctor Who, shelf after shelf after shelf after shelf, season after season after season after season, complete. And it comes to a complete, utter halt right at the first season of Jodie Whittaker. After that, there's nothing.
Yeah. And to be fair, some of the classic Who was some stinkers too. I mean, they weren't great.
Yeah,
but
not everything's
It was a,
You know.
you got to remember what it was. It was a
Right.
tea time children's television show.
yeah. And you know, they put the some of the monsters together with Scotch tape and whatever they had laying around the
Popsicle
studio.
sticks and bubble wrap. Yeah.
Pop exactly.
plunger.
But you know, it was fun.
Little
It's not
plunger and
fun
a paint
anymore.
roller.
Storylines
Yeah.
and some of the ideas that came out of that it grabbed us. But
Yes.
like I said, yes, I have watched the Flux, but I didn't pay any money to watch it, and it was the same thing with these last 4 episodes. I don't have Disney Plus anymore. I got rid of that earlier this year. But yeah, I have my ways, and generally
It always it always
I'll
reminds
go
me of
buy
that
the
old
DVD. I'll buy the physical media, but I'm not.
who was it? Jim Croce did that song. You don't pull you don't pull on Superman's cape, you don't spit in the wind, you don't pull the mask off the old Lone Ranger. It's like, don't mess with my heroes, man. I like them the way if you want to evolve and do something different, create a different character.
Look, the show's always been progressive. It always has been, all the way back. You can go back and you can see it. But the way they wove the storylines, they would weave that stuff in there, and it was okay because it wasn't a storyline revolved around that. It was a storyline that just so happened to have that in it. That's entertaining.
And each story was broken up into 4 to 6 parts, so you didn't get the story all in one go there. You had to wait till the next night or the next week or whatever.
Yeah, I kind of miss the old cliffhangers.
And it developed the characters, I feel, better.
Mm-hmm.
Jim, I thought you were going to do the last line of that song. You don't mess around with Jim.
Or
it's too on the nose.
That song and Big Bad Leroy Brown always remind me.
Yeah. I like me some Jim Croce. He's just
90% of entertainment died in the year 2000, says Briscoe 1234.
Time in a Bottle was an amazing song.
However, I will say that gag from Conan O'Brien in the year 2000 lasted well after the year 2000, which that was comedy gold. I enjoyed that. I'm glad they kept it going. I was really sad.
Comedy Joe here with the robot uprising of the 2000s.
The robots uprising.
I love Paul Rudd's gag on
Y2K, and they did the binary solo there 100000110.
I love Triumph.
For me to poop on.
We got like the DVD of that.
I don't know if it's
literally
still
just
on
him.
YouTube, but you should go see the episode of I forget what the name of it. There's like this hot dog place in Chicago where they insult you when you order your hot dogs, and
that's funny.
there's an episode where Triumph goes there, and she basically out insults him. So
nice.
Was it run by the Tellarites there?
Right.
Star Trek.
I forget the name of it. And during the pandemic, when things were locked down and they couldn't be open, they briefly had a YouTube channel where they were just roasting. They did like 2 or 3 things where they were it was hilarious. I was
what were they roasting there? Could it be for
the Wiener Circle?
Something. Yeah, that's it. The Wiener Circle.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with a good roast. It's like I appreciate a good insult if you put some style into it. Give it a little panache. If it's just your mama jokes, it's like that's not give me something intelligent.
Yeah,
if you're going to insult me,
it's like one of
work
those
at it.
things where it's personalized when you go and
Don
order your
Rickles.
hot dog, where they
I'm showing my age. Don Rickles.
Oh, he was a classic at doing that. He was very good.
I think one of my favorite is when Comedy Central, before they did their own roast, when they would do the Friars roast, and it was I think the roast of Jerry Stiller, and Sandra Bernhardt went out and roasted him, and then when she left, I forget who came on after him and said it. I think it was maybe Alan.
Are you roasting other humans there?
And he was like,
what?
Sandra Bernhardt, I wouldn't fuck you with B. Arthur's dick. And then it cuts to B. Arthur in the audience, just taking her finger out. I'm like, oh, you motherfucker.
Somebody was releasing like videos of the old Dean Martin roasts, and they had all the classics on there.
Oh yeah,
some of those still hold up. Some of them it's like, oh man, it's just a bunch of drunk old guys smoking cigarettes sitting around.
Those were on Tubi for a while. I was watching those.
Were they?
Guideline violation.
Tubi.
Oh yeah.
It reminds me of home when I would go home and visit my family.
Or not
for the holidays.
That is the question.
Get a couple drinks in everyone, and then it was just like all the gloves are off, no holes barred. We're on.
Oh yeah. We had one uncle that we would purposely make sure he had plenty of libations so that he would start going off on everybody because he's just funny. It's like, get Uncle Bob drunk. Let's see where he goes tonight.
We did that with my grandma when I was growing
roast
up.
for the wrestlers. Those are so horrible. The roast they do for the wrestlers.
I haven't seen those.
They're like in a little cheesy auditorium and just cheesy comedians and other wrestlers trying to tell jokes, and they're so horrible to watch.
Wait a minute. I'm going to go off. I'm going to go off the script just a little bit here. There was recently, this just came to my attention. The NWA apparently has come back, and they had at Halloween time. I don't pronounce this right. Sam Hain was the pay-per-view that they did, and I think they only got like 250 views off of it. But apparently, the Sinister Minister had a little skit on that didn't go over so well and ruined their chances of getting on the CW. Have you seen that, Largo?
I have not.
I don't know. I don't know who in their right mind told them that they could do this, but they were out there pretending like they were snorting cocaine and drinking whiskey and all that, and it just. It may have been real cocaine, knowing
I miss the 90s.
You gotta watch Corny talking about that. Oh my god.
Oh well, I think I'd better call it a night there.
Okay, Eldor.
See you later, Eldor. Go to bed and have sweet dreams, man.
I've got to
Good
head
night.
to see, buddy.
Happy
Have
New
some
Year
food.
in a couple
Happy New
hours
dreams.
for ya.
Happy
New
Year,
Year,
I'll
man.
join you all hopefully tomorrow.
New Year's,
then,
Eldor.
Celebrate with your Happy New Year.
Yeah, we'll see you soon.
All right.
Good
Cheers,
deal.
everybody.
Next year.
Night, Eldor.
Good journey.
Good night.
See you next Tuesday.
For everybody
Oh
who
my
did come
goodness.
in later,
Bye,
but
George.
yes,
See you next
tomorrow night
Thursday.
we're doing another stream tomorrow night. We're going to bring in the new year across the time zones again, like last year.
Nice.
And Mega J may or may not kill the stream right before midnight on the East Coast again. He
What time
popped
are you
onto
gonna
that.
start?
I might do it a little bit later. I might start at like 10 o'clock. I'm not sure if I'm going to start too early. So 10 o'clock my time be 7 your time.
Okay.
Are you going to
We'll
wear the
see.
pasties this year with the tassels and get them to twirl a little bit for the
You know,
New
I was
Year's?
thinking about it, but then I thought that should be Patreon exclusive.
Well, you got those ones that like the firecrackers that you light.
The Ozly fans.
He doesn't even have to spin them himself this time. They just spin it.
New Year's goal, I'm going to set up Ozly fans. It's going to happen. I don't know what I'm going to post on there, but
box fans,
Thanos'
ceiling
pictures on
fans.
Instagram.
Hold on. Is that a promise, Ozzy?
a promise that I will set up Ozly fans with the next year. Yes.
Do it.
Yeah.
I will set up an Ozly fans.
Cancel membership. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to start a business and just start promoting models on Ozzy fans.
I was going to say, if Thanos did an OnlyFans with some of his Thursday posts, he'd probably get some sponsorship.
You mean
That's why I said
Wednesdays and Fridays?
Wednesdays and Fridays.
Yeah.
OnlyFigs. It's OnlyFigs channel.
Only figs. There we go.
You probably would.
There's what's the rule? Was it Rule 34? It's like anything you can. Yeah,
It's
it
there.
falls in that category.
It's true.
Corn for everybody.
There's a vast ocean of kinks and fetishes, so it makes sense.
There's a little something for everybody out there.
Mhm.
Oh, is this a newly printed armor there, Kenzo?
This was one I modified myself, and I bet you could guess where it's going.
Boobies.
Looks like it goes in my bedroom. I mean,
It's gonna be a spike ore, buddy.
Nice.
Oh,
digging
nice.
that.
I like the skull.
I got
You
I
gotta
half guessed it with spiky.
print some. Print some terror claws to go with that too.
Just busting those out, huh?
Yeah, I kind of
Technically,
that. I go on a tangent and just
You
like
get battle armor.
overdo,
You get battle armor. Everyone gets
overdo
battle
stuff like I did with Modi.
Yeah.
Kinda overdo stuff, but oh well.
Moti.
I'm just happy I could actually sit down here for a while and do it without
Wait,
hurting too much.
can you do a glow in the dark Modi?
He's got
Yes,
some glow in the dark booties.
I've done plenty of the Modis.
Modi.
Okay, I'm gonna message you because I want one. I need one.
Modi.
He's so ugly, he's cute. And Modi's
Yeah.
not
Right.
bad either.
Good
I'll
one.
tag you in that.
I'm going to say that when the Eternia set comes out, this figure here is going to be worth more than King Grayskull.
It's gonna be like $100
Yeah.
easy.
That is the best
Easy.
piece.
Well, like what? Him and King Grayskull are going to be the most limited run figures that they've done
Yeah, that's
because
not cool.
they're
I've
the
got a
only
question.
way they're available.
Well, if
Did
they
you
would have
guys,
stuck with that
see the promotional pictures
early
when they
bird.
were talking about releasing the set and they were showing everybody these pictures of the box and all that? Wasn't Kecklor the elder in those pictures? And
Yeah.
why? Yeah.
He's one of the Eldors.
Are they going to release Kecklor eventually? That's the question in my mind.
I keep expecting that shortly after Eternia hits, there will be some sort of Mattel Creations Secrets of Eternia exclusive box set or something where like there's Heckler and sort of like they did with Grayskull. So
Maybe they'll do like a different colored variant or something.
Mountain set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there is quite a bit of talk about whether that's coming because there are some not missing features, I want to say, but there are some elements of the Snake Mountain playset that have not been put to use.
Yeah.
Mm.
Do you think we'll ever see the giants they did? Those were really rare. You remember the Motu giants that came out?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think they'll make them as big. We're getting a little closer, like with those turtles. That crane is kind of
Well,
like
Andre, yes,
And
it is.
Andre.
It is Megator, but the scaling of Andre the Giant and that Krang figure is still short for the Giants.
They have to be big.
Right. The Giants that came out from
and be almost as tall as the defense tower.
But see, that's the thing, though, right? Like that Andre the Giant is still dwarfed by the Giants from the original line.
Like I said, he has to stand next to the Castle Grayskull and be about as tall as the defense tower.
Yeah, was it Mattel Creations that did those for a minute? Those were like 6-inch figures. They were 12-inch. They were pretty big.
Yeah, they were massive.
That's above average.
Indeed. But it's like I tell Ed or people. Ed got me back into the adventure team guys, the big ones. It's like once you go 12 inches, hey,
you don't go back.
Allison, pretty happy that her armor comes off, then, right?
Yeah. Well, also, I see that. I'm glad I suggested that because it looks like it.
I know when you asked me that, I was like, well, none of their armor ever comes off. But then when I opened it, I was like, damn it, she was right. Holy crap.
Well, I'm glad I asked because I just went and looked back and it looks like people are interested in that feature. So, yeah.
I haven't stopped looking at her since I got
Jacob, thank you for showing that review. I watched it very intently because I wanted to see if the face was going to look decent, and it does.
Yeah, I'm telling you, in person, her face looks so good too. Like
the eyes look absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
Whoever hand paints those.
I'm in love with Tiva all over again.
I'm in love with the stripper.
Yeah, I came late to the party. I just got a care package from some guys because it's been really difficult getting stuff here in Guatemala. But I just got my sorceress for Masterverse, and I'm really impressed with the way they did her cape and how it connects to her arms. I thought that was pretty cool.
She's cool too. All the Masterverse. I like them all. They're all.
I still have all the women in the boxes because we'll eventually do a stream with Allison and Toy Sorceress for the Women of Motu, which we'll probably do around when Revolution comes out. But I've been
just
saving
for like
them.
another week.
Yeah.
That's January 24th. So
Okay.
we're doing
Well, wait a minute, January.
Yeah, we're doing a watch rewatch 2 episodes of Revelation because I haven't seen it, and of course Johnny loves Motu.
I'm curious about this. What's the character, Mother Board or Mother?
Mommy Board. Get it right. Mommy Board.
That figure is a muscle mommy, that's for sure.
She's amazing. I love her. I bought her without watching the show because I was just like, mommy.
I mean,
It's a
that's
cool
that
design.
was my
Her
absolute
and
favorite
Dark
part
Lid.
of Revelation.
It'll be interesting to see how
Yeah, Dark
she
Lid,
ties in
mhm.
with the Hordak storyline. It'll be.
Mm.
It's like, okay, I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I enjoy. I know, like some
I'm
people
afraid of knocking everything over.
disliked it, but I really liked
Don't do it.
Revelations. But sort of, I was feeling a little like, like Andra, I liked, but I didn't feel like they had added a lot of new stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of it was regurgitate. Even Andra herself is like an update of an old comic book character, which I'm glad they because Andra was just basically angry Tila Light in that comic book. She wasn't.
Right.
She even looked like a Tila knockoff. And it was
She
around
was
the time
really
they were
just a
gonna.
throwaway,
It
which
was
is sad.
yeah, and it was at the
Yeah.
time where they were planning on updating the comic book, the Star Comics, so that He-Man and Tila Man at Arms would be in their movie costumes, because they were expecting that movie was going to be a huge hit.
Right,
So I always felt like part of the Andra thing was like Tila Light, so that we would still sort of have that look.
Right.
But I like what they did with her. I like they made her a unique character. I like that they retained sort of her and Tila being friends. So, but at the same time, it was just a reimagining of an old character.
Well, I
Whereas
think we
with
could all
Motherboard, I
agree.
felt like it was really sort of something new, even though it's sort of riffing on Screech. At the same time, it just felt like we haven't really seen this in Masters of the Universe, and it felt,
Right.
I think
like
the
even
Andra,
when they,
yeah,
even
the
all
Andra character could have been developed to replace Man at Arms. I think they were kind of going there, but they
Well,
never really fleshed it out.
that was sort of her role in the old comic book too. Like she ended up taking over as captain of the guard after Tila left, and so like that kind of could have been the trajectory they had planned for her. So I the character has potential. The thing with Masters of the Universe, I think a lot of us older fans forget sometimes, is the media we're given is really only sort of a base, a building block. Like as kids, we had the cartoons, we had the mini comics, we had all the other media. But most of Masters of the Universe was a headcanon we made when we played with those figures. And as
Right.
crunchy old adult collectors, we forget that we should always be taking any official canon as with a grain of salt. Take what you like, take what you don't like, and throw that out, and then make your own headcanon. And then that way, it's a lot easier when I don't like something. Like, if there's something I don't like in a Star Wars movie or Masters of the Universe or whatever, it's way easier to just still enjoy it, because my headcanon overrules, Disney,
Everything else.
Kevin
Right.
Smith,
All the media.
whoever you want the boogeyman to be that's ruining your media, like they can't take my headcanon. I get to make whatever headcanon I want.
I did like the Orko
So-
story arc. I like the fact
Yeah.
he wasn't just comic relief. They showed that he has
Also, I'm just
depth.
tuning
I
all of
hated
this out right
Orko
now, so
before
I don't.
The guys, yeah, that's true. Try to remember somebody still needs to watch
Yeah, that's a
it.
good point.
It's okay.
Oh,
I
yeah.
will not remember.
And we're also not
I'm
talking story
slightly
beats
tuning it out
per
on purpose.
You
Yeah, we're not
I
necessarily
will,
talking story
I
beats.
will break in. I will break in, and I will say this. If you've watched me in the past, and I know Largo has, I've said my piece about Revelation. However, I wish I had taped the conversation that Joneser and I had with Reploid Bill last night when we were getting ready to do the show and kind of working with each other. He approaches that from a whole different point of view than any of us, I think, because he didn't even get into He-Man until at the Revelation time.
Interesting.
So Revelation was his first introduction to He-Man, and then he went back and watched all the other stuff. So he brings a whole fresh point of view to that made me sit down and think about it a little bit further. It didn't change my point of view on it, but it made me think about it in a different way. Does that make sense?
That's about to be me and Johnny, because I haven't watched anything Motu, and yet I
So-
have a bunch of Motu figures.
For me, the biggest thing is I always look at everything as its own separate media, right?
Mhm.
And that is the best way to do it. I don't want to compare it to this or what's already been done. This is somebody new. This is somebody's take on it. This is their version of it. And I can respect that because it takes nothing away from what I already have of it. So it doesn't bother me. I don't feel like that it's a forced narrative or a forced perspective, because if I don't like it, I don't have to watch it. And that's all there is to it. You know, that's
Well,
just
the
how I
same.
boil it down.
That's the same attitude I had when I rewatched New Adventures. I knew what I was getting into. I watched it for what it was. I did not try
Right.
to compare it, and I didn't hate it. I watched the whole thing. I even watched it a couple times. It's, you know, you have to put yourself in that spot like you're talking about.
Yeah, the only
I
thing
did
that
have a
really
hard
bugs
time
me,
with Skeletor having eyeballs. Kind of weirded me
that
out for a minute.
I'm with Jim on that. That was a bit odd.
Well,
To
I
this
actually
day,
went.
You're
that's
like,
still
I
weird.
draw the line at eyeballs.
I bought
That's
that
it.
custom head from
No, the eyeballs
Ford
and the
Act
hair.
that had the
I
eyeballs
could
because I
have
liked
maybe
it.
forgiven eyeballs without the hair, or the hair and no eyeballs, but the
I
two
guess it would be
together.
hard to like do expressions without eyeballs, but yeah,
Me and
the
Allison
hair,
became
that
friends
seems like
over
a
eyeballs.
weird choice.
So I did want to address the comment that I've had highlighted here. Kenzo, do you sell any of that armor?
I do. Yeah, just hit me up on Instagram. Kenzo's
There you
Creation.
go.
Yeah, I will.
And
Make
I
a
can do
K-Dog
it
has
painted or
joined
unpainted.
us again.
A toy drug deal.
Yeah. Meet me in the parking lot.
I think that, and for me, the other thing with Masters of the Universe that I've really tried to embrace. When I was a kid, I didn't give a shit what was happening with Filmation. It was whatever was happening with the action figures that I was playing with.
Yeah.
As a kid, it was really easy for me to pick and choose what I wanted, and that's really where I've sort of moved. Yeah, and again, I enjoyed Revelations. I liked it from like it was what I wanted as an old person watching something from my childhood, like a more adult take on it. I get why
Did you ever
people
get
don't like
into
it.
any of the comic books, Allison? Because those are
You
a
mean
little bit
like
different.
the Star Comics or the modern DC comics?
The
of
modern
period?
DC or
I
some of
did.
the other.
I liked some of those. I did not like how they started, where like the Horde comes from Etheria and the writer Tim Seeley, who has done some good stuff. Where he's like, I'm going to show how hardcore. We're going to throw a spear through Flood Arena.
Yeah,
I feel like you shouldn't ever kill a character you didn't
You just
create.
like took that sentence out of context.
And like that rubs me the wrong way. Like all the Despara stuff like kind of works, but I don't. Motu shouldn't be super. And my one critique of Revelations was how grim and gritty they tried to get at times. Like some of Evelyn's background, I thought was too grim. Motu, Princess of Power, all of that. There is a darkness to it, but they're hopeful stories. It's a hopeful. What appealed to us as children about it, and I think one of the reasons it's not maybe connecting with kids as much as they would like, the CGI cartoon did. But if you watch that CGI cartoon, there's a lot of hope in that show. There's
I
friendship.
liked the
There's teamwork.
CGI cartoon much more than I did.
Yeah, because it
Revelation.
wasn't trying to. It was trying to appeal to kids through imagination and hope. And I think this is one critique I think that is true of every sort of thing that we loved as kids that they have brought back in the modern age made it for adults, as they go too grim. Like I stopped reading DC Comics at the New 52 because I was tired of the endless grimness of it. Like DC is not a grim universe. Batman has grim moments, but like I should never be reading a Wonder Woman story where I'm like, this is too dark. Or I should never read Superman is not a dark character.
I blame Frank Miller. I blame Frank Miller. It's your fault, Frank Miller.
I will let you blame him, and I am there with you. I feel like he went because even Tim Burton, some people are like the movies where there's darkness to those Tim Burton Batman movies, but there's a lot of joy and mirth. Like Catwoman, despite like the horrible, like her boss basically kills her and she comes back, and there's some freaking dark shit there. But at the same time, Catwoman is a very mirthful, joyous character, despite the anger.
Tim Burton can do dark, and he can bring levity to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I just
You know.
that's my critique of the thing I disliked about Revelations was I felt like there were times where they were like, we got to make this really dark for the adults.
Too grim.
And
Yeah.
a lot of critique I heard from people who were responding to the darkness was like, I wanted to watch this with my kids and it was too dark. You know, and they would reference some of the humor and stuff. You know, like the fisto joke. I want to fist him. I thought that was hilarious. Your kids
We'd
aren't
all
getting
been
that
waiting
joke
for that,
anyway,
right?
Carl. Like, stop worrying about your kid. Like,
For good
40 years in the
fisting.
making.
yeah, the fisting part. You know, like, but I
Right.
kind of get it. But at the same time, I think most people wouldn't have noticed that if there wasn't all the other dark parts of it. So that's my critique. That's the thing I didn't like was the darkness. But otherwise, I enjoyed it. I liked
Kayla, you're
the newer characters. I loved Motherboard. I thought Andre was really
I'm
cool. I want Andre
honestly,
to have more
I
stuff.
will not remember. My
Hey, dog,
ADHD,
you probably are because I hate the. Wait, let me
even
rephrase
with
that.
medication.
The Schneiderverse is not made for me. The only good thing out of the
Mm.
Schneiderverse was that first Wonder Woman movie.
Schneider. Oh, so good. Chills
Yeah,
every
That was a great
time.
movie. The second
Setting
one
it
had
in
some
World War
problems.
On
One
Netflix
was
right now,
a
too.
really good idea.
Yeah.
I don't have a
gave
Five
her,
Below, Carol.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The thing people seem to forget when they're writing for DC is it's like these are supposed to be paragons. They're replicants of the Greek and Roman god personas. You know, you have your pantheon. That's what the Justice League is supposed to be. They're not the guy in New York who gets a bagel on his way to the Daily Bugle. They're a different type of character.
I am so sick of stories where Wonder Woman tries ice cream for the first time and is filled with wonder and joy. It's like she's from a fucking like the Amazons originally as presented were scientifically like they had all the advancement because they had cut themselves off from man's world and were living in this utopian society and had all this technology and magic. Like Wonder Woman's fucking had ice cream because they have a fucking ice cream make. They've got the purple healing ray on Paradise
That's
Island.
what I was
They can
going
make
to say.
ice
They
cream.
have a purple healing ray. Yeah, they had all
Yeah,
that
like
stuff.
they don't. Fucking Wonder Woman's probably made ice cream
That's
as
really
Wonder
cool
Top
shit,
with like her super breath. What the fuck ever.
Yeah.
Like, it just but it's always
It's like they-
it's always like Jeff Johns, some dude who like Wonder Woman's unapproachable. Just because she doesn't want to fuck you, bro, doesn't mean she like needs you to make her accessible to the world.
Tell them.
I
Anyway.
prefer when they
Hey,
show
what's
her
going
as
on,
like
but
being
guys, I'm gonna head out.
the
I got my kid coming early in the morning, so I'm
Okay.
gonna.
All right.
Later, kid.
Real
Thanks, guys.
quick,
Thanks for
'cause
letting me
I don't know if
hang out with you
everybody
guys
heard
tonight.
before.
I will see you
Carol was
tomorrow.
asking if you have a Five Below by you, real quick.
I don't. It's in the. I mean, I have one about 45 minutes away, but
Okay.
yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't hit those.
Last time I
They're not
walked in the Five
close.
Below, it was wrecked in
All
there
right,
and there
guys.
wasn't
Have a good one.
anything.
good night.
See you, buddy.
Yeah, last time I walked in Five Below, it was wrecked in there. Is it always wrecked in there, or do they
I've
ever
never
actually
been
put
in
the stuff?
one.
Oh my god!
It's 45 minutes away. I just found out. I didn't even know there was ones in the Bay Area, and then I looked it up maybe like 2 months ago, and it's like, yeah, it's like 45 minutes away. I'm like,
No, no,
absolutely
talk
not.
about-
I
talk about
drive a
this
lot.
one.
I drive a lot as is like, and I did a lot of
Went for the
driving
first time
trying
the
to
other
find
day. It was in a
fucking
mall, though.
Donnie.
Well, the I just discovered a new place to get cheap action figures, and that's a place called
Ross.
Ross Dress for Less. Ross
Ross is the
Dress
worst.
for Less. My God, I went in there and I found
just
I
there.
felt like
It's like everyone
Jada
completely
Toys,
forgot
there
Ross
was
was
a
a
Jada
store.
Toys Bride of Frankenstein in there. It was like $5.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
below $5
Well,
figures.
here's
The
one of the
stores are
things
just
about
such
that.
a mess that it scares me. It's like Walmart,
Right.
but worse.
I wouldn't expect to see too much of that in the new year, though.
You think
The
the big companies have gotten smart on how their distribution is going,
They're
or
cutting back
Well, a lot of
production.
that stuff that ended up in Ross's and Aldi's and stuff was Hasbro Pulse stock and things like that. That was
Right.
backed up from the logistics issues during COVID.
Yep.
all that
Same
stock
thing
has
with
been
like all
pulled.
the extra Marvel Legends.
Doc.
I almost got those twins from the GI Joes because they were both there. Got both
Yeah.
the twins for $4.99. I'm glad
May-
Joe's called, but I was like, but both twins are here.
Maybe for you they were there. All I could find was Tomax. Couldn't find a Zaymot. And
Yeah,
it
maybe I
sounds
should've just
ridiculous, but
I
they
see, I was
are
like, maybe I should've
mirrored.
come up anyways, but I figured everybody, Joe fans, anybody that wanted them had them. Everybody I
Mhm.
know.
If you were a Dungeons and Dragons movie fan, they had the whole set of those damn Dungeons and Dragons movie figures in there for like $5 a piece.
They
Yeah,
look like this, Bill.
yeah.
It's like the only one out of that bunch was the owl bear. That was the only one I liked. I thought the rest were kind of boring.
I
Yeah,
wanted
they-
to get that damn
I just got it 'cause
dragon
they're
if they had
$5,
at
like you
Walmart,
said.
but I wasn't willing to spend the money for it.
Yeah, I like finding the cheap figs just to grab heads for doing customs, but you
Mhm.
know, sadly that's
Just
become
grabbing
the lot of a
head.
lot of them. That's it. I'm just
Sometimes
looking
you
for
just
good
gotta
head.
grab it.
Well, you can have these
Indeed.
heads.
It's like
Never say no to
Hugo
head.
and Bunny, better yet, with him
No.
used to say, "Grab it like you want it."
Right?
Grab it like you want it. I'm taking that out of context.
Hey.
I was
Hey,
listening to a trend this morning.
I got a
So,
nice surprise from my buddy Adam. He's sending me a fuzzy head, a GI Joe Eagle Eye that I've been trying to find for a long time because they're
Oh,
Ooh,
nice.
kind of
very
rare.
nice.
That's a
Yeah.
really cool era of GI
Which
Joe.
Adam? There's so many.
Is that on a body, Jim?
No, it's not.
Just the head?
But I need to find a muscle body that'll fit it. But
Yada
just
yada yada yada.
finding the head is good enough. Yeah, Adam runs a show called GI Joe: The Lost Chronicles, and he does photo stories with the big 12-inch Joes and does cool
Mhm.
sci-fi stuff. And
No.
he even threw Kiss into one of his stories. You know, had them come in as like
As you
space
can.
alien heroes. It was
As
fun.
a
Just
child,
throws a lot of
Star Child in there.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
normal.
As a child, one of the few things we can, and it wasn't because my parents, it's like they never made it to any of the stores in our shitty little town, Copper's Cove, was those Mego Kiss dolls. Like I wanted those
Oh,
so
yeah.
bad. Like
I'm surprised Migo
There was
doesn't
nothing in
re-release
Copper's
them.
Coves in the 90s, let alone any time after that.
But at one point, Figures Toy Company was re-releasing them in the 8-inch scale, but you know they're pretty. I mean, like I say, they're
Turn all the
spendy.
way
They're
around.
they're
This is
affordable
bad.
for what they are, but like it's a big chunk at once. And by the time I finally had the funds and the justification to spend the funds, like they were sold out of everything but the Dynasty
God.
costumes, and I like
You
the
know-
Dynasty album, but those costumes can fuck it. So anyway.
You know, I actually got reintroduced for something that I had not seen since I was very young. Linda Carter and Kiss performing together.
Yeah.
I'd completely forgotten that was a thing, and I was like, "This is the best version of the song. How did I forget this?"
I think Ed sent me that clip. It was hilarious. It was like, you know, they're doing the whole disco kind of thing, and she's all got the sequined gown, and
Right.
doing I was
Sequin
made for
titties?
loving you. Indeed.
Well, they were doing the disco dances in costume, which is funny
Yes.
because when Kiss did disco, they took off the makeup from the costumes. It was so great to watch that, and I was like, "Yes, this right here, man! I had forgotten about that. That is one of the greatest."
Kiss was
Disco
all about
and,
merchandising and selling shit. They didn't care what they
Yeah.
had to do. They were all about
Yeah.
selling.
First
All
time
they
I broke my
What
pinky
would
bake
be
was to buy
Gene
this album.
Simmons, who spells his name with a $sign?
Right.
Like Kesha.
Yeah. Some of the older disco stuff and
I love
glam
fashion.
rock, I'm kind of getting back into just because I love the costuming and the theatrical thing, and it's just like, man, these were fun.
You know, that was something cool my aunt and uncle introduced me to that I hadn't seen was that old Bing Crosby Christmas special
With
where
David Bowie.
he did the duet with David Bowie. And I
Yeah,
was
so
like,
good.
oh, man, that has become one of my favorite. Now, mind you, it's the dressed down David Bowie. He wasn't all done up in, Ziggy Stardust or anything.
Well,
But,
that was also right after he had sort of stepped out of that, right before he went into
right.
like right at the beginning of the 80s, he went
Yeah.
despite that horrific Dancing in the Streets duet with
Mick Jagger.
Mick Jagger, that video is like, how much
Dancing
cocaine
in
did
the
you guys
streets.
consume before, during,
Oh my god.
during that video? Because
Those
like
two in that video were just horrendous to watch.
Funniest thing about
there
that,
was a lot of
they
cocaine
can,
involved in making that video.
Yeah.
they can both perform, they can both dance, and yet for some reason in that video, you get some slight
And part
hip
of it is
shaking, and that's it.
it's like they were posturing like it was like almost like a cockfight where the two of them are like going
Uh-huh.
at each other, like I can out dance you, and it's like it just
I can out hip thrust you in my trench coat.
Yeah, well, and it wasn't
love-
even, like good trench coats. They were like day glow.
Yeah.
Like parachute pant material. Like,
Yep.
oh my god, it's you want go find it on YouTube when we're done with this, Kayla, and just yeah.
I
Just
miss
revel in the
everything
80s-ness of
you
that
were just
video.
saying because I love how much you've moved and your cat does not move.
Oh yeah.
Like you will fully shake your chair,
He is
not
at
going.
this
Yeah.
moment. Like let's see, we got him in August, and he was like 4 weeks right when we got him. So like August. So he is like right at the 6-month point. So he's at the point where he is a terror for half of the day, and the rest of it he's sleeping, so he can keep growing. Like when I got him, he fit in this one hand, and now he's yeah, not so much. But he's also settling down, and he doesn't know it. But in a couple weeks, he is going to the vet. So like,
yeah.
Well, we've got 2 older cats who are boys, and he's at that stage where if we don't get him fixed, he's gonna start
getting nasty,
being
Picking
obnoxious.
fights. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they also
I have a client that they still have not snipped their dog's balls, and I'm like, for the love of God, this dog would be so much easier to train, so much easier to walk, less like it just keeps getting more aggressive towards other dogs on walks.
Right.
Like could have solved that, but like she's so weird. She's like, "Well, no one will be home." Like blah blah. And I'm like, you don't have to have someone home 24/7. That's what the donut's for. Like, do you think people who get their pets spayed and neutered, like she's had dogs before, so I'm like, what's going on here?
It's like maybe a day or 2 of recovery. If you get it done when they're young, the longer you wait,
Yeah,
the more intrusive and
usually takes about like a week. Depends on how big the dog is, for sure, and yeah, like how young or old they are. Yeah, it's so interesting though that the like the literally the skin around the balls just shrinks back up into them.
yeah.
You're welcome for that.
That visual,
information.
Kayla.
Yeah.
That's not the
I
same
was
if you have a
so-
vasectomy, guys. Don't feel like any less of a man if you get the
Yeah.
snip snap.
I mean, they take the literal scrotum out. When I have pictures of both of these two because their parents put it in. There's like a shared like Apple album, and they put a picture of the thing. I was like,
Before
what
and
the
afters.
hell? No, of like the actual balls,
Right.
God.
like outside
Like-
of the body.
Oh.
Yeah. I had surgery. I had this taken out, but they put it in a jar for me. Want to see? No.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
I know.
I'll just carry it around to show people.
Still
These
in
were my
there.
nuts.
And once in a while, when I'm going through that album, like, oh dear God.
Rocky Mountain oysters.
Yes.
Yeah, but you're totally right. My
Especially
my
the little one. For some reason, he had bigger balls than his brother, and he's like 5 pounds smaller.
I've got big balls.
they say the little ones got to have the bigger ones.
Beat me to it.
Yeah, I guess so.
My biggest dog Loki is a mix between a Chow and a Husky, and he was just super food aggressive and had high energy. And when we got him fixed, he mellowed a lot.
They
So
do.
it really helped him.
really.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it definitely helps. But I'm just like,
I mellowed a
wait.
lot after I got fixed too.
Yeah.
I mean, the world would just be so better if you could get automatic snips. Like, didn't have to pay for it. It would solve so many problems.
Well, I still
Free,
think the
it's free
best
to get it done either way.
Yeah. What's the old joke? You know, the best birth control is you just point and laugh. And yeah, that works. You're going to put that where? No, that's not happening.
It just makes me think of the Broad City Alana, one of the characters in it. She hooks up with Blake Griffin, like actual Blake Griffin in the show, and he plays Blake Griffin too. And and they both undress and she's like, that's not gonna work. I'm not gonna be able to receive you. And he's like, oh, then what do we do? And she's like, I don't know, but we're gonna find out. And they literally do the weirdest shit, like not actual sexual shit. Like he carries her around like a baby at one point. They do like that thing where you sit on the ground and your like feet touch each other's, but they're like spread like that, and then you hold hands and you lean back and forth. And then at one point he's just crawling on the ground and she's just like on top of him, like playing horsey.
Trying some tantric antics. Yeah.
It's the weirdest shit, and it's so funny, and I love that show so much. It's so good. It's
a pretty good show.
Yeah, it's great. Could watch it 24/7. Row the boat.
I gotta say, it's one of the things about this stream is you have no idea whatever you're gonna come into. But I love it. I absolutely love it. We have the most, I gotta say, out of all the different streams out there, one thing I love about the Clubhouse is just you never know what's gonna happen from 1 minute to the next, but that's what makes it so much damn fun.
Yeah.
You know, I can't really consider this a toy tube channel. It's a toy centric channel, but we talk about
This
too
is
much other shit.
Toy Addicts Anonymous, essentially, but not anonymous.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think any of us are anonymous, but
no.
You know what, man? The conversations do go into weird, dark places. But, you know, I enjoy when I'm around for the weird and dark, but.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like if you're up at this time of night, don't expect us to be talking sunshine, rainbows. You know,
Mm-hmm.
That's not where the channel goes.
Yeah.
Kayla, does your seahorse still have post-traumatic stress disorder, or did you get therapy for it?
It does. It also doesn't really have a place yet because I completely moved everything around in all my shelves, and I got like a new shelf, and I did it for Payne's show when I was on it, and there's no room for it. Like I think I'm gonna have to start expanding. I have like
maybe you
like
should
a
start like
cabinet.
leaving part of your collection at all the houses you take care of, right? Just like set up little areas in
know.
everyone's house.
Kayla's corner. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, what do
Well,
we got here?
technically, this is my
Put
desk
that
where
up.
I
Put
work
that up
here.
with Brick
So
Coach just put up there, Ozzy. That's hilarious.
This one right here, sniffing
Yes.
farts, ball clapping, creamy shits.
Creamy
What else
shits.
could a collector
Creamy
want this
shits. I forgot about
We aim to
that.
please, so you aim to please.
That's right.
Mhm.
Yes.
It's all the things. to all the
Largo, you
people.
have the best jokes.
Just remember, folks, please.
Many years of was it 8 miles of bad road? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. You either get cynical or you get humorous, or maybe both.
Look at those
Okay,
that's-
yeah. This
that's
is
all
what,
Years of the U.S. military don't hurt
this is
either.
what I'm gonna be
Yeah.
getting from him. These glow-in-the-dark modis. They're so
Wow.
cute, and I cannot
Those are
handle the
awesome.
cuteness.
Oh,
I
nice.
need them,
Right?
and the fact they are still skeletons. Oh my god. Can you
Yeah.
tell I've been watching Jenna Marbles videos? My voice just does weird things.
That's okay.
Because she
It's
does weird
completely
things with her
appreciated.
voice, and it's so fun.
But he doesn't stop there.
Hmm He has
Hold on, I
like
gotta
10
show
of them. He just sent them to
But
me, and I
wait,
was like,
there's
"Can
more.
you do a pride one for me?" He's like, "Yeah."
Oh, that's so cute.
Emoji.
Aw.
I love the
Emoji.
eyes. The eyes look great.
Let me see here. I'll just keep
Now
this up. There's
Thinking
the
about
glowing
drunk
emoji.
man. Hey, somebody shit in here. Oh my god.
Gotta love our Mr. Home Arcade.
Shitter's full.
I
Oh my
love
gosh.
how the original Evelyn always gave me Marge vibes, but Evelyn Modi gives me more.
Yeah. Wait, there's a oh my god,
homie.
a little orca. Oh no, he's
Mermody.
so cute.
Those are awesome.
Right?
I did not know this was a thing.
I watched the first
This is
part
all
of this.
Kenzo's
I didn't
work.
finish it.
It's the Modi
Yeah.
revolution.
He's so good. Much talent. Such a
Modi over there.
And yes, Modi Man at Arms with the stash.
Oh,
Nice.
Man at Modi.
wow.
I would love to see a photo story of doing Motu just with the Modis, having them just
Hi,
be all the
K-Dog.
characters. That'd be hilarious.
Right?
Wait, what?
Yes.
Holy
Got
shit, that's
got that
amazing.
Modi.
Oh, I need
That's
that glow
ours, by
in
the way.
the
I mean, look at that. That
dark.
is so Marge.
Yeah, it's like Marge if you just went squish.
Right?
Especially the
Literally.
the classics Evelyn really has. The vintage figure not as much, but like that classics one, just for whatever reason, gives super Margie vibes.
Gets the people going.
Yeah, Kenzo's Modi collection has just been absolutely incredible. And if y'all have not been checking out his Modis, like go follow him on IG. He does some great work.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he's amazed.
Guys, I'm fixing to tap out. I'm sitting here rubbing my eyes and yawning, and I'm
Okay.
Rubbing
Good
your
night,
eyes,
guys.
scratching your balls. We don't understand.
Yeah, scratching everything.
Bill.
Yeah.
Good night, Bill.
Sniffing the
Night,
butthole.
guys.
Good night.
Scratch and sniff.
Gotta taste the strudel a bit, right?
I'm
What is
sorry,
that?
Oz.
No.
Man who
What's
go
the-
to bed with itchy ass, wake up stinky finger.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Man
think
who
we all
stand on
have.
toilet. high
I
on
wake up and I'm like,
That's one of my
why?
favorites. Man who stand on toilet high on pot, or baseball all wrong. Man with 4 balls cannot walk.
What's that from?
It's those old jokes Confucius say.
Yeah, Confucius
Yes.
say, man who fart in church sitting on pew.
Yes.
And of course, they're supposed to be said with a really, really stereotypical accent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was on.
it's not.
What the hell was that on? That was on something for a while.
Laughing? No.
No, it wasn't laughing. It was one of those shows. So like that. Yeah.
That's probably why we don't hear them as much now that I think
Right.
about it.
Yeah.
I mean, the jokes are funny. They're just
Well, you
funny.
can still say the jokes. You just don't do the accent.
You don't have
But
to
it's
do the
really hard to
accent as
divorce the two because of how ingrained sort of they
Mm.
are, with that being part of the secret sauce or whatever we're gonna call the.
Well, I mean, I
the
used to
composition
do.
of those.
I used to do the accents all the time, like making prank calls, just because
Yeah.
they're prank
Oh
calls.
my god, yeah.
Oh, Jerky Boys.
Oh yes, Jerky Boys was the influence for quite a lot of that. You know, but calling somebody up in the middle of the night, going, shitty chicken, you want to pick up a delivery? And they're like, what?
My favorite thing growing up was me and my dad would speak foreign talk where we would just to each other out in public and like do the hand gestures, do everything. Like it would look like we were having a full-on conversation, except for we were literally just saying gibberish all the time. And it was so much fun to do because
There
people would look at us and try to figure out what language we were saying, and it would just be like like shit like that. It's just so good.
There is an
So good.
Italian singer who did like a whole song back in
Oh yeah.
70s
That song is
where he just
I was blue, I was green, I would
Yep.
die. Bada bee, bada
Just to
bada
make it
bada
sound
bee,
like an
bada
American
bada.
pop song. Yeah.
right, but it was just gibberish. Like
But
if
his, he
you
was
listen to it, it sounds like they're actually singing a song like in English because they're very
well,
well
yeah,
done.
he was like a way
American,
famous
say American.
Italian songwriter, but he was always and like musician, and he was super popular, but he was always complaining that the Italian audiences they would always gravitate toward English language songs. So he was like, I'm going to write a song that proves it's just because of that sound. It's Adriano Celentano, Prison Coleman, I can't say it, but it's an amazing song. Look it up.
Is that the video there, Cobb?
Expialidocious.
Yeah, there are many.
Wow.
The best one is that top one though, because it's like a performance on some sort of
How
variety
does the
show.
beginning of that song go?
Where he has like
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
it's epic.
Even
Here's
though
the
the
thing,
sound of
though.
it is really
Even-
quite precocious.
Even all these decades later, like this song is from like I think 1973. Even all these decades later, the music's it's a great like the music is amazing.
Yeah.
Like it's a well constructed song. Like I like that it has sort of the layer of snark to it. Like it's in my opinion, it's the perfect song.
Ooh, snark.
I must say, looking over the playlist that Allison sent me, I'm very much looking forward to that episode because I like the playlist.
Well, it's
got some
funny
cool
because
picks
it
on
was
there.
really Sophie's choice. But what I did was I said, and I just made my all-time list, and that was like
nice
120 songs. And then I went to my Amazon playlist for recently, like my year in review. So anything that was on the list that wasn't in year in review, I cut, got it down to like 70. Went to Spotify, I went to all the places and got it down to about 40 songs. And then I went through that and then compared to how many times I'd listened to, because it shows you that too. So anything I had listened to less than 200 times in 2023 got cut. So
That's
what
fair.
is on that list is stuff that I literally probably listen to every day.
That's everybody says the same thing though. When I talk to them, it's like, do you know how hard it is to pick 10 songs? I'm like,
Yeah.
no. It's like literally the reason we picked 10 was because we want to keep the show to about 45 minutes to an hour. And that's about what we can cover with doing music trivia and talking about the songs.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, 10's not enough. It's like, dude, just pick the 10 you're listening to right now.
Yeah, and that was sort of because I went and before I sent you the list, I went and I watched most of the Ken episode and most of Lawrence, and then of course, you know, I get distracted. Adult ADHD, undiagnosed, all the things, and then I went back and finished them afterwards, and then I went and watched some of the other videos, and you know, like where you were like, here's what we're looking for. So that was I watched a couple of them so I could get a feeling before I sent you the list.
I think the problem now is though, Jim, is that everybody's trying to outdo everybody else, right? Like
Yeah,
it's
and
like,
it's not a competition.
right? It's not a
It isn't.
competition. It's just like they're all trying to come up with like they're so afraid to put out some song that you know like putting Justin Bieber on there or something, right? Like they're embarrassed. to put
Justice
something on there.
Beaver?
He's definitely
I
not.
didn't know there was a Justice Beaver.
But
Look,
that would be
okay.
a great.
He's a
great
superhero.
cover band.
Justice Beaver.
No, I'm going to put it out there like this. If y'all have not seen the mashup video Psychosocial Baby, you all need to do yourself a favor. It's the song
down.
Baby. It's the song Baby. And then the song Psychosocial by Slipknot.
Mashed together.
And oh my God, it is really creepily the best of those two songs.
Wow.
Like,
That's
and
a statement.
I'm not even a huge Slipknot fan or anything, but the two together are.
You're not a Bieber fan?
I love Justin Bieber.
Bieber believer.
I love him so much. I got so
was
sad
way
when he
too
got
old.
deported to Canada and wasn't allowed back in the U.S.
I was like, who is this? Who is this tiny Twinkie lesbian with like cute hair, like singing the songs? And then they're like, and I thought that, and I'm like, that's probably rude. And then right afterwards, a story that broke in the news of a lesbian who got kicked out of a bar because they thought she was Justin Bieber and she was underage. And I'm like, hey, I don't feel like I was
It's
making.
so accurate.
I used to get
awful
my friend's
judgment
daughter
here.
so mad. I was like, now which one is this one, Zach or Cody? And
Or like with the One Direction dudes.
Right? Which one is
What the hell's the Bieber?
Which one is Justin Timberlake? Please refresh my memory.
Which one's Lance
oh,
Bass?
the one with the ramen on his head.
Yeah. Exactly.
It does look like that, doesn't it?
I thought that from the moment I saw him, and then when somebody
Mhm.
actually made the meme, I was like, "Thank you, I'm not the only one."
You did like her crunchy hair in the 90s.
Oh yeah.
It was either all like
all of
stringy
fifth
and
grade.
down, or it was crunchy. Like there was
Yeah.
no.
It was
there
all the
no in between.
leftover CFCs in the air from all the Aquanet from the 80s and the early 90s. We were able to just coat the rest of our hair with it.
I remember when my
Oh,
sister had one of
boy.
those crinkle things, whatever the hell they were called for your hair.
You can look at
Crimper
Michelle's hair.
or
You
flat
can-
iron. The one that made it all like wavy, so it was like
Yeah,
you know, like
The crimper. Oh my god,
Crimper.
the crimper.
Yeah. The opposite
I
of the
need to order
flat
a
iron.
That was
Yeah.
fun. I had a crimper and it was like interchangeable with my straightener.
Had
Oh
all the
my
different
god.
parts.
And it was like a thick crimp or like a tight crimp. Oh, it was great.
I had a 80s party
So
for my 40th birthday a few years back, and my friend Kim had her 80s crimping iron, and of course,
Did
so
it
she
work?
brought it. We all got ready because I had rented a space, and we were getting ready in the bathroom, 80s style. And she crimped my hair, and just for old time's sake, there was a little burning that happened. A little bit of the end came out because we went a little too hard. Because it, like there was a magic to it, and you had to have a certain buildup of product in your hair to survive the
Mhm.
crimping.
Yep.
And it's been so like
You
I
did?
don't.
I
can't
had a
tell you the
theory
last-
that a
I
lot
think
of the
that's the last
Valley
time I used
Girl,
hairspray.
the Valley Girl lingo came from all of the hair crimping and hair products. It'd be like, so I have to tilt my head and talk like this because
Right.
like I've got a little bit of brain damage from all the heat I've been putting on my hair.
Okay, so like right now,
The fumes
Yeah,
alone.
it's definitely
I'm
the
surprised that more
hairspray.
girls from the 80s aren't dead
but,
already
like,
with all the varnish they have
let's
in
go
their
to
lawns.
Valley Oaks because the mall there is so much better. It's totally perpendicular. Like the mattresses are pretty.
I mean, look
gag
at
me
her
with a
butt.
spoon.
It is just so big.
It looks
I
like
never,
One of those
never,
rock guys' girlfriends. But
never
you know, who
complained about
understands
tagging
rock
along with
They
Carol
only talk
to the
her
nail
because
salon
she looks like a total
because it was the free buzz place.
I mean, her butt
You just have
is
to
just so
inhale all the
big.
chemicals.
I can't believe she's so round.
Yeah, my Valley speak used to be pretty bad.
I'm stopped. I'm done.
But the problem is it always
Whatever.
slides into vocal fry, which I try not to do anymore because that ruins your voice. When you have a deep husky voice, because you fry your vocals.
Husky
That's true.
voice.
Or you're a guy and you hit puberty and your balls drop and they kick you out of the choir because suddenly you don't sound like a tot anymore.
You can't hit those Freddie Mercury notes anymore.
So
You
what-
say you don't
Freddie
sound like a
Mercury
top anymore.
when Luke was a kid, right? He had a pretty squeaky voice, and when he went through puberty, it was like overnight his voice changed. And I remember the one day,
Damn.
me and my ex-wife Ange were upstairs, and he said something through the bedroom door, and she's like, "Who the hell's in his room?" I was like, "That's him," but it went from like hello to hello.
His
I was like,
friend,
"Holy shit, dude."
Bernice.
Happened to my brother mid-sentence. Like
Yep.
he was
Whoa.
saying something and he started out with that little kid voice,
The
and then
voice
it, like,
cracking
broke,
is so funny.
and then it did that like the wavering high, like that
Mhm.
whistle that you hear sometimes,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden it was just like deep and like. My mother
Yeah.
was
I have-
poor, and that was when my mom had first discovered prescription painkillers. So she thought like her buzz had kicked in.
I
And
was in.
like, no, I think his voice just cracked and broke and has changed.
Yeah.
She was
Yeah.
sure.
No,
so
Mom,
funny.
it's not the Percocet. That's
It's not the Percocet, Mom. By the way, please give those back. I got those because I just had 4 wisdom teeth cut out of my face. She like tried to
At
steal
least
all my
someone acknowledged
Percocet.
that I was singing it.
I totally acknowledged it.
I was
Mad
going to
that it
start
wasn't
singing it, but I didn't
Percodan.
want to, impress anybody with my rap skills.
Okay.
So, the whole thing about
Oh.
getting kicked out, like I was in chorus in like the 4th grade, and they were like getting us all set up for this big thing that we were supposed to do. We're supposed to be on TV, like WJZ, which is like the local news for Channel 13 here.
Jay-Z.
Yeah, they were gonna have us all sing with like some of the other schools in the county, and we were all gonna sing for whatever their recording was, and like the big weatherman guy Bob Turk was gonna be like hosting it, and it was this really important thing, and we're all singing all these Christmas songs, and then like 2 weeks out, like we'd been training since like November, and like 2 weeks out from it, like my voice just dropped. So like everybody else is singing in their little high voice, and then mine was just this deep bass out of nowhere. And they were like, yeah, sorry, you can't do this.
They should have given you the low parts of the drifters, right?
It would have been great if it would have happened midway through that glorious song, you know, and then your voice would have just like rocked right in the middle. That would have been epic.
Just come in with a death metal scream,
Right.
right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle, right there.
Jesus Christ was
I think the worst thing about the old boy bands was the videos where it's like everybody's got to get a solo and everybody's got to give the eye smolder to the camera. It's like
The problem though with the boy bands was there always the dude who looked like he was 40.
Yeah.
And like when new kids
dressed
on the block
like he was a kid.
recently,
Yeah.
like I'd say recently, like within the last 10 years, they've started doing their like, sort of their comeback, like nostalgia tours, right? And everyone's like, they all look so old. And I'm like, not Danny Wolf. He still looks like he's 50, like he did in 1988 when they came out. Like that dude looked the same. He's a vampire, I'm telling you. And one of the ladies, I mean, she was not a lady when we were in high school, but she's a lady now. In the little group, got mad at me for making fun because he was her favorite, and he's aged so well. It's like he looked old then. I always thought it was no surprise to me when she married a 37-year-old right out of high school. So I'm just saying,
right?
Like there's some things going, but the 80s and 90s, early 90s in the South.
It was
completely-
strange.
I mean, we were just grateful it wasn't her cousin. Like he married that old dude who's like now in diapers, and you're almost 50.
That is always funny with Joey Fatone being the fat one and his last name.
Fat one.
Fat one. And then he opened up that hot dog, his own hot dog thing called Fat Ones.
It was
Yeah, there was always unless you're Color Me Bad, and like all of them were like creepily old and weird looking, like, and then they wanted to sex me up, and I'm like 16 at the time. I'm like, I don't think so, you weird old men. And then, oh my God, you guys look up on YouTube Color Me Bad fist fight, because one of them got into a fist fight with the other one in the middle of a show a few years back. It's epic.
Yeah, the problem with all those boy bands though is they were also just thrown together. They weren't like really friends. They were all just
It's not like the
studio
Jackson
put them all
5.
together and said, "Yeah, you guys are the next boy band."
Well, there were
Get
some
along.
girl
Jackson
bands like
5
that
were-
too.
Yep.
Joe
There's
Jackson
a lot of
out.
On Menudo.
with all those
Too
pop
old to kick you
bands.
out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Isn't Menudo still a thing? Like I thought they were still in existence.
Probably, yeah.
They just replaced
They
them.
just
Joint
they
joint.
just
You get facial
rotate
hair.
members. Yeah.
So, Briscoe, would you say that Boys to Men was an R&B group or a boy band?
Well, they didn't have anything on Belle Biv DeVoe, so
Right.
That girl is poison.
that's right.
That girl is poison.
I like Belle Biv DeVoe.
So did
That
I.
was a pretty good song.
I love a lot of music coming back up. As growing up and having MTV was just when it was music was a glorious thing.
Oh, you're back?
Yeah.
I know the baby's back. All the
It's all
babies.
back.
This
Yeah.
one. Go to sleep.
Back when
Oh no, now
MTV
you're
was
up.
out, and then
Oh,
VH1
yes.
came out, and like VH1 was like the oldies channel for music videos.
Yeah.
And then it was soft rock, and then it was the only place you could see videos for like 5 years, and then
Yep.
that also died.
Yeah.
Well, then you had the like late 90s, early 2000s when you started having the sub ones like MTV2, MTVX, and
I
stuff
remember
like that.
MTV2 was great because they played music, and then there was the day they stopped playing music, and I'm like, MTV2 is now
No, it
also
didn't.
fucked. I might as well just
Well,
give
yeah,
up.
that was the thing, right? Because MTV and VH1 at that point were doing all their reality programming, and all the
Yeah,
music
there's
got
no
pushed
music.
off to the other channels, and then the other channels stopped
Yep.
playing music and started playing more of the reality. I was
I
like,
will say this about VH1. At least in the beginning, their programming was stuff like behind the music, pop-up
true.
video. Like a lot of
Yeah.
their original programming, even when it was quote unquote reality, was still music based, and you were still getting music history, or like there was a performance as part of the show. Like even MTV, like if you watch the earliest seasons of The Real World on MTV, even then, like those, the way they cut and like
Excuse
produced
me,
the
can I help
original
you?
2 or 3 seasons of The Real World was like a music video.
Do
You know, there
want
was constantly
attention?
music. It
Yeah.
was cut
Can
like
I
a
Just all
get
video.
reality
If it
show, and then
wasn't,
have a
Can
little
you?
thing in the bottom
Come here,
telling you
baby.
what song's
No.
playing.
and then
I
it
need to
just
keep it
it
close
died.
to stay warm.
Yeah.
Come on.
I missed the
Hey.
VJs like Martha Quinn.
Yeah.
Those were fun.
Yes.
I liked
The
because they would, you know,
VJs.
come in with little factoids about the music and kind of behind the scenes stuff. And
The first, this first set of VJs, it was like, what was her name? Blackwood. Nina
oh,
Blackwood. She
Oh,
was
yeah.
Nina
really
Blackwood.
cool.
Yep.
Martha Quinn. There was,
Then there was Colin Quinn. He was on there for a while, and
I
Yeah.
liked
Daisy Fuentes got her start there.
yeah.
Yeah.
I liked the year that we had Julie Brown, who was a
Oh yeah,
comedian.
Downtown Julie
I
Brown.
had her album,
Yep.
and then there was Downtown Julie Brown. Julie Brown and I sometimes used to interact on X. So,
Was she the one that was in Earth Girls Are Easy?
yep, she was the co-writer
Yes.
of that. And
That
Homecoming
was
Queen
hilarious.
That's
Another
actually
fantastic movie.
her
Love it.
The
song.
one girl's name in the '90s, Kennedy.
Yep, Kennedy.
Yeah,
Kennedy's
she-
on Fox News now, so which is not
Is
a
she?
surprise because that was her whole. That was how they
Okay,
sold
ready?
her
You
when
going?
she joined
That was like more
MTV.
MTV News.
Got a
Going?
Republican.
That's right, MTV News.
Oh.
It's a baby.
That
Well,
face.
guys, we've hit 6 hours and 30 minutes. It is 4:30 here. How about we go round table and wrap this up? Ed, what you got?
I don't have anything. I don't believe. Well, I might be going live Tuesday night. I don't know yet. Depends on what's going on with. I got some things going on Tuesday during the day. So
Okay. Well, you going to be able to hang out tomorrow for the.
I am
New
going
Year's?
to try to be on tomorrow night for sure. Yep. At some point
Excellent.
in time.
Excellent. Jim, what you got coming up, my brother?
There you go.
We are going to do a new show on co-ed naked basket weaving. We think it's going to be a big hit.
I'm in.
You know what? I'm in.
Finally, a show for my
All I
people.
heard was co-ed naked basket.
I'm down.
Wilhelm
Wait,
and I
is
are going to
this on
do a
basket weaving or like basket weaving?
Basket weaving.
basket weaving. Let's just say that it takes some talent. And
Look.
sometimes I won't even use my hands. But
Content.
what we're going to do tomorrow
That's kind of
afternoon.
essential for the basket weave, though. Unfortunately,
That's true. Unfortunately.
Look,
I
I,
have
can
I
fit
have a
this piece
co-host.
of straw in. Oh,
So Wilhelm and I
That's
tomorrow afternoon are going to
okay.
do a an early bird for those old farts who don't want to stay up till the new year. We're just going to do our normal Sunday show and hang out and goof off, and we'll talk about a few things we're planning for 2024 on both of our channels. Sometime in January, the lovely Allison will be joining us on Infinite Playlist, and so will the gorgeous, luscious, bearded Oz. And
Equally
Ed will
luscious.
come back to do a remix. So we will we'll have a full January, that's for sure. So, but tomorrow we'll tease what's coming. Other than that, I have no idea what I'm doing.
So you're
Just playing it
edging
by ear.
people. You're edging
Yeah.
people tomorrow, essentially.
Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm.
I don't judge. I
That's
just
the edge
That's
of
right.
glory.
Excuse me.
That's right. Well, you know,
Sure.
K-Dog, the Infinite Playlist is so popular. We've even got people in the chats that are just clamoring to get on. K-Dog Broadcasting said earlier, and I popped it up. I don't know if you saw it.
I
but
did.
Yeah.
I'll try to message him privately and we'll talk.
There we go. Right.
Yeah. I try to be what's the word? Judicial on who we invite, just because I want to make sure it's somebody who's not going to just go off on a tangent and we'll have some fun with. So, but it's hard to vet
I gotta have
because
some couth.
yeah,
Mhm.
couth. That's a very good way to put it. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm willing to
I
take
see how
audition.
it is.
You've seen Couth, Kayla. You
I
just don't
want
keep
to
it
sex you
nearby.
up.
Not on these shows.
It's because on my channel there is no Couth.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
I've been on plenty of channels where I can't swear, even swear. Like when I was on Victoria's Cantina, I couldn't even swear, which I guess I said shit one time, but I was like, that's not that
It's
bad.
very fun to watch you on Trek Retrek because you try to keep yourself as reserved as possible, and you're not even like fully
Yeah, I mean, I
behaved.
still swear and I still make innuendos, and we do that. That's what they said. But yeah, I definitely try to. Well, especially because for Trek Retrek and any of our watch rewatch, I break down the episode or whatever, and so I have to read over my notes pretty much most of the time, and so I have to be on it, and also try to say it in an interesting or entertaining way and not just and this happened and this happened and this happened.
Look at all those
we
funny
usually
horses.
yeah, we usually talk in between anyways, but anyways, sorry. We're wrapping it up.
No,
you'll
it's
talk.
okay. It's your turn to go.
Oh, it is my turn?
Yeah.
Sharing
Oh,
is
God.
caring.
We
Okay.
segued right to it. Don't miss that.
Okay. Well, if you want to watch Trek Retrek, I have a channel with my friend Johnny, aka Lucha Johnny, who is awesome. And yeah, Geek the F Out. It is below/GTFO channel. Why are you staring at me? And we do that every Thursday. We're going episode by episode from the beginning of Star Trek because I have not seen it and Johnny's seen everything. And well, now I've seen the first season in Strange New World, so that's something. It's not nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's been a lot of fun. We just finished season 2 of Stranger Things Watch Rewatch, and at the end of January we're going to be doing one for Revelation, and then talking about Revolution when it comes out. Yeah, we don't really have much planned, but that's also because there's a lot of stuff going on, then I'll be out of town. So until when Revolution comes out, that's when we'll start doing stuff. And then I think we're going to do season 3 of Stranger Things at the end of February, unless they decide to do Revolution weekly, probably the end of February, hopefully. Kind of like an every other month thing, but since we're doing Revolution, just want to give it space. So we're not doing too much at once because we've done that before, and dear God, it is a lot to be streaming almost every day for an entire month. Don't throw
Look,
up.
it takes its toll on me when I go hard for a weekend where I'll pop up on Toy Frenzy, Mega J, do this, and then pop up on 3 or 4 live streams on a Sunday to round out my weekend. It's difficult. That's just a weekend.
Yeah.
That's not even a whole month.
Yeah, definitely. Anyways, that's it. Allison, go.
Cool.
Oh, okay. Tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Oz and Brick will be joining me. We're going to color some Mythic Legions.
Yay!
I've picked out Dead Guy with Flies. I don't know what the character's name is. Brick has told me flies, but it's not sticking, and that's okay. He's got flies and he's dead and he looks cool. I'm going to color that. And there are a few other pages.
I can't reach you.
Daily shorts, as always. I'll probably stream on the 1st for a little bit just because I'm off work and might as well hang out on the internet and color. If you haven't checked it out, I have a retrospective on my channel right now on the large-size Princess Leia doll from 1978 that talks about the tooling of that figure, her roots at Kenner, where the doll body went to, as well as unproduced Empire Strikes Back dolls, extended fashions, etc. So it's pretty informative. Nice. It's my first full toy video. I didn't even try to sneak a custom toy in there. So kind of a big deal and fun. I also have more of the Kenner Star Wars booklets that will be hitting my channel in the next few days because I'm posting those in video form for historical purposes. And then I'm going to be doing a ton of Masters of the Universe stuff in January. I'm including a coloring date on a Sunday with Mr. Cobb.
Nice.
And then Kayla and Johnny as well. So.
Yeah, I've been enjoying your Princess Leia colorings. Those are cool.
Thank you. It was the labor of love, Carrie Fisher.
Much
from
talent.
day one, like 1977, first time we went to Star Wars. She's been the hero, the idol, etc. So it's like the anniversary of her passing 7 years ago. I'm like, I'm just gonna mark it and do some fun stuff.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Kaylee has been 7 years. So crazy.
doesn't feel like it, but it has definitely been
No.
7 years. So
Yeah.
oh well.
Stop licking your crotch.
Crap.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
You're flexible. Wow.
And invisible. Like,
The fact that Ed and I were both able to get that out at the same time, too.
and no one see it.
Great minds think alike.
Oh, saying it. Yeah.
Well, Cobb, what do you got coming up?
Yeah.
That's a nice segue, right from ball licking to.
Yep. Ball licking the Cobb.
Speaking of balls,
I'll tell you that coming up. Not much. Just put out a couple of videos last 2 days. That really hit for me. So I'm really excited to be where I'm at. Like Allison said, be with her next Sunday. I think it's Sunday. Do some coloring with her. But yeah, these two little guys right here really give me a big jump these last 24 hours. I'm freaking excited as hell. So I'm
I
just waiting
saw
for
the views on that, and your
nice.
subscribers.
Yeah,
like,
my
you got another
subscriber
100.
count has jumped today like crazy, and then I'm just waiting for my
Sweet.
watch hours to go through, and I'll be monetized for that first part because I have enough hours.
That's epic.
Congratulations.
All came in one day. It's crazy. I'm like, still blown away.
See,
So anybody
see,
that's
I
here,
got
that's
it.
up to me. Thank you guys again. I've thanked people in my videos too already, but and like everybody on screen too. Thank all you guys. You guys have all helped me out too. So
I
Sweet.
messaged
crazy,
him and
crazy
said,
24 hours.
Take Tila's armor off. So
You make good
asked
content,
him
Cobb,
if it
so it
comes
just
off,
deserved.
and he took it off.
When I go to
and
bed
not-
tonight.
Exactly.
Not everyone's bleeding. So.
All you gotta do is pop some
You see
titties
it
out, and the
with
views come in. All right.
Pop
Right.
them
Pretty much,
titties.
And
That's
the-
why when I
titties.
joined the co-ed basket weaving, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna weave some baskets with my tits out.
There you go.
Everybody
Hooray
wants
for
to see it.
boobies.
Well, it's
Yeah,
co-ed
it'll be-
naked, so your tits are
That's
going to be
right.
out whether you like them or not.
That's right.
No
Yeah.
It's
cases
going to
either.
be a preview to the
Both
Osley
tits.
fans. This will,
That's
you
right.
know,
All the
I
tits.
got to give you that first taste for free, and then you're
That's
all,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, but so anybody watching
Where do I
later,
subscribe?
click on YouTube or Instagram.
Very cool.
That's right. All right. Well, that brings it back around to me. And as you've heard, tomorrow I'll be doing some Cabal Creations coloring with Allison and Brick. That's going to be a ton of fun in the afternoon. Then, of course, later tomorrow night, we're going to be counting in the new year, counting down to the new year across all the time zones once again. Maybe with an interruption. We don't know.
I feel like you have to do it now.
Like I almost feel like it has to be done, but at the same point in time, right? Like it's not going to be the same if the last words of 2022 out of Mega J's mouth on a live stream aren't "oh shit." It's not going to be worth it. Mind you, only one got recorded. The trail of oh shits as we all went backstage continued.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
All trail of shit.
Yes. Oh man, there was shit all over the place. But
Big
that
ol'
became the theme at
pile
the
of
beginning of
shit.
2023 here. So I mean, it was just
That's right.
foreshadowing.
And this time they'll be creamy.
That's right.
Creamy
shit.
shits.
Oh, creamy shits.
See,
Oh,
this
creamy
is what we got to do. We just got to stream long enough that Chris gets back up and is
Yes.
joining us.
Creamy shits. 6 hours
we
and
are still
43 minutes and 20 seconds later.
Sleep
Good
is
to see you.
overrated.
That's how
Right.
much sleep you got.
True. Doesn't happen.
Oh,
So yeah, that's just tomorrow. Then of course later this week on Thursday night, we're going to be doing a toy frenzy, and Skelly completely blew me away with showing me the thumbnail tonight, and I appreciate that. It's absolutely amazing. And then of course we'll all be back here next Saturday night for another Clubhouse Hangout where you have no idea what the hell we're going to be talking about because even I don't know. So
Balls and
balls and baskets.
Yeah.
balls,
exactly.
basket weaving, creamy
Mhm.
shits. It's a
Mhm.
reoccurring theme. Got no idea. There'll
We
be
might
some
talk
food
about a
talk.
toy or two. Maybe a toy or two.
Maybe.
May as well just make it even 7 hours now. You know, just because you asked for it, I'm not going to do it. Just because. Just because.
Yeah. Screw you, Briscoe. Go to bed.
So,
Night.
in the famous
Sorry.
words of one of the most eloquent men in all, Doc from the Boondock Saints, it's time to make like